mind. You're able to transcend the mind, to become truly present with self and truly present with Supreme.
So, Prabhu, let's connect all these minds here together. Let's start with getting to that base level of chanting. You have a technique how you get everybody to do. You don't have your instruments with you today. So, यहाँ पे थोड़ा impromptu we'll do. Shall we?
Yeah, sure. If I
All
can
right,
get
so
everyone...
I'll play assist. That's what I'm going to do.
Something.
Okay, we're going to move this
I don't have my
bottle.
instruments with me, but we can try something. So it's said in the Shastra that when you clap your hands together, and chant the name of God, the name of Hari, that your karma changes. You're all well-to-do people, and I don't expect you all to participate, but I'm inviting you. Here's a Londoner coming to your country and my hometown as well, my home country. I'm going to invite you. Can I invite everyone to clap this with me? Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe Govinda Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Let's hear it. Radhe Radhe Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Govinda Radhe. Jai Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Bhajaman Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Govinda Radhe. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much.
You know, we should get them to do something simpler.
Simpler?
हाँ, because ये आवाज खोल नहीं रही थी. Clap because the beat was a little complex.
Yeah.
So let's just get them to do Hare Krishna.
Sure. You guys up for it?
Yeah, simpler. Yeah? Yes?
All right.
ऐसे गाना है आप सबको. That's when the elevation will happen.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Now you say.
Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna Krishna. Closing the eyes, open the heart. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
अब थोड़ा connection बैठ रहा है. See, Krishna says, Uddharet Atmanat Manam, Na Atmanam Avasadhet. That means you've got to elevate your mind. You've got to move away from that pulls you back. Say
Yeah, I think you're right.
How does Kirtan help?
How to?
How does Kirtan help? And there are a lot of people who may look at you and say, what is he selling to me?
Sure.
So how do they react? When you enter the stage, when you enter an audience, a lot of them when you started this whole thing,
Yeah.
people would have come to you and said, what is it that you're doing, mate? How is it going to make
I think what's
different?
really incredible about the time that we're living in is that previously, if you were to do this exact same thing, and even some of you still have that same sentiment, that if you were to chant like this, oh, no, no, they're religious folk that are brainwashed, that don't really know too much. But I think India is moving in a very, very progressive way towards in reclaiming its spirituality. And I think that's incredible. And the whole world right now is watching India and the way that India practices, how Bharat practices spirituality, Hinduism. And so what's happening now is people are feeling welcome to discover who is God for them and what is spirituality. And I think the reason why is because we've moved so far away from it that the next generation, my generation and people who are younger to me, their parents didn't force them to do anything. They didn't force them too much, just the way that they were forced. And because of that, they're starting to go, okay, well, who is Krishna for me then? Who are all these ancient deities? Who are these ancient murtis? Who are they to me? And so we're in a really, really cool time right now where we can explore and express very publicly our spirituality, our Hinduism, our bhakti. And so I'm very, very happy to be in this place. I'm very honored to be somehow a servitor of this practice.
No, I'm very curious. How did you become Radhika Ranjan Das?
Yeah.
How did you find Krishna? Or let's say the teachings of Krishna, the Bhagavad Gita,
Yeah,
get initiated, get drawn to him.
it's a far out story. I'll tell you the short version. I was forced to go on a youth retreat. And on this youth retreat, I was sitting there with my phone by my side because, to be honest, I didn't really want to be there. My parents forced me to go because they thought maybe I'll learn something. And as I'm sitting in the kirtan, I'm sitting at the right at the back of the room. And my phone starts buzzing, and it's my girlfriend. And she texts me saying, it's over. Breaking up with me on text message. I was heartbroken. And the way I saw it at that moment in time, I had only 2 or 3 options. I could either go to my room and cry about it. Oh, I didn't tell you. I tried texting her back, and I had one of those. Do you remember Nokia 3310?
Yes, yes.
Where you have to press 3 times to get one letter to come.
Yeah.
So I was texting furiously, trying to just, what's going on? Why are you breaking up with me? Message send failure. I was in the hills of Madrid. It was in a place called Brihuega. So no messages were going through, and I had few options. One is I go to my room and cry about it, or 2 is maybe I get stuck in with the chanting that's happening here, and maybe that will do something. And by the end, I felt so happy. I felt so free. I felt so liberated from my pain. And so then I went up to the person who's leading that kirtan, and I spoke to him, and his name is Sachinandana Swami. He's a German Swami. And after 10 years of hearing from him and traveling with him and finding that he's a very authentic person, I decided to take Harinam Diksha, and that's where the name, I used to be Ravi, and then he gave me the name Radhika Ranjan. But in the West, they can't say Radhika Ranjan. It's very difficult for them to pronounce, so I just kept it very simple, Radhika Das. So that's how the name came.
Did you ever think that moment in London would go viral? Because the syntax concept of bhajan clubbing,
Yeah.
you seem to be the genesis of it.
Yeah.
So today it's caught on, and thankfully so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be candid. I did not come up with the term bhajan clubbing. That's kind of been put on me. I'm somewhat the poster boy for that right now, so that's okay. But when I did that, no, I didn't expect it to go viral. I did not expect it to go at all where it was. And see, my whole motivation, my whole intention is to share this practice with those who are not born here. Like, I don't speak Hindi, for example. मैं समझता हूँ, सब कुछ समझता हूँ, लेकिन बोलने में थोड़ा सा दिक्कत है. So I speak in English and I present our culture to Western audiences, audiences in the US, audiences in London, audiences in Europe, audiences all across the world. And I had never intended for it to go viral. I didn't know what viral was at that time, but it did, and I'm very happy and I'm very grateful. And I feel like the internet is the means, the medium by which we can really share messages. And I'll say one last thing before I hear your next question. Martin Luther King, he says this really profound thing, that those who love peace must learn how to organize themselves as effectively as those who love war. And if you look at those who love war and creating division, they don't take Sunday off. They don't take a break. And so in the same way for peace lovers, for people who want to share a loving message with the world, we have to also use the tools that God has provided us. And God's provided us the internet. Krishna provided the internet. Some use it.
And what was the reaction? I know this whole trend that we see. I asked you this because I remember seeing your video in London in the, what is that, Royal Hall? Was it?
Union Chapel.
Yeah, the chapel, the Union Chapel. And that's when I said, these are people who are singing, dancing, and people from all walks of life with no, care and gay abandon. They just seem so happy singing, doing. And you brought music there, and then you added various layers to the kirtan. How does it affect the people? When do people come back and say something to you when you finish that? In fact, that's where this whole trend started. Of course, there are others who, like you rightly credited for the today term of bhajan clubbing.
Yeah.
But the idea is that people decide to go to bhajans and kirtans today rather than going there and indulging themselves into other aspects, which again is to try and buy a few moments of freedom.
Yeah.
It's looking for that escape velocity from reality, you know?
We're all trying to free the mind. Why do people drink so much alcohol? Because they want to free the mind of being nervous. They want to free the mind of all of the troubles of their life. They want to free the mind from all the things that are happening in their life that are not happy. And so we're trying all these different methods to be happy, you know? Buy a nice house by the sea, buy a flat screen TV, 1 million gigabyte MP3, Om Jai Jagadisha Hare. We're trying all these different ways of trying to be happy in this world. We buy particular clothing, we dress ourselves in a particular way to be happy, but only to have forgotten that happiness is an inside job. There was once a prisoner in a jail, and he tried every which way to exit from the jail, only to realize years and years later that all he had to do was pull the door from the inside. And it's the same for all of us. That if we can somehow remember that life and happiness is an inside job. Yes, be successful, be everything that you want to be in this world, but don't forget that that won't bring true happiness. That true happiness is an inside job. You have to feed the bird within the cage. The bird within the cage.
So beautifully said. What makes you happy?
What makes me happy?
How did you find what actually makes you happy? Because we're all human, right? We've got great days. Sometimes we get out of the bed and we feel, today's my day. I'm the king, queen of the world, kind of thing. Other days, oh my God, the whole world is on my head. It's such a big burden. There are days. How do you keep that positivity to say, listen, just do your job and leave the rest to Krishna, you know? How do I go back to that basic code?
By finding true humility. And I'll explain that. Humility is something that's used a lot in spiritual circles, and it's often misinterpreted. People think humility means when people can walk all over you, that you're really lower than the lowest. But humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility means to think about yourself less.
Beautiful.
When we're so self-absorbed, when we're so internally connected with me, my, self, how do I look, how do I speak, how do I present, how do I, that's the source of our unhappiness. So you ask me, how do I be happy? By trying to think about myself less, by not being so self-absorbed.
That's so the true interpretation of Aham Brahmasmi is not that I am God, but God is within me.
Yeah.
So
when you're thinking about yourself less, then
Yes.
naturally you have more time to think about others. You have more time to think about God. You have more time to think about the higher things of life. But the truth is, we're so usually so self-absorbed.
Hmm.
And it's not something that I want to critique about people. It's more a case of, I do it too. I mean, this beard line doesn't do itself in the morning. No? I'm thinking about myself when I do it. But if we can dedicate more and more time to being less self-absorbed and thinking with humility about greater things, then I think there's happiness waiting for us.
You're doing concerts. You're coming to Bharat so often. Has there been ever a time when you got a packed audience and you just don't feel like singing?
Yeah, of course.
Has there? How do you turn around and say, "Listen, I got to do this"? You do this. Do you do it then because you want to do it, or you do it then because you have to do it?
Yeah.
You know, that's the difference between why we are doing a job. Either we have to do it to pay our EMIs, or we want to do it because it makes us happy.
It's a very good
so
question.
I'm asking you that.
Of course, there's times where I'm presenting and there's 10,000, 15,000 people in the audience and I'm not feeling anything. There's nothing going on. And so it's sometimes the case that it's not that I'm loving what I'm doing, but that I love the person that I'm doing it for more. It's like in a relationship with your wife.
Lovely, beautiful.
It's like a relationship with your wife or your husband or your partner. Sometimes you might, you don't necessarily love them every time you buy them a present. But you love them so much that, okay, no, I'm going to dedicate my time, my energy, my everything in that resource towards that person. And so, yeah, of course there's times when I'm sitting there on a stage, I'm not feeling anything, but I just try and remember the person I'm doing it for.
And based on the audience, let's say if it's a younger audience, it's an older audience, does the music change?
Of course, yeah. I think that's been a big point in what I'm trying to share is that you can be spiritual in suit and tie. You can be a bhakta in suit and tie. You can be a spiritualist wearing jeans and trainers. Because ultimately it's between you and your God. It's between you and your divine, your Krishna, your Ram, your Shiva. It was never between you and them anyway. And I think that's what I'm trying to share is that, yes, I might change the detail. I might change it to have a guitar playing, and I might have it with a drum kit, or I might have a saxophone playing in the kirtan. But the point is that if the essence is love of God, prema bhakti, if that's the essence, then the detail can change.
All right. So then how would you change the detail for us here at Rising Bharat? This morning, 10 a.m., after a long night for a lot of us,
Yeah,
a busy
me too.
day for all of us on a Friday, and just after breakfast, first session this morning, how are you going to set the tempo for this room here? It's a mix of a lot of people. There are millennials, there are Gen Xs, there are Gen Zs, all of us here.
I would just use one word, and that word is remember. You all know everything I'm speaking right now is not new information to you. I almost feel like I'm preaching to the crowd. The point is that we have to actively use our awareness to remember that there's so much more to life. There's so much more to this human form of life. And I think that what we often suffer from is forgetfulness, that we forget that it's our birthright. It's our birthright. How do you say that in Hindi? Birthright.
Janm Siddh Adhikar.
There you go. It's your birthright to remember that you are a loving, connected person with the Supreme, with God. And when you remember that point, the essence point that you are loving, you are loved by the Supreme, and you are always carried by the Supreme, then you'll feel happy internally because you realize this is all an external show, an external play, a drama, if you will.
All right. So I'm going to do something with you, Prabhu.
Sure.
I'm going to request you to take us to that level. The next 5 minutes are yours. And I'll stop talking. I'll tell you whatever, and we will give you the beat. We'll sing with you. We will pray with you. We'll dance with you. But I'm going to request this. Can you do that for us? Can you just set the pace for all of us for the whole day? Yeah,
You up for
elevate
it?
us.
Yeah? Okay, I don't have any instruments, so the only instrument that we can use is clapping, because you can see I don't have any saxophone or guitar or anything. So I'm going to ask, even for you, you're going to have to get involved and hold the beat down. I'll keep this here for me. Does that sound okay? Okay. So I'm going to ask you all to sit tall. Some of you are not going to comply, and that's cool. You can do you if you're not into it, and you're like, no, I just want to text on Instagram. You do you, no problem. But those of you that are actively with me, if I can invite you to sit tall and close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Just come to the awareness that you are more than your body, you are more than your mind, that in your essence you're a spiritual being lovingly connected with your God, with your Krishna. And in one voice, just to set the tone, let's chant the one syllable, Om. And all I want you to do is hear that sound vibration which will create peace within, presence, a connectedness with the ultimate reality. Deep breath with me. Om. Om. Deep breath twice more. Last one, deep breath. Deep breath in, deep breath out. We're going to try chanting once again. And I want you to keep your eyes closed. We'll chant Om Namah Shivaya. I request you to just try your best not to think about everybody else around you, not to think about the cameras and the lights, not to think about what other people will say about you. This is between you and your God, between you and your Supreme. Mahadev is described, Lord Shiva is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam as being the gatekeeper to bhakti. That with Mahadev's mercy, with Mahadev's kripa, one can once again reclaim their loving devotion to God. So pray. When you chant, I know some of you haven't done this for years, some of you haven't done this for lifetimes. Between you and your God. I'll chant, and then in response, please everybody chant together. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam, Kalornasti, Vanasti, Vanasti, Eva Katiranyata, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. So I know that many of you are expecting me to dance and clap and jump around with you, but I think that sometimes these meditative moments also make a difference to our consciousness, and I hope that that was something that really helped and, yeah, changed your awareness to remember that you're something more in this lifetime. You're meant for something more. It's your birthright. So the key word I leave you with, remember.
Fantastic. Do you all feel better? Thank you. Thank you, Radhika Das, because I want to leave the audience with this energy so that they feel this right through the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Radhika Das, for that beautiful reminder to pause, reflect, and realign. I'm sure all of us here are feeling a lot more centered this morning. Okay, on that note, from the realm of devotion and community with Kirtan singer Radhika Das, let's ground ourselves in a different kind of harmony, the symphony of finance and technology, where trust meets tech, barriers break, and possibilities unfold. In India's digital leap, lending is undergoing a revolution, making credit more accessible, faster, and trustworthy. The stage is now set for currency of lending, trust, tech, transactions. Let's dive into how India's lending landscape is getting a tech makeover and becoming more inclusive. Please welcome Kamlesh Chandra Vashni, whole-time member SEBI, Mr. Hemant Gala, CEO of PhonePe Lending, Mr. Ashok Hariharan, CEO of ID5, and Mr. Aditya B. Chatterjee, MD, Equifax India. In conversation with Chandra Shrikant. Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Chandra, the stage is yours.
Thank you for that. From the spiritual realm to the financial realm. Thank you very much for joining us on Rising Bharat. And I think I want to start with an anecdote that Emmanuel Macron shared last week at the AI Impact Summit, where he said in 2014, a tea seller in Mumbai did not have a bank account, did not have access to credit, but in just 10 years, because of the UPI revolution, he's now able to just use a scanner and accept payments. So he called it a transformational moment for India, something that no other country has been able to do in terms of giving a digital identity to 1.4 billion people. So I guess that's the biggest win as far as Rising Bharat is concerned. But with every technological advancement also come attached risks. So while we've seen rapid strides in digital payments, digital credit, we've also seen instances of digital arrests, cyber frauds, especially for people over 60, over 70, senior citizens, hard-earned savings being lost this way. So today we will discuss how far we have come, but also what we should prepare for going forward, and we have the perfect blend for that We have a regulator view, a lender view, a credit view, and the risk view. So, a very good mix of all four. But let's start with the regulator view. We are talking about Rising Bharat, sir, and I just want to ask you, SEBI has been talking a lot about leveraging technology, leveraging AI for investor protection, for user protection. But what really separates what we are doing in India, how we are able to do this better than other countries? Because the scale is so huge, the scope is so huge. I'm sure the amount of complaints that you have to deal with are exponentially higher than what other countries face. So take us through that.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. And really a very entertaining session we had just before this one, talking about what we are doing at SEBI. So SEBI regulate capital market, and we can proudly say that there are some initiative which we have taken to protect investor interest, to develop market, to deepen market integrity, which no other country has done. And after we have done that, other countries are taking steps. So this is exactly what Prime Minister was referring yesterday, Rising Bharat, something that we are doing on our own. So I will just give 3 examples. There are more examples, but just to touch 3 examples. The first one relates to how we do settlement, trading, and everything. So we were the first country to have T+1 settlement. And, it is only after us, US came out with T+1 settlement. And by that time, we were experimenting with T+0 settlement, which means faster settlement. You sell your stock today, you will get money tomorrow. Or the other way around, you pay money today, you will get your stock tomorrow, which brings a lot of efficiency in the market, reduces chances for manipulations. So this is one thing. And not only that, in the case of settlement, there was one case which we had many years ago when brokers who was handling client securities pledged that security with banks, and then that broker went bankrupt. Now, who will lose the security? Banks will say, I want to encash this security. If you and bank encashes that security, the investor lose their security without their fault. So that case is still going on in Supreme Court. SAT has given a verdict, but somebody has to lose. So, but that's not ideal for the market. So you must have sufficient system in place that nobody loses. And therefore, SEBI came out using technology with a system where there is a system of pledging, repledging, but security remains in customer account. Even when customer sells the security, we have come out with a system where is upstreaming of fund and direct payout of securities, where the fund and securities go directly to the client's account and not through broker's account. This kind of system is nowhere in the world. We are the first one to do it so that the fraud doesn't take place. We have a unique system where clearing corporation has full visibility of the client level visibility, not broker level visibility. All other countries only know brokers level visibility. That means broker can use one client fund against another client's obligations. This cannot happen in India. So once again, this prevents fraud. So we can proudly say the way our stock market works, settlement, margining system, pledging, repledging is unique in the world, and many countries came us, we showed it to them, and they were hugely impressed, and they want to implement that system in their country. So that is one part. My second part is on assured return. We allow mutual fund because their NAV is very transparent, so they publish their performance of their various schemes in a very transparent manner. But if there is an algo provider, if there is an investment analyst, research analyst, they cannot publish their result because they can pick and choose whatever advice they are giving. If their advice has worked, they will say, I will only show that advice. If that advice did not work, they will not show that advice. But therefore, we prevented them from publishing their result. So they came out to us that how can you prevent us? How will I win my clients? So once again, using technology, we have come out with a system which is unique in the world. No other country has this system. What we have a Parva, NSE and CARE together have developed a system which is right now on trial basis. More than 25 people have already registered in that system. So in that system, algo provider or IARA, they come on board right from the beginning. So whatever is their advice, performance gets monitored on real-time basis, and then after a period of 3 months or 6 months, a result is published, whether their advice did well or did not do well, or how much return it gave, or algorithm, how much return it generated. So that is a transparent way of publishing your result. That pilot project will get over in March or April, and from May or June, we will actually have a full-fledged system, which I can proudly say is nowhere else in the world. The third point which you raised about cyber fraud, that digital arrest, different kind of fraud takes place in security market, where you will get a fake app, fake payment link. So lot of people have lost money, and it is not uneducated people. Many of people who are well educated and professional like you, doctors, engineers, chartered accountants, they all highly placed professionals, retired people, have lost crores of rupees because they think that app is genuine. It is Zerodha app or it is Grow app, but it is a fake app. So they put their money over there through a payment link, which is not a verified payment link, and they lose money immediately because the money goes to the scamster. What they show you in fake app is completely fake system, and you think your money is going up. When you want to withdraw, then they disappear. Lot of people have lost crores of rupees in this. So what SEBI has come out using technology is a SEBI check. So this SEBI check can be, there is a link which can be through an app. So we have an app also, Sarthi 2.0. Investors can download, or if they don't want to download the app, there is a link on our website. You use that link and you scan the QR code of the payment link. It will show you it is a genuine or a fake one. Genuine means only from security market perspective. So, and that, or there is another system there that you can enter bank account number and IFSC number in that SEBI check. If this bank account is of a market intermediary, capital market intermediary, then it will say, yes, you can make the payment. It is verified. So that way, through SEBI check, you can actually know, particularly if you are making a big payment to somebody, that whether your money is going to the right person. So that SEBI check has initiative we are popularizing through advertisement. We are going to all colleges, universities, telling students, actually demonstrating that SEBI check to them. Yesterday also I was in quite a big university, thousands of students. We demonstrated how this SEBI check is to be used. Because this is one thing we feel that, once again, this is not anywhere else. We have also done very important step, which is right now only with Google Play Store, not with Apple Play Store, is if you open your Android phone, Play Store, and you type any, want to download any capital market, security market intermediaries, let's say Grow, Zerodha, Motilal, anybody's app, it will show verified. Now that verified tick is available only on those apps which have been verified by SEBI.
Right.
So that is a very important step which has been taken. We are very thankful to Google who has helped us in doing this. We are still negotiating with Apple because we want to tell them one simple thing. In this digital world, there is a good use of technology and bad use of technology. It is important that all these people who are using technology for good should come together and pool their resources. That is how we convinced Google. Apple, we still have to work with them, but hopefully they will also come.
It's good that you convinced Google, because I think 95% of India is on Android.
Yeah.
So Apple should come through hopefully soon as well. But just out of curiosity, through a show of hands, how many of you know people who have been victims of digital arrests. Okay, that's not a high number, but I think, I don't know, I think I have at least come across many people, even doctors who have lost 15 lakhs, which is absolutely
No,
stunning.
even crores.
Okay, my friend lost 15
Yeah.
lakhs, but yes, there have been people who've lost crores. How many of you have been subject to fake links or phishing links, like he said, fake payment links?
Yeah, a lot of.
Okay. But I think you've listed out some interesting steps, especially the verified one on Play Store is a good step, and the others as well. So hopefully people will become more aware of this.
And
But
Google told us that we have done it first time in India, now we are going to roll out in other countries.
great.
So,
So that's setting the benchmark for other countries. But moving on from the market side to the lending side, Hemant, and what separates PhonePe from others is, first of all, the scale of your platform. You have a dominant position when it comes to payments, but you're also a two-sided network with a consumer play, a merchant play, and there have been so many technological advances in the last 10 years that's also changed the way credit is done in India. You have flow-based lending now, which is taking off based on credit history of any small vendor. How has that changed things for you? The fact that you have your QR codes in so many different PIN codes across India, right from a pani puri vendor to a general merchant to a general store. How has that worked for you?
So I think it's worked wonderfully well. So going with the theme Rising Bharat, right? One critical element of Rising Bharat is the credit to GDP ratio. Credit has to be something which is sustainable, which is compliant, but which is something which lays the foundation of the economic growth of the country. If you look at credit to GDP ratio for a country like India, it's right now at around 90%. China would be at around 120, 130%. The evolved economies would be at about 180, 190%. But within that, if you break this up, the credit to GDP ratio for the retail consumer segment is at 25%. Even below, the MSME segment is at 19%. But within that, the micro merchants. So today, where large amount of payment digitization has happened is with the micro merchants. And in the MSME space, micro merchants contribute to almost 95% in terms of count. There, the credit to GDP ratio is just 4%. So there's been a big gap in the entire credit adoption if you go across segments. And if we see what has happened in last 10 years, if I broadly divided in phases, I would say from 2015 to 2020 was the entire digitization phase, which led to a trust being built. Like sir was saying, the T+1 settlement, the flow of money, the fact that my money will come, the fact that if I make payment, it will get paid, the fact that I've given mandate, the entire trust got built on the digitization journey that we created. The entire ecosystem which jointly created on UPI, on GST, and a lot more other things. The second phase was around, the data and the formalization phase, which meant that people who were not in the formal digital ecosystem or who couldn't understand, the ecosystem couldn't understand their credit standing and all. That formalization phase has come in, which has led to data, understanding of structured data formats to be able to, figure out what is the credit standing, how to lend, and how to give money to people. And with such growth and this thing comes rightfully the regulatory intervention because it brings in the right structures. RBI has played a fantastic role in bringing out digital lending guidelines, which has helped look at it in a very structured way. It has helped looking at ensuring the money goes in the customer's bank account. There's key fact statements, the privacy elements have got taken care of. Sorry, given this context, right, the digitization, the formalization, and the regulatory intervention is now poised for a fantastic growth because when we see our two-sided networks, India is, while we are in tier 1 city, but India, I would say, there's India and then there's Bharat 1, Bharat 2, Bharat 3, and which is...
This is like how VCs like to divide it like
Yes.
India 1, India 2, India
Yes.
3.
And in there, the micro merchant segment, which is essentially was on the fringe of the financial inclusion, never saw, intense amount of ability to access credit. And that is what we are trying to unlock because with the QRs being there, there's an understanding of the business that the merchant is doing. There's understanding of the credit standing and the digital payments have played a supporting role because, for example, what we do today is in terms of lending to small merchants through our partners is a daily repayment. A small kirana store, a small corner store doesn't have needs. So there is a concept of survival credit and growth credit. So medium and small enterprises would need growth credit, but a lot, 95% of MSME is survival credit, which means they need money to be able to run their business the next day, or the next month, or to be able to sustain festive period. So that is what we've unlocked, because with the flow-based lending, with the digital payments, which means there's mandates, UPI-based mandates where there is daily repayments, with the bureau guardrails improving, with the regulatory intervention coming in, which means that instead of a 45-day update or 30-day, it is now a weekly cycle with which there is updates on the bureau. Customers have been able to understand what a credit score really means, why it is important. So there is element of, even in a tier 3, 4, 5 cities where the merchants or consumers who are taking loan realize that my credit score has to be good. That means I have to pay. I have to, and there is a, an issue resolution mechanism which has been put in place within 30 days. So there is so much of work that is happening that I think we are rightly poised. And that is what we are leveraging at PhonePe in a very sustainable way, where, ensuring that customers, not just in tier 1, but 3, 4, 5 cities, towns, villages get access to credit. Likewise, merchants who were not being able to, in a very formal way, access credit, have a sustainable flow of credit because of the transactions, because of digitization, because of GST and account aggregator, which gives a way better view of the merchants to us now.
Right. Aditya, if I can just come to you, and this is a two-part question. One segment of credit that was very buzzy a couple of years ago, till RBI came out with its digital lending guidelines, was the whole BNPL segment. What have we learned from that experience in terms of how credit is being underwritten for that segment? By BNPL, I mean the buy now, pay later loans that all of us would have seen on various apps. And secondly, we also talk about a thin credit file. So how can, transactions alone help us understand such customers better in terms of repayment guarantees? Hemant touched upon some parts of it, but if you can tell us.
Sure, thanks. So coming to the first part, the BNPL or the low ticket PL, right? That was a rage, say, for 3-4 years. For the right reasons, RBI did come very strongly on it last 18 months. And these have become a lot more controlled now. And as a bureau, we feel that this is the right step because it has a direct effect on delinquency. We had seen that these low ticket loans, and when I say low ticket, let's take, say, 50,000, 0 to 50,000 as the bracket. In these low ticket loans, the delinquencies, which is 30 plus, you haven't paid more than 30 days, goes as high as 26%, which is an immensely high delinquency. Good delinquencies are 2 to 3%. So this used to go up to 26%. So this had a very vicious cycle because what lenders started doing is they started pricing in the delinquency. So the interest rates would also go up to, say, 40, 50%, which should be up to 10, 11%. The good news is that we see that stopped now. Right? Everybody has become very cautious in terms of this segment. The growth, the standard growth that we see in the low-ticket PL or BNPL, that segment is around 15 to 20%, which was trending 40, 50% 2 to 3 years back. All the lenders have become very cautious not to breach the 15, 20% growth level. They have become very cautious on the ticket size. We have seen that there is a direct effect of the ticket size and delinquency. Again, 0 to 50,000 has a very high delinquency. But if we go to a loan above 1 lakh or 2 lakh, it becomes very secure, right? So there's a direct effect of the ticket size. So right now we see that the low ticket or the BNPL is much more controlled, and thanks to the RBI and thanks to the lenders for making that happen. Coming to the second part of your question, so there are 3 parts to a credit journey, right? One is NTC, new to credit. There the lenders look at various other parameters like maybe your telco usage, your utility usage, your cohort in the bureau. So that is the new to credit. In India, just to give you a number, we have about 300 to 350 million bureau active, which is obviously one of the largest in the world. A UK would be 30 million, so we'll be about 10x the size of any other developed country. But a thin file comes after new to credit, which is, again, a rule of thumb is that bureau presence of just 6 months, or you just have one small loan. Uh, the good part of a thin file is that it starts the credit journey, right? And there are also ways to underwrite thin files. Things like gold loan, two-wheeler, MFI are the ones where the thin file becomes the most. So that is also very closely tracked. And lastly, I'll come to one last point, as Hemant spoke about the micro. I think to make India credit-worthy, the micro, which is 95% in size, but only 4% in terms of the volume of the loans, have to grow. The second thing we all have to grow is the MFI, which is the microfinance. Microfinance is an average household income of 3 lakhs per year, so absolute bottom of the pyramid. And there is about more than 8 crore bureau presence of MFI customers. And I think that's a very good sign as well for credit inclusion.
Wow, that's an amazing statistic. 95% in terms of size, but only 4% in terms of credit, the micro market. So you actually have a very large market to go after, Hemant. But Ashok, Identify plays a very important role in the whole digital KYC, background verification space. And I want to understand, is AI helping you or harming you? Because it's become significantly easier to create fake profiles which look extremely original. So has it made your work tougher or easier?
So I think fraud keeps me up all night, right? And in terms of scams, just a broad number.
And it gets more and more inventive, right? If you seem Jamtara.
Yeah, and I'm the one guy who's looking forward to fraud, right? Everybody else is like, hey, we need fraud to stop.
These guys will not be so happy about that.
I'm like, yeah, if fraud goes up, my business goes up, right? Probably I'm the only guy who's excited about it. But anyway, but
the SEBI person is not too happy.
We lost about 34,000 crores approximately to scams last year, reported. Unreported, unofficial estimates is probably
34,000 crores.
That's right.
That's
reported.
Insane. Okay.
That is cybercrime reported, RBI reported, all regulators reported put together is about 34,000 crores. More than likely, because unreported, that is, most people don't come and report. The likely number is probably about 80 or 1,000 crores, which is a $10 billion fraud market, right? This was about just a couple of years back, reported used to be, I mean, not a couple of years, 5 years back, reported used to be about 3,000, 4,000 crores. I think you would also remember that those days, it's gone up 10x, right? So the fraud scams
have gone...
You
seem very happy it's gone up 10x.
I'm very happy. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Fraud scams money lost to scams has gone up faster than Elon Musk's net worth. Right? So in that context, to your question, we are seeing a lot more AI originated fraud. That is, what's one of the things with digitization is that once you remove the person from physical contact, it's easier to commit fraud in some sense, right? Because you can kind of run engines on top of that, and you're not meeting the person. So he can actually, if he gets through a hole, he can attack that 100 times. Earlier, he could probably attack that only once. That's an unfortunate sort of side effect of fraud, and obviously, fraudsters use all kinds of tools, and they are usually one or two steps ahead of us. So we kind of plug a hole, and then they figure out another one. But today, in terms of deepfakes, we are able to catch that. In fact, PhonePe is one of our customers in that end. We can catch deepfakes today. Pretty much, if you use the Identify platform, or for that matter, a lot of my competition platform, that's a plugged hole. Where we are not able to plug is see, on the digital KYC side, I think we have pretty good technology to solve for that. On the physical side, there's still a lot of loopholes. Right? Because you're physically carrying documents. Only about 20%, between maybe PhonePe might be in the higher end of that spectrum, but most banks, only about 20% of the journeys are digitized, which means what happens in the physical side? How are you getting your SIM cards, for example? These are your holes that need to be plugged, and there has to be a common layer, in my opinion, across all regulated entities to follow a standard model for catching KYC fraudsters, largely because if they once they enter the system, they can do a lot of havoc. havoc, right? I don't think there's unified KYC norms across regulators, unfortunately, today.
No, there's CKYC, KI is there.
Yeah, but if you look at the submission norms for, like, for example, telecom, TRI is different from RBI.
No, that's right. But I think that is now going to be harmonized.
That's what
there are two stages of KYC. First stage only asks you identity and address, and the second stage asks you customer due diligence. So customer due diligence will differ from a service entity. That will differ.
And that's my point. Yeah. Is that if your norms on the banking norms is higher than telecom, right, and the telecom guys are allowing people through, then you have a SIM card with a number. You can do anything today, and then open a bank account right after because you'll rely on a CKYC submission which the telcos did, which is a weaker submission in general. Then your whole system is actually, is broken to some extent.
Right. Last 3 minutes. So I'm just going to ask each of you, what is the one thing that you do to ensure that you're safe digitally, or what's the one or two checks that you do? I think Mr. Varshni started with a couple of things that SEBI has done, but Hemant, as someone who is, I would say, very tech savvy, part of a large digital platform, what's the one or two things, tips or tricks that you would like to share with this audience?
I mean, this is an ever-catching, game, and you need to be, I think, the awareness, right, being on top of, just being aware of what is happening. For us, at the company level at PhonePe, it's our DNA. I mean, fraud is something which we've been working with for last 10 years across with everyone in the ecosystem, with NPCI, banks, with government, continuously relaying and trying to, understand what the fraud patterns are and just be on the top of it. So that's why we've been able to proactively, the fact that, UPI is a device SIM-binded protocol, which ensures that you still have, fair amount of guardrails built in there. But FRA fraud risk is a continuous journey, which we attempt to be on top of it. I think creating awareness and just being aware. I mean, a lot of times it is just about, that small incentive that comes your way, saying, that bait comes your way, or there's a fear mongering which gets created. You just need to be, friends, family, be aware of it. Don't play into the fear and don't play into the incentive.
It probably isn't.
Sorry?
If something is too good to be true,
yes,
it's probably
so incentive
not.
and fear mongering are the two things which, just play out on human, psychology, which, we need to be just continuously be on top of.
Right. Aditya, quickly your thoughts.
So, as a bureau is mostly a custodian of data. We don't generate data, or we cannot, in fact, have any modifications done to the data. But what we take care of is that the interaction that we do for a credit report is purely based on consent. That's very important for our business. That is very important from the regulator. So whatever journey that you have from a credit perspective, that has to follow a very, very strong consent mechanism. There are many built-in checks within the consent mechanism. For example, there is no perennial kind of consent. Every 6 months, a fresh consent has to be taken. So that is the guardrail that we work on very strongly.
Ashok?
What's the question?
What are the one or two tips or tricks that you would like to share?
Yeah,
as someone who sees these frauds?
Yeah, I think I don't pick up numbers which I don't recognize.
But what if it's a reporter who doesn't know you?
I don't pick it up somewhere. Yes, they have to get through someone else. But essentially, I mean, don't, I'll give an example, maybe just quickly, a short anecdote. My father-in-law passed away about 2 years ago. Just the day after, my wife got a call. And the call, basically, the guy said, बेटा आपके पापा ने मेरे पास कुछ 50,000 छोड़ के गए हैं, आपको ट्रांसफर करना है मेरे को वापस, give me your account number. My wife, in that emotional turmoil, gave the account number to transfer. The SMS came in. It sounded like HDFC, but the number was not an HDFC number. Fortunately, she's married to me, and I keep talking about fraud, so she didn't. And then right after the call came back again, बेटा गलती से मैंने कुछ 75,000 ट्रांसफर कर दिया, आप वापस मेरे को 25,000 ट्रांसफर कर दीजिए. Now, the problem here is, how did he know that the father passed away? Who leaked that data? It's either my security guard, the hospital, the government, that's, wherever we got the death certificate from, the ambulance, or the hospital, right? Now, if that data is leaked, what are they doing? They are attacking you at the most emotionally distraught state, because you're not going to be thinking normally. So when you're making transfers, one of the first things to think about is just step back, think through whether this sounds right. It's not just about greed. Like there are 3-4 things. One is greed. Other one is emotional turmoil. The other one is stupidity. These are the 3 reasons that fraudsters use, right? So
We're out of time, sir, but final word to you. Anything that you would like to say in 10, 15 seconds on how people should be more aware and vigilant?
No, I think from SEBI perspective, probably technology, I have already touched upon what steps we are taking and we will continue to take. But the special emphasis is right now on investor education. And we are, all our market intermediaries, infrastructure institutions, SEBI, we are reaching out to all villages through panchayat, to students and all, and creating this awareness about the kind of frauds which are taking place and what is the right way of investing. So hopefully, with that kind of educational initiative that we are taking, there would be some change.
Great. On that note, this has been a very informative, enlightening panel. Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you, everyone. A big round of applause, please, for our amazing cricketers on the stage. This is going to be a tough one for me because I already see they have not followed the nameplates. So I don't know whether they're going to follow any direction that I give to this panel. They're going to do their own thing. बैठिए बैठिए चलो शुरू करते हैं. शमी भाई कह रहे मैं तो अपनी सही जगह पे बैठा हूँ. So, it's so wonderful to have them here, so much experience between them. Our lady captain is also here. But I want to start, of course, with Shami bhai, because मैंने उनको पहले ही बोल दिया था, ready रहे. Shami bhai, सबसे ज़्यादा जो सब सुनना चाहेंगे आपसे, वो है 2023 वर्ल्ड कप की यादें. बहुत ही रेयरली ऐसा होता है कि कोई वर्ल्ड कप इंडिया ना जीते या कोई टीम ना जीते और फाइनल में जाके उनको हार्ट ब्रेक झेलना पड़े, लेकिन एक प्लेयर की परफॉर्मेंस पूरे देश और पूरी दुनिया को याद रहती है. वो परफॉर्मेंस थी आपकी इस वर्ल्ड कप में. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मोहम्मद शमी, हु वाज द मैन ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट रियली एज फार एज द 2023 वर्ल्ड कप इज कंसर्न. इंडिया कुडंट विन द टाइटल, बट अब आप उस 2023 वर्ल्ड कप के बारे में सोचते हैं तो क्या सोचते हैं, क्या याद आता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यार कि सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने जो वो फील किया, वो जो आप लोगों का प्यार दिखा वहाँ पे, और वो जो एक होता है ना कि जज्बा दिखाई देता है लोगों में भी, वो एक अलग पंप करता है हमें एज ए प्लेयर, क्योंकि जब हम ग्राउंड में होते हैं तो क्राउड का सपोर्ट एक नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जाता है हमें. तो वो भी एक अलग लेवल का नज़र आ रहा था 2023 में. और जहाँ तक परफॉर्मेंस की सवाल है, कहते हैं ना कि एक ड्रीम होता है कि इंसान ऐसा ऐसा करना चाहता है क्रिकेट में, या फिर मैं ऐसा बॉल डालना चाहता हूँ, या मैं बॉल से बात करना चाहता हूँ। सो उस तरीके का वो परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा था, क्योंकि हमेशा आईसीसी इवेंट में मैं फर्स्ट मैचेस में मैं रेस्ट पे ही रहा हूँ हमेशा। मैंने पानी पिला के कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, तो मैं हमेशा वेट करता रहता था कि जब आपका टर्न आएगा, जब आपको मौका मिलेगा, जब आपको टीम को ज़रूरत होगी, आप कितने प्रिपेयर हैं, कितने तैयार हैं उस चीज़ के लिए, आप कितना हंगर हैं आप विकेट लेने के लिए। तो वो मैं हमेशा वेट करता था। लेकिन 2023 वर्ल्ड कप में जो पहली परफॉर्मेंस आई मेरी धर्मशाला में, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि लाइफ में एक मोमेंट आता है ना कि मैं ये ऊंचाइयां छूना चाहता हूँ। मैं बॉल के साथ वो फील कर रहा था, बॉल हाथ में लेके, कि मैं इससे जो चाहे कर सकता हूँ।
वाह।
तो ये एक टाइम पे आता है, ऐसे बैट्समैन भी आता है कि हाँ हमारा टच ऐसा होता है कि
इन द जोन जिसे कहते हैं।
नहीं, किसी दिन ऐसा होता है कि आप एज ए बैट्समैन भी अगर आप चाहें कि हाँ कि मैं ना मारना चाहूँ, लेकिन वो बैट में आके लगती है। तो वैसा ही वो फील चल रहा था। और जो मोमेंटम था टीम का वो आपने देखा ही है, और जो क्रेज पब्लिक में था, जो जो सपने सबको दिखते थे, उससे ज़्यादा तो हमें दिखते थे, रात को नींद नहीं आती थी। लेकिन कहते हैं ना, नसीब को कोई नहीं बदल सकता। लेकिन मैंने वो बॉल के साथ वो फील किया है, ऐसे लगता था जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बॉल के साथ और बॉल मेरे हिसाब से चल रही है। तो वो मेरी लाइफ के बेस्ट दिन रहे हैं वर्ल्ड कप के। वर्ल्ड कप मैंने बहुत खेले हैं, लेकिन वो बॉल के साथ जो कनेक्शन बना था, वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है लाइफ में कभी नहीं बना।
Amazing. It was seriously amazing to watch you perform like that. लेकिन जब आप पहले कुछ मैचेस में जब वेट कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने बोला कि पहले एक दो मैचेस में आपको बेंच पे ही बैठना पड़ता है, तब दिमाग में मतलब बहुत नर्वसनेस थी कि मेरा मौका आएगा नहीं आएगा, कब तक आएगा, जब तक आएगा ऐसा ना हो कि मैं जो ये जोन है मेरा जोन ही निकल जाए जब तक मेरे मैच आएगा।
नहीं, हिस्ट्री उठाकर देखो, सारे वर्ल्ड कप में ऐसे ही हुआ है मेरे साथ। एक शो में मैंने और भी बोला था कि शायद मुझे उसका फल मिलता हो कि आप उतना वेट कर रहे हैं, आप उतना बेसब्री से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि आप कब खेलेंगे। लेकिन ये पार्ट ऑफ द गेम है, आपकी टीम है, आपकी कंट्री है, आपके लिए आप हर चीज़ के लिए वेट कर सकते हैं। आप उस लेवल में हैं कि 11 ही लोग खेल सकते हैं, तो आपको वो अंडरस्टैंड करना पड़ेगा, वो आपको समझना पड़ेगा। ये जॉब कैप्टन की भी बड़ी डिफ़िकल्ट है, काफ़ी लंबे टाइम तक मिताली ने उसको निभाया है। बट आई अंडरस्टैंड कि हाँ आप 11 प्लेयर खेल सकते हैं, और जो कैप्टन और कोच को जो बेस्ट लगता है वो खिलाते हैं, पहले वो उस ऑप्शन को चूज़ करते हैं। ठीक है, लेकिन जब आपका टाइम आए आपको वो फिर वो हंगर दिखाना चाहिए। तो मैं उस पर बिलीव करता था कि आज मेरा टाइम शायद नहीं है, जिस दिन आएगा मैं उस चीज़ को आपको शो करके दिखाऊंगा।
Amazing, amazing. Before I ask you about what happened after the 2023 World Cup, क्योंकि उसकी भी बहुत चर्चा हो रही है, मैं पूछ ही लेती हूँ आपसे, क्योंकि अभी भी लोग यही पूछते हैं कि भाई शमी कहाँ है, टीम में क्यों नहीं है शमी?
मैं तो खेल रहा था। मैं तो रणजी ट्रॉफी खेल रहा हूँ, पूरा सीजन खेल कर आया हूँ। लेकिन हाँ, सीरियस इंजरी थी, 4 साल से उसको कैरी कर रहा था। 19 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद से वो पेन था हील में, फिर नी में स्वेलिंग आना, वर्ल्ड कप पूरा इंजरी में खेलना, वो सब चीज़ें थोड़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई थी। अब ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होने लगी थी। इवन अगर मॉर्निंग में मैं तब उठता था तो आई कैंट वॉक, कि हाँ मुझे 10 कदम मुझे वॉशरूम जाने के लिए भी मुझे सोचना पड़ता था फर्स्ट 15-20 मिनट के लिए, जब तक बॉडी वार्म नहीं होती। तो मैं इतना ज़्यादा स्टिफ हो गया था, तो मेरे पास एक लास्ट ऑप्शन था कि आप उसको सर्जरी कराएं। 2023 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद सर्जरी कराने के लिए फिर मुझे वो साल भर लग गया। फिर चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी में आया, थोड़ा हैवी था, थोड़ा वेट था, लेकिन उसको कम किया, ट्रेनिंग किया, अपने स्किल पे बिलीव किया, दोबारा से बैक किया। रणजी ट्रॉफी खेला, अच्छा गया, टचवुड सीजन भी बहुत अच्छा गया है। होपफुली आगे देखते हैं क्या होता है।
नहीं, बट मन में थोड़ा रहता है, सिलेक्टर्स ने जैसे बीच में बोल दिया था कि वो फिट होते तो उन्हें ले लेते, और आपने बोला था मैं तो तैयार हूँ।
यार ये मैं पहले भी बोल चुका हूँ, ये सब चीज़ें मेरे हाथ में नहीं है। मेरे हाथ में एक ही काम है कि मैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दिखाऊँ, आपको ग्राउंड पे आकर दिखाऊँ, आपको भाग कर दिखाऊँ। मैं किसी को ब्लेम नहीं करता हमेशा, ना मैंने पहले किया ना मैं अब करता हूँ। आपका काम है एज ए स्पोर्ट्समैन, आप मेहनत करते रहिए। आप अपना माथा कितना मार सकते हैं वहाँ पे, बार बार आप कितना रिपीट कर सकते हैं, कितना पेशेंस रख सकते हैं, वो मैटर करता है आपकी लाइफ में। और लाइफ यही है यार, आप सुबह उठते हैं, हार्ड वर्क करते हैं, शाम को घर वापस चले जाते हैं, वेट करते हैं अपने टर्न का। तो मैं हमेशा उसी पे बिलीव करता हूँ कि आप हार्ड वर्क करते रहिए, लक को आप नहीं छीन सकते।
Yuzi, is it tough sometimes to have that expectation that you have to keep performing? You have to keep showing that you are worth it. How do you handle that as a cricketer, where you have to keep proving yourself again and again and again?
That's our job. That's why we are professional cricketers. Because एक चीज़ आपके हाथ में रहती है, वो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस है। बाहर क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि मैं चेस भी खेला हूँ, तो मेरे को वहाँ से थोड़ा सा पेशेंस मिला है। और जब फिर डैड वगैरह से सीखा कि जो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है उसके बारे में नहीं सोचना चाहिए। जैसे आप क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, बारिश होगी, क्या होगा, विकेट कैसी होगी, वो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है। तो इट्स बेटर यू कैन फोकस जो आपके हाथ में है, और मैं हमेशा उस चीज़ को फॉलो करता हूँ।
बट जैसे बहुत ये कमेंट्री जैसे होती है कि अभी फॉर एग्जांपल जो हो रहा है, अब तो आप कमेंटेटर हैं, आप बात कर सकते हैं, कि बातचीत नहीं होती प्लेयर्स और सेलेक्टर्स के बीच में, या कम्युनिकेशन सही नहीं है। आपने नोटिस किया है क्या ये है प्रॉब्लम?
शामी भाई, आपकी होती है? नहीं, मेरे तो मैं जब भी मैंने बात किया है, मैंने रोहित भैया, विराट भैया हमेशा, या जब माही भाई थे तो मैं उनसे ही बात करता था। क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि जब मेरे हाथ में बॉल है, मैं उस पर ज़्यादा फोकस करूं। क्योंकि एक चीज़, जैसे अब बड़ा हुआ हूं मैं लाइफ में, तो एक चीज़ सीखिए, कभी ना कभी आपको कोई रिप्लेस करेगा। वो 5 साल बाद करे, 7 साल बाद करे, या 10 साल बाद करे, वो आपके लक पे है। तो यू हैव टू बी प्रिपेयर मेंटली उसके लिए। क्योंकि ये गेम ही ऐसा है कि कोई आएगा, फिर उसके लिए कोई और आएगा। तो इट्स बेटर जस्ट focus in your life, enjoy.
But, you were there in the World Cup winning squad. But as Shami said, he had to wait for a few matches, then he got a chance. But you didn't. So, as an athlete, this must be really, really hard, isn't it?
I don't think so, क्योंकि ये is not an individual game, it's a team game. और आप 15 लोगों में जब होते हो ना, तो मेरे लिए वही प्राउड मोमेंट है। मैं वर्ल्ड कप टीम के साथ रह के देख रहा हूँ, इस घर बैठ के नहीं देख रहा। मेरे पास इंडियन जर्सी अभी भी है। तो आई फील कि मैं अपने आप को चीज़ को एंजॉय करूँ, उस मोमेंट को। मेरे कोलीग्स को जो हेल्प चाहिए मैं वो चीज़ दूँ। क्योंकि जीतेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे, हारेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे। तो चाहे मैं नहीं खेला हूँ, लेकिन अभी लोग मेरे को अभी भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बोलते हैं।
That feeling is a good one, isn't it? Mithali, as a captain, you had to deal with a lot of these things. In a team sport, this is a problem, of course. You can't keep everybody happy. You can't have... we always have a problem of plenty as far as our Indian cricket setup is concerned. So how did you deal with things like this? These are very tricky questions. To keep players happy also, to have the communication straight, that boss, this is what we need right now, this is what we don't need right now. Because careers are at stake. They're on the line.
Well, I think it's very difficult as a captain, because you'll have to think about all 15 of them. Of course, the players' mindset is they obviously want opportunities to prove that they do have in them to perform for the team and contribute. But then as a captain, you probably have to consider a lot many factors when you're putting 11 together. And it's a little... what can I say? As a captain, I personally felt pretty lonely doing this job, because not everybody will understand from the point of view your own decision why you have certain players in and why you haven't picked certain players. But as a leader, one you can do is be more compassionate and empathetic towards your team players. And just give your shoulder for them. You have to be that sounding board where they can throw up their frustration, and you don't judge them for that. So I think
how often did that happen with you, when players were bringing their frustration to you?
Well, since I have pretty much led 4 generations of players, it was pretty easy to reach out to the seniors, because obviously they are very professional. They've already gone through that experience as a young captain. Perhaps they were trying to help me out when I was pretty young as a captain. Players that I've played with of my own age, I was able to do this much better, because they've seen me as a friend. and that communication was much easier. But I found it very difficult with the current generation because of the age gap, because of where we stand also in terms of, I'm the 80s kid. And some of them like Shefali and Richa were not born when I made my debut for India. So you can understand, like, I found it very difficult to reach out to them. And, but then I had to change, tweak a little the person that I am to able to come down to the level that they are and speak to them, have fun with them. There are times when jab wo jokes crack karte, I don't feel like there's nothing to laugh about. But then मैं fake करती हूँ, I just laugh. I like, because they have to be comfortable, right? So I've done all of that. Ultimately, क्या है? I want the team to do well. I want the players to be in good space. Team जीतना, of course, everybody wants it. लेकिन वहाँ पे थोड़े players will be there who feel bad, who feel left out. So it's the job of the leader to make sure that they don't feel that. They are still very much in the context of the team. उनकी जो contribution है, you know, like say Arundhati, the current, when they won the World Cup, Smriti or Jemima spoke about Arundhati, the only player who didn't get a chance throughout the World Cup. And it could have been very different for that girl. But she was there for them emotionally and mentally as well. So it's a little difficult, but I think as a team, when you're together for about 2-3 years, you sort of find that comfort level where you can express.
जोक्स की बातें कर रही थी मिथाली, तो आप जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे मेरे ख्याल से शमी भाई के साथ. माइक पे बोलिए ना बिल्कुल.
मैंने क्या बोला शर्म? मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला.
नहीं, बट यू आर नोन एज, इफ आई कैन यूज द टर्म, द जोकर ऑफ द पैक. क्लियरली आप सबको हंसाते रहते हैं और यू नो मजा करते रहते हैं. आपकी वो इमेज है यूजी. सो वाज दैट one of the reasons why it was easier for you sometimes to handle everything?
No, it's nothing like that. It's me. Like I can't be fake. मैं जो फील्ड, हाँ फील्ड पे थोड़ा सा जब बॉल हाथ में होता है तो आई एम ए डिफरेंट पर्सन, बट उसके बाद इट्स मी ओनली. और ये अब से नहीं है, मैं स्टार्टिंग से ऐसा हूँ. आई लव टू एंजॉय एवरी मोमेंट ऑफ द लाइफ. तो मतलब टेंशन ऑलरेडी लाइफ में बहुत है, ग्राउंड का क्रिकेट को लेके होती है, पर्सनल लाइफ को लेके होती है, लेकिन जब व्हेन यू मीट विद योर पीपल तो आई जस्ट वांट टू एंजॉय दैट मोमेंट. लाइक क्योंकि वो पता नहीं कि कब वापस आए, क्योंकि कल का किसी को कुछ भरोसा रहता नहीं है. तो मेरे को जब भी टाइम मिलता है, मेरे को लगता है कि मैं आजकल अपना जो लाइफ अब ऐसे जीता हूँ कि मैं आज दबा के खुल के जीऊंगा, क्योंकि कल का किसी को पता नहीं होता. तो देन आई एम एंजॉयिंग मोर दिस लाइफ.
Interesting. But what do you enjoy more? Did you enjoy when you were doing your own TV or your own series, or when you were a commentator now? What does UV like more? Usually like more?
Child TV पे तो just you can fun and all, at least you can retake. Commentary पे you can't retake. मतलब कुछ बोल दिया तो मतलब वो गया,
वो निकल गई बात हाथ से. एंड मुझे आप बता रहे थे आप हरियाणवी कमेंट्री बड़ा पसंद करते हैं, तो हमारे दर्शकों के लिए कुछ सुनाइए हरियाणवी कमेंट्री. सोचिए इंडिया और साउथ अफ्रीका का मैच हो रहा है वर्ल्ड कप में.
ये तो डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा मैडम जी, ने बताओ क्या बोलूं. और
शमी भाई कौन सी लैंग्वेज में कमेंट्री पसंद करते हैं? बंगाली.
यार मैं हमेशा वो लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ जो हमारी भी ऑडियंस को ज़्यादा समझ आए. क्योंकि इंडिया में हम लोग कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है, ऐसा फील होता है कि 70% लोग तो ऐसे हैं जो विलेज में जो आपको मतलब दिल से चाहते हैं, बेचारों को उनको इंग्लिश समझ नहीं आती, उनको डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज समझ नहीं आती. लेकिन जो लोकल लैंग्वेज है आपकी, आप किसी भी स्टेट से हो, तो हमेशा वही प्रेफर करता हूँ. आप जहाँ पर हैं आपकी लोकल लैंग्वेज में, जैसे आजकल आपको मिल गए हैं बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस, वो आपको आपकी बात उनके दिल तक पहुंचती है. वो लोग समझ पाते हैं कि स्पोर्ट्स का जो नॉलेज है हमारे तक कैसे पहुंचेगा, स्पोर्ट्स के जो वर्ड्स हैं वो हमारे दिल तक कैसे पहुंचेंगे, वो हमें क्या बोलना चाहते हैं या क्या सुनना चाहते हैं, वो ज़्यादा मैटर करता है. तो डजंट मैटर आप कहाँ पर हैं, मैं हमेशा लोकल लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ. कि आप चलो आप कहीं अगर बाहर खेलने गए हुए हैं, अब्रॉड गए हुए हैं, तो वहाँ पर एक समझ सकते हैं कि आप इंग्लिश प्रेफर कर सकते हैं. बट इंडिया में इतनी सारी लैंग्वेजेस हैं कि अब आके ऑप्शन खुले हैं. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि हाँ ये ऑप्शंस खुले हैं और लोगों के दिल तक वो बात पहुंचती है.
अब तो भोजपुरी में भी कमेंट्री हो रही है और तेलुगु वगैरह तमिल वगैरह में तो होती थी, बट नाउ देयर आर सो मेनी मोर लैंग्वेजेस. तो कभी कभी क्या आप अपने दिमाग में बंगाली कमेंट्री करने की भी कोशिश करते हैं? क्योंकि बंगाली तो आप अच्छे से जानते हैं.
बंगाली तो हमेशा, मतलब मुझे 22-23 साल हो गए बंगाल में, तो आती है, समझ भी आती है, बोलनी भी आती है. बट हरियाणवी और जो हम लोग अभी भोजपुरी की बात कर रहे थे, वहाँ पे जो वो लैंग्वेज थ्रो करते हैं कि हाँ डिफरेंट टाइप का एक उनका बोलने का तरीका होता है, वो बहुत मज़ा होता है। मैं हमेशा जब भी टीवी पे ऑन करता हूँ तो बीच बीच में मैं वो भोजपुरी लगा देता हूँ, तो सारे घर वाले ये क्या है बट फन के लिए वो अच्छी चीज़ है कि आप कौन सी लैंग्वेज में सुनना पसंद करेंगे। और हरियाणवी तो जैसे ये जानते हैं, ये बोल के नहीं दिखा रहा है, वो बात अलग है। बट
शमी भाई थोड़ा सा माइक ऊपर कर लीजिए।
बट मज़ा आता है उसमें। इसको आती है, बताना
आपके लिए
नहीं
कह रहे हैं,
चाहता।
हरियाणवी बोल के सुना दीजिए और थोड़ा सा।
के सुनोगे शामी भाई बताओ हैं?
बोलना तुझे कमेंट।
शामी भाई बैटिंग न्यू करा करें, जना बॉल का उड़ता तीर बनाता करे ना, क्यों शामी भाई?
मैं इसकी एक बात बताता हूँ, जब हम ग्राउंड पे होते हैं, टफ सिचुएशन होती है ना, हम लोग मैच खेल रहे होते हैं, चल रहा होता है मैच, ये देखेगा कि मुझे, मैं कभी जैसे चाय लेने जा रहा हूँ या फिर अंदर ड्रेसिंग रूम में जा रहा हूँ, देखेगा शमी भाई इधर आओ, बोले क्या, बहुत पीटूंगा तो मैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है, मैं अपना शरीर देखता हूँ और इसका शरीर देखता हूँ, यार क्या है, बोला कोने में ले जाकर मारूंगा मैं आपको। तो ऐसे ऐसे जॉक करता है ये। बट वो एक डिफरेंट जोन होता है, मुझे लगता है वो सारे प्लेयर्स के बीच किसी ना किसी के बीच में किसी ना किसी के साथ होता है, तो वो बाउंडिंग रहनी चाहिए। जैसे हम लोगों की है, ईशांत की है, भुवी है, तो जी हमारा जो बॉलिंग यूनिट है ना, आप, मुझे लगता है आप लोग नहीं झेल पाएंगे वो सब मजाक भी, और वो जैसे हम लोग एक दूसरे को खींचते हैं, वो सबके बस की नहीं है मुझे
तो
लगता
कौन
है।
बेस्ट करता है ये आपकी बॉलिंग? ये जो पूरा ग्रुप आपने जो बताया, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा मजेदार कौन है और किसके साथ मजा आता है?
एक्चुअली फिर हम काउंट नहीं करते, लेकिन डेंजरस से शांत हो जाता है, क्योंकि अब सीनियर जूनियर वाला हिसाब तो रहा नहीं वहाँ पे। लेकिन जो हमारी कंपनी होती है, जब हम साथ में डिनर कर रहे होते हैं, उसके बाद जो 1 घंटा हमारा पास होता है, वो मुझे लगता है वो हमारा बेस्ट टाइम होता है। और नेक्स्ट डे की प्रिपरेशन भी वहीं हो जाती है और हंसी मजाक भी वहीं हो जाती है। तो ये चीज़, ये बाउंडिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है प्लेयर्स के बीच में। जैसे मिताली ने भी कहा कि मैं, बात होती नहीं है लेकिन हंस देती हूँ।
उन्हें तो जेनजी जो इनके नए मिलेनियल प्लेयर्स थे, उनके लिए करना पड़ा
बट हमारे बीच में ऐसा है नहीं, आप नहीं भी हंसोगे तो हंसना आ जाता है वहाँ पे, क्योंकि बातें वैसी चल रही होती है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बिकॉज इट्स सो स्ट्रेसफुल इजंट इट यूजी टू बी इन दिस competitive sport and competitive cricket with the Indian team. जैसे आपने बोला, हर वक्त स्ट्रेस है, लाइफ में बहुत दिक्कतें हैं, तो it's important to have a laugh and share a laugh, isn't it? So who's your best mate, and who do you think is the greatest sport when it comes to off camera or off field in the Indian cricket team that you enjoyed the most?
I enjoy with Kuldeep a lot and Shami bhai, इसलिए नहीं बोल रहा, आप यहाँ बैठे हो। Shami bhai is there and Rohit bhaiya। तो एक्चुअली थैंक्स टू ऑल द सीनियर्स, क्योंकि कभी इन्होंने हमें वैसा, जब हम टीम में आए तो वैसा ट्रीट किया नहीं कि जूनियर है, फर्स्ट टाइम आया है। तो स्टार्टिंग, क्योंकि आईपीएल हम साथ में खेले हैं, इतने सालों से खेल रहे हैं, तो जब इंडियन टीम में जाते हैं एज ए यंगस्टर, तो कई बार माइंड में आता है यार रोहित भैया से कैसे बात करना या सचिन सर से कैसे बात करना। पर जब भी, जितना भी मैं खेला हूँ, कभी सीनियर्स ने उतना मतलब रियलाइज़ नहीं करवाया कि आप फर्स्ट टाइम आए हो टूर पे या कैसे आए। तो हम मस्ती करते हैं, उन्हें पता ही है मेरा नेचर, अब तो 10-15 साल हो गए हैं, तो उन्हें पता है कि ये इसके साथ नहीं करेगा, खुद तो करेगा करेगा।
चलिए, बिकॉज वी हैव अ फ्यू फाइनल मिनट्स, आई डू वांट टू टॉक अबाउट द करंट वर्ल्ड कप दैट इज गोइंग ऑन। तो यूजी, मैं आपसे ही शुरू करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि आप बहुत एक्सपीरियंस कमेंटेटर हैं अब। तो आप बताइए, व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ द इंडियन परफॉर्मेंस सो फार इन द वर्ल्ड कप?
आई थिंक अमेजिंग, मतलब अच्छा, सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है, क्योंकि आपको वेस्ट इंडीज के साथ खेलना इज लाइक अ क्वार्टर फाइनल मैच। आप, क्योंकि ये सब क्या कहते हैं कि वर्ल्ड कप में ना, सब कहते हैं सारी टीमें जाती है, सब कंट्री जाती है कि उनकी टीम जीते जीते जीते, लेकिन आप अच्छा खेल के जब हारते हो ना, तो इतना बुरा नहीं लगता है। और वो इंडियन टीम कर रही है। और लास्ट टाइम की हम चैंपियन है, और जितनी बायलैटरल सीरीज हमने पहले करी है, सब टीमों को वन साइडेड हराया है, और वो कॉन्फिडेंस है। और जिस हिसाब से टीम खेल रही है, तो ये तो चैंपियन टीम है, ये हारेगी तो खुद ही हारेगी, इसे कोई हरा नहीं सकता।
नहीं, बट अभी तक चैंपियन टीम लगी है आपको?
तभी तो मैम आगे तक सुपर 8 तक आए हैं मैम। आपको कंट्रोवर्सी चाहिए तो मुझे बताओ।
एक टाइम के लिए तो थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो गया था।
आप कंट्रोवर्सी के लिए तब से बैठे हो, मैं नहीं दूंगा।
मैं आपसे एक ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू चाह रही हूँ, आप अब ये मत सोचिए कि आप कमेंट्री बॉक्स में बैठे हैं।
ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू तो वही दे रहा हूँ ना, क्योंकि इस फील्ड से हम खेल चुके हैं और अभी भी खेल रहे हैं। तो बाहर से ना क्रिकेट बहुत इजी लगती है, बाहर से ना
कई लोग हैं जो शामी भाई को बता देंगे आउट स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, इन स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, लेकिन उस प्रेशर पे डालना वो टीम हमारी अच्छे से कर रही है, तभी आज वो 15 लोग वहां पे हैं।
ठीक है,
मैं नहीं दूंगा।
ये नहीं बोलेगा।
आपको क्या लगता है? नो सीरियसली, थोड़ा सा सेमीफाइनल में आने के लिए जो रास्ता था थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी हो गया था, अभी वो रास्ता थोड़ा क्लियर हो गया है, बट अभी भी एक मैच जीतना है, इट्स अ वर्चुअल क्वार्टर फाइनल। और थोड़ा सा प्लेइंग 11 को लेके इस टीम में भी बड़ी बात हुई है कि क्या प्लेइंग 11 सही है क्या नहीं था। जो साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट जो लॉस था उसके बाद ऑब्वियसली द टीम हैड टू रीथिंक। तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑनेस्टली?
मैं एग्री करता हूँ चहल के साथ कि आप जब ऐसे इवेंट खेलते हैं, जब आप आईसीसी जाते हैं, तो जो आपका बेस्ट 11 होता है, आपको बेस्ट गेम खेलना पड़ेगा उस लेवल में, क्योंकि जो इंडियन टीम है, जो हम लास्ट के कई सालों से देखते आ रहे हैं, जो T20 फॉर्मेट में जो परफॉर्मेंस दिखी है, मुझे लगता है टू बी ऑनेस्ट अभी भी आना बाकी है वो। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि सुपर 8 में वो परफॉर्मेंस आए। जैसे बहुत लोग अभिषेक को ट्रोल कर रहे हैं, या फिर तिलक हो, सूर्या हो, जितने भी हमारे बैट्समैन हैं, देखो ट्रोल करना बड़ा आसान काम है। मैं अभी मीम बनाऊंगा, आपके ऊपर बना के डाल दूंगा, 50 लोग चिपका देंगे उसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ। बड़ा आसान है दूसरे को ऊपर से नीचे खींचना। लेकिन मैं एक ही रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, जब आप अगर दिल से चाहते हो क्रिकेट, किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स को अगर आप सपोर्ट करते हो, पसंद करते हो, तो आपको उसके साथ रहना चाहिए, आप अच्छे में भी खराब में भी। मैं मानता हूं कि इंडियन टीम की वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई है जो परफॉर्मेंस हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, और जो इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम ने खेला है वो परफॉर्मेंस अभी नहीं आई है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आने वाले मैचेस में इंडियन टीम वो परफॉर्म करे, क्योंकि अभिषेक के ऊपर इतने सारे मीम्स बना डाले आपने, सूर्य को उसने, आप लोगों ने उसको पीछे पड़ गए हैं। तो मुझे लगता है आपको अपने प्लेयर्स की सपोर्ट करनी चाहिए ऐसे टाइम में, और हमें होप करनी चाहिए कि इंडियन टीम वैसा खेले जैसा हम चाहते हैं। तो अभी भी परफॉर्मेंस बाकी है, और सुपर 8 में मुझे लगता है कि अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस आएंगी। छोड़ दीजिए, आपके हाथ में नहीं है, हमारे हाथ में नहीं है बेस्ट 11 क्या होगी, 15 कौन रहेंगे, क्या करेंगे। बस आप एक ही चीज़ कीजिए, जो हमारे 11 प्लेयर टीम के ग्राउंड के अंदर हैं, वो हमारा बेस्ट दें, वो हमारी कंट्री को जीत दिलाएं।
यही मैं बोल रही थी, तो यूजी मुझे कह रहे थे आप कंट्रोवर्सी ढूंढ रहे हो।
नहीं, मुझे आदत हो गई है, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप लोग क्या बोलेंगे।
But Mithali, does it look like a champion team to you so far? I'm sure you must be catching some of the action. Lots of expectations. You know, we've just had the T20 World Cup win, the ODI World Cup final, the T20 World Cup win, then the Women's ODI World Cup trophy, and now, you know, Indian fans are so hungry they want another title. And this one could be at home.
Well, I feel that when you're doing well, there is no harm in raising that expectation you expect from people who perform. So naturally, everybody wants our team to do well, and it's a home World Cup. But then I do agree with what Shami said, is that, you know, in a tournament like this, you want to feed your best team, best 11, and the performers who've been doing well. It's easy to judge from outside because we've all been there, we know what goes into that. But at the end of the day, we all want the Indian team to do well. So perhaps they are keeping the best for the knockouts, for those, you know, the virtual quarterfinal.
That can be risky, you know, if you save it for a little.
Sports is risk. There is no guarantee in sports that despite scoring 100 today, tomorrow you might get out of the first ball. So there is no guarantee in that. But what you can do best is that you can back them, back a team that, you know, you all are representative, you all are ambassadors, and you have been doing well. It's in life, there is a lot of fluctuation. Sometimes you're peaking and sometimes you're in the valley. But that doesn't take out anything that our team is, you know, not the best.
Certainly, as far as the Indian cricket team is concerned, there is very little room for error, isn't it? Yuzi, वो तो आपने भी notice किया होगा, जो शमी भाई बोल रहे थे कि 2 मैच में performance नहीं आती, 3 मैच में performance नहीं आती, तो वो कह रहे हैं ना, मीम बन जाता है आपका, ट्रोल हो जाते हैं आप।
नहीं, बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जब आप बायलैटरल सीरीज खेलते हैं ना, उसमें अगर बायलैटरल सीरीज बात है तो एक और बायलैटरल सीरीज रहती है। वर्ल्ड कप क्या है कि 2 साल के बाद, 4 साल के बाद वो चीज़ आती है, तो और इसमें मार्जिन ऑफ एरर बहुत कम होता है। अब जैसे हम इतने अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलते आए हैं सारे वर्ल्ड कप में, 2023 का वो फाइनल और अभी अगेंस्ट साउथ अफ्रीका, अगर वो 25 मैचों में से अगर कोई एक बार वो वैसा मैच आ रहा है, पर वो ऐसा मैच आ रहा है कि वो फाइनल हो गया।
No, but it was not just the loss. I think it was also the way we lost in that match, right?
फिर तो मैम ऑस्ट्रेलिया को तो फिर तो T20 में कभी आना ही नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि वो तो आई थिंक एक उनका रिकॉर्ड आप उठा के देख लीजिए, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा ट्रॉफीज उनके पास है। हम वही कहते हैं ना कि हम अच्छी क्रिकेट खेल के आ रहे हैं क्योंकि दूसरी टीम भी प्रिपेयर कर रही है। आप उस टीम से आ रहे हैं जो लास्ट ईयर रनर अप थी, जो 2 साल में बहुत इंप्रूव हुई है, तो क्रेडिट आपको उनको भी देना चाहिए। एक आधा दिन आता है, ठीक है, वो अच्छी चीज है, वो पहले ही आ गया। और वी आर द चैंपियन टीम। लाइक अगर आप किसी का भी नाम उठा के देख लीजिए, वो अपने दम पे इतना रखते हैं कि जिस दिन वो करेंगे ना, वो अकेले ही मैच जिता देंगे। सो वी हैव टू जस्ट फोकस ऑन दैट कि जब भी वो खेलें, जस्ट सपोर्ट देम, बिलीव ऑन देम।
But how did you, like when you were there in the team, how did you deal with these pressures? कि बाहर लोग क्या बोलेंगे, फैंस क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्रिकेटर्स ये पढ़ते हैं सब कुछ ट्विटर टाइमलाइन पे, उनका इंस्टा पे रील चेक करते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं सब? मैं तो मुझे तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता, देखो मेरे तो मीम बनते हैं, मैं तो मेरे को अच्छे लगते हैं, उन्हें सेव भी कर लेता हूँ और आगे फॉरवर्ड भी कर लेता हूँ, तो आई जस्ट एंजॉय। जब मैंने सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ना, जब आपकी सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ओपन होती है तो आपने सबको परमिशन दे रखी है कि कोई भी आके उस पर कर सकता है। अगर किसी को ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है वो प्राइवेट कर दे, पर लोगों का काम है बोलने की। आप ऐसा नहीं है कि सब बोलते हैं, आपको सपोर्ट भी करेंगे, लेकिन कुछ लोग होते हैं जिनका यही काम है सोशल मीडिया पे सबको गाली देना, उनके बारे में खराब बोलना। वो हर एक के कमेंट सेक्शन में मिलेंगे आपको। तो जो लोग आपकी लाइफ में वैल्यू नहीं रखते, जिनका नाम कुछ और होता है, डीपी अलग होती है, आप उनके बारे में सोच के अपना माइंड क्यों खराब करें, जब पता ही नहीं वो है कौन उस फेस के पीछे। तो मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जिसको जो लिखना है बिंदास लिखो, मैं पढ़ता भी हूँ, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। चलिए क्विक रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस, यूजी यू स्टार्ट। सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11? सुंदर, वॉशिंगटन सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
मैं मुझे बोल रहे आप सुंदर और नो सुंदर, मैं कर लो। आई थिंक जो जिम्बाब्वे के अगेंस्ट टीम खेली, आई थिंक वही प्लेइंग 11 आगे रहेगी।
शबी भाई, सैमसन और नो सैमसन इन द प्लेइंग 11?
ये यार मैं चाहता हूँ, देखो हमेशा वही बात होती है, 11 की बात आ जाती है लास्ट में, लेकिन संजू सैमसंग होने चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से।
Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? From the Indian team, the one player that you think is going to be the most crucial?
One player who's going to be crucial in a team sport. I would not pick one player. Yes, there are match winners in a team. T20 format is something that one day you're really doing well, suddenly you get the form. But then I would pick the entire team.
That's too diplomatic, Mithali. बहुत safe. देखिए वो कह रहे हैं आपने left कर दिया बिल्कुल.
आप आंसर दो.
हाँ.
मैं अपना दे चुका.
नहीं वापस दो.
Well, if I have to pick, then I'll pick the captain.
Surya. Yeah. Your thoughts on Surya's batting?
Surya's batting, I think वो वापस वर्ल्ड कप से पहले ही वापस फॉर्म में आ गए थे और आई थिंक राइट नाउ इज इन टॉप 5 स्कोरर्स इन द वर्ल्ड कप। 212 या 213 रन है उसके। और यूएसए के अगेंस्ट जो उसने इनिंग खेली वहां से, क्योंकि वो मैच पे अगर कुछ उल्टा सीधा होता तो शायद हम इसके बारे में बात भी नहीं कर रहे होते।
True.
तो कैप्टन है और हमेशा तभी उनकी आप स्ट्राइक रेट भी देखिए 160 170। एज ए बॉलर अगर मैं उन्हें बॉल डाल रहा हूँ तो मेरे को बहुत बार सोचना पड़ता है, प्लानिंग करनी पड़ती है और ही इज अ चैंपियन प्लेयर।
All right, everybody's vote is that India is the champion player. We're all waiting for March 8. But शबी भाई, फाइनल में किसको देखना चाहेंगे इंडिया के खिलाफ? ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है क्योंकि इस वक्त जो बाकी टीम्स है ना, वो सारी टीम्स बहुत अच्छी लग रही है।
देखिए अगर टूर्नामेंट के हिसाब से देखा जाए तो इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है।
इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है।
हाँ, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि साउथ अफ्रीका दोबारा से आनी चाहिए।
सेम साउथ अफ्रीका, क्योंकि
क्यों भाई, क्यों मतलब इतना क्यों पाइल ऑन करना है?
अगर वर्ल्ड कप का पूरा ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड कप देखा जाए तो सबसे बेस्ट क्रिकेट जो खेला है वो साउथ अफ्रीका ने अब तक खेला है।
मिताली, यू एग्री विद देम? South Africa, England.
We've seen that dominance of Australia, England for too long. Let's have somebody else along with India.
Okay, so let's have 3 cheers for India, and of course 3 cheers for our 3 warriors here on the stage as well. Big thanks to all of you for coming. And final एक word मैं शमी भाई को देना चाहती हूँ। मुझे बता रहे थे ये ऑफ स्टेज की
मैंने क्या बता दिया?
जो एक फ्यूल होता है, आप चाहते हैं कि आपका जो बचा हुआ फ्यूल है वो एक बार सही जगह लगे और सही काम में आए, तो यू विश, यू होप, यू आर स्टिल वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स इट टू बी इन द इंडियन टीम सून।
यार ये ऑफ स्टेज की बात अंदर कहाँ से आ गई? बट यार मैं हमेशा यही कहना चाहूँगा कि आप किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट का काम करते हैं, आप किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स में, आप किसी भी लाइन में हैं, तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा अगर आपके अंदर पोटेंशियल है, आपके अंदर टैलेंट है, तो उसको वेस्ट ना होने दें। मेरा यही कहना था कि आपके अंदर अगर फ्यूल है तो आपको फूकना चाहिए हमेशा। और जब बात कंट्री की आती है ना, तो मैं पर्सनली ये चाहता हूँ कि आप अपनी जान भी दे सकते हैं, लेकिन एक परसेंट भी मुझे ऐसा रिग्रेट नहीं होना चाहिए बाद में कि मेरे अंदर पोटेंशियल था और मैं और नहीं कर पाया। तो ये चीज़ मैं हमेशा कहना चाहता हूँ जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं कि भाई गिव अप मत करो। आपके अंदर अगर टैलेंट है तो शायद आपकी कंट्री के काम आ जाए। तो हार्ड वर्क में लगे रहें और बिलीव करें अपने ऊपर।
Thank you so much. On that note, a big round of applause for our cricket warriors on the stage. Thanks a lot. And we'll certainly hope that their wishes come true for the Indian team, which is that India is the champion of the World Cup once again. Thanks a lot.
It was just last week, we were all here for the India AI Summit, right here at this venue, this specific hall. And one of the things that made headlines at the summit, amongst the many other things that went viral and was spoken about, was a quick commerce dark store that was set up right here, which processed about 1,700 orders every day. And deliveries were made within 5 minutes, from power banks to chips to coffee. Everything was available for the guests who were visiting from across the world. And it was only apt that the AI Summit displayed something that's very uniquely Indian. Where else in the world will we get 5-minute deliveries, right? So that's something that the delegates were talking about, and that's something that India seems to have mastered very well. And the panelists that I have here are the ones behind that seamless logistics story. So when you get something, when you order something on your app and it's delivered to you within 10 minutes, there's a lot of planning that has gone into it. And we're going to try and understand that. Also, the fact that AI is here for all of us to embrace. We'll also get a sense on how the logistics industry is integrating AI to ensure that our manufacturing story is supported by our logistics story. So a big welcome to all our panelists. Abhishek, let me begin by talking to you, by asking you on the big manufacturing push that India has been very keen on, and we have set a very ambitious $1 trillion manufacturing target. Now that target will be incomplete without ensuring that the goods that we produce are actually delivered, not only within Bharat, but outside Bharat, for the globe. So I want to get a sense from you on how is DTDC, which is one of the oldest companies in this space, reinventing, reimagining itself for the new world, which is hyper-competitive and hyper-tech driven.
Thank you, Shweta. That's a fantastic question. And once again, great pleasure to be here at the Rising Bharat Summit. What interests me a lot in that question is that had you asked me the same thing about 2 or 3 years back, I think there would have been a lot more uncertainty. Uncertainty not only for us as logistics players, but also uncertainty for the manufacturers. We know the last 1 year has seen some of the biggest shakedown in the global world of trade, whether it's because of tariffs or other shocks that are being seen. But I think the one story that has stood out very clearly is that the Indian brands, the Indian sellers, the Indian manufacturers have actually taken that as a big cue to take it upon themselves and honestly start focusing on actual domestic production, actual domestic manufacturing. The beauty is that now, not just the big brands that we've seen or the MNCs which used to come and produce, we've got Indian homegrowns, direct-to-consumer brands, omni-channel brands, brands using completely very different distribution models who are now coming in and using the supply chains and logistics capabilities that we have built. Of course, quick commerce has probably led the way in terms of opening up our minds to the fact that you can get things in minutes. But it's not just about everything that can be delivered in minutes, but certainly the new generation of Indian consumers and the new generation of Indian manufacturers are leveraging the new networks that we are creating. For example, in DTDC's case, last 1 year, our launch of our rapid commerce business, where we now guarantee 2-hour same-day delivery and guarantee day-definite delivery across states using our 63-strong dark store network. It means that now for any brand, without having to pay for fixed costs of creating your infrastructure, you can now have even as small as 50 SKUs in a dark store. We like to call them dream stores because we see they are fueling the new dreams of Indian buyers and sellers. You can now have your product available. A lady could be seeing in Instagram your product. She could click on there and directly go and make a trade. And it will be a DTDC dream store that will be making that delivery on same-day basis. And therefore, the fact that the gap between aspiration, desire, and getting things in your hands, it's not factory to door, it's literally factory to the hands of the consumer that has now changed. And we are fueling that with our capability. So that's what I see is so amazingly transforming in India and about Indian manufacturing and also about Indian consumers.
Fascinating. Gautam, you work with several vendors. You work with, not vendors actually, brands, right? Brands, micro businesses. Um, do you see a change in how they are approaching the Indian market? And how do we ensure that as brands look at scaling, they do not dilute the quality, the standards? I think that will also be very crucial in the whole logistics and India branding story.
Yeah, I think India is a land of entrepreneurs. There are, a large part of the young part of Bharat is actually going and becoming an entrepreneur than looking for a job. I think e-commerce is one of that places where people find a lot of connect and they're able to create brands and create products at a and by investing less amount of money. So what has Indian ecosystem of manufacturing done is that the capability to any brand to go back and go to a manufacturer, create a fashion brand, create a personal care brand, or create a healthcare brand if they have a good idea. And they're able to go and get a smaller batch of manufacturing, a small batch of branding, everything. So you can really start now, and that's been the case for the last 2-3 years. And that is what is fueling this flurry of new brands coming with interesting products, interesting branding. That's one part which has happened in the last few years. Now, our job there is to be able to connect all these key points of when the manufacturing is done, how does that product go to the seller or a warehouse across the country, getting that inventory there, making sure that the inventory is in sync with the website, getting customers when they come on the website, they get the fastest speed that they want, getting it delivered within maybe minutes or maybe hours or days, being able to help the brand help their inventory across different parts of the country where the demand lies, getting it fast to the customer. So it sounds very simple, but there are so many connection points there and so much software and so many integrations and so much tech involved.
Absolutely.
And actual final delivery of the goods, which our partners also keep doing. I think that is the most interesting part, and that's how these brands have been able to scale. Platforms like us, partners like DTDC, all together, being able to help these brands make sure that when they envision a brand and they're at that nascent stage, and being able to go and compete with a larger marketplace in terms of the experience that the consumer will get is something which companies like us are able to do that for them. A large Amazon or a Flipkart has been able to do that after spending a lot of money creating that kind of demand. Our job is to be able to make sure that the small guy, a small entrepreneur, is able to do the same thing, give that same experience to the customer, but by democratizing this across different businesses.
So from the time you started the Ship Rocket to now, what are the changes that you see in the kinds of brands that are approaching you and this explosion of micro entrepreneurs that one gets to see on social media anyway? But what's your sense in terms of ambition, scale, and the kinds of brands that are coming up?
Yeah, I think there are. It's very surprising and a very happy moment for all of us, right? When we see these new brands, and these are brands which are creating real value. These are not knockoffs coming from China and selling it to you.
Absolutely.
These are brands which have been thought through.
Authentically made in India, completely.
Yeah, we have so many brands who are changing how fashion, how the Gen Z or the Gen Alpha is now thinking about fashion, how they're using Indian fabrics in, how athletic wear, for example, crazy things like those, and how, clean protein is coming from the Indian produce and how is it better than a global product, etc. So I think they are really hitting the new customer out there, and these brands are those same customers, and that's real value which is being created. So real innovation happening on the consumer side, and a lot of value being created to be able to enable these small brands. All that kind of packaging, all that kind of manufacturing capability these large manufacturing companies are bringing in, which then forth are helping these brands. So think about it like an ecosystem which is now creeping up and becoming big.
Yeah, right. Angad, you're the founder and CEO of City Mall, where you're working in you're working with Bharat, you're working with tier 2, tier 3 cities, you're working in the rural areas, and according to data, in the e-commerce space, there's more demand coming from rural India than urban India. Who would have thought of that, right? Who would have thought of people placing orders online in rural India? So just take us through your journey, take us through the changes that you have seen in how Bharat buys, and what is it that it's really spending its money on?
Sure. Thank you, Shweta, for inviting me. You're right. I think in this entire euphoria about 10-minute deliveries, fashion, D2C brands, exactly the largest market in India, which is the low middle income consumers living in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns. Also in the largest category, which is grocery. Grocery happens to be 40% of the household spend. Has been completely ignored. And the biggest reason why it's been ignored so far has been because the logistics infrastructure rails required to deliver a grocery order profitably, reliably at the doorstep of the end consumer has not been made. So, the entire thesis, I would say the vision of City Mall is to build that distribution infrastructure into the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 households to make to provide the lowest cost, best price, best quality groceries delivered at home, obviously with love. So, so that's the entire idea about what City Mall is all about. What we've been seeing is, and when you talk about the low middle class consumer group in these towns and cities, there is a lot of aspiration, and that aspiration is being driven by the content proliferation. So just for as an example, on our platform, we see a lot of upcoming newer categories like Korean noodles, which is one of the largest growing categories for us, being sold on our platform more than the normal noodles. So so a lot of that aspiration is being driven by content, and our job as a platform is to make those aspirations affordable into for these consumers.
So is Bharat premiumizing, or is it trading down?
So, interesting question. So, Bharat is becoming aspirational. They are wanting to try out newer and newer categories that are aspirational, that are premium in nature, but they want to make sure that they want to have it in at affordable price points. So, for example, an aspirational product, let's say like a peanut butter, would sell more in smaller packs than in larger packs, because those smaller packs make it more and more affordable to that consumer segment. So yeah, so it's like aspirational products and product categories at price points that don't hurt their pockets is what Bharat needs.
Okay. I want to talk about data, because data is the new infrastructure behind delivery and logistics. How are you all mining that data? And what have been the key trends that have emerged according to you? And I also want you to do a little bit of crystal ball gazing on, how do you see the logistics industry adapting to the new data trends that are emerging?
No, it's a great question, Shweta, and I think maybe I'll connect it with what you started off with about the fact that right here in this hall, less than a week ago, we had the AI Summit. See, I think for a long time we had been looking at data, but data was too transactional, too fragmented to actually make sense of it. Once we started putting in our investments in terms of artificial intelligence, the ability to churn the data and use it as a true source of power, as a true source of customer experience, I think has really increased. So just to give you an example, in our case, we have our own in-house GPT, which is called the DDDC Interactive Virtual Assistant. We call her Diva. In the last 1 year alone, we've had more than 750,000 queries from consumers, out of which 82% of them were completely handled by her, satisfactorily, never even required a human being to be involved. And the 18% queries that actually needed an agent, a human agent, came with so much more information and understanding of the consumer's problem or the question, that the response times when we gave them from the human side was far lower by almost 25 to 30%. And this is serious impact that we're seeing in. On the same end, the same AI and data today allows us, our AI is able to understand and communicate with consumers in 17 languages. I think probably the most that anybody is able to do in Southeast Asia at least. And as a result of that, you can be anyone from any part of the country having a conversation. You could even have a handwritten label on a parcel. And now with our OCR built, equipped with our AI, 95% of that is getting translated into perfect geo-coordinates, which we are using on our own address mapping system that we have created now to get more triangulated deliveries possible. And you said about crystal ball gazing. Here's my thought. In less than 12 to 15 months' time, we see that you could be going to any of your preferred GPTs, whichever they are, never ever visit a website, and do what is called agentic commerce and simply have a conversation with the GPT, start by saying, here's a product I want to look at, where do I need to take it from, and suddenly you have a shipping query that comes in, and all of that can be done from a GPT without ever even seeing our website, where at the back end there are integrations which allow it to happen. So I'm saying the world literally going there, experiments for that are already happening, and I won't be surprised 15 months or 12 months or in the next Rising Bharat, which possibly be about Risen Bharat, we would be having those conversations.
Hopefully agentic AI would have been something made in India and not...
It will. It absolutely will.
Yeah.
We will do it.
We will do it, absolutely. Let me come to you, Gautam, on, in terms of impact of technology on reducing costs of logistics. Where are we in that journey right now? Because costs of logistics continues to be a big pain point for a lot of companies, and considering India has been pitching itself as an alternative to China, and geopolitically speaking, right now is the time when we are looking at getting a lot of businesses to come and set shop here who would have traditionally considered China. So how can technology bridge that cost gap in India?
I think there are two-part answer to that question. I think there is one e-commerce part of it, where I think companies like us are able to help our customers reduce their shipping cost, not just by, the one part of that is how, which courier, which partner, what kind of logistics they have to choose to get their goods delivered. The second part is that in the Indian e-commerce landscape, a lot of money is lost on failed orders or fraudulent-like orders, where the retailer and the brand, the logistics company, all of them lose a lot of money because a consumer ordered a good and the goods ordered something and he's not taking that. So a large part of, or he has sent goods back to the seller, and they were actually not the goods that the customer has sold to them. So there are a lot of losses on that part which happen today. And it's not in India, also globally. It's a global problem. India has its own way of looking at that problem because India has also a lot of COD happens in e-commerce. Typically that problem is actually a data problem than actually a logistics problem, because the logistics is still doing the job of delivering the goods. Data problem is that there are consumers who have a particular type of behavior. There are goods which are sold to customers may also end up with high losses. So it's a data problem. It's a problem that what category you're selling at, what average order value are you selling at, which consumer is ordering, from where is he ordering, at what time is he ordering. So a lot of things that a platform like us can do to be able to enable to be able to solve for those losses. And these are not small losses. They're like 20-30% contribution to their expense. So in Indian landscape, and large companies, small companies all face that. That is one part of it. This is the e-commerce part of it, and I think this is a problem which has been solved by data. There's a lot of AI, I would say, models which are being used to be able to not only identify but also run workflows which are maybe voice models or call models that we need to do. We run today to be able to reduce those losses. Beyond that, I think Indian logistics per se, where the large amount of money is spent, where the goods have to move from one part of this country, one part of the country to the other part of the country, that part is still, we are lagging behind. I think the technology is there. All the parts of the technology, it's either the automations on the highways, or it is automations of the vehicles in terms of tracking, etc. Track and trace, all that is there. I think the infrastructure, as that improves, our cost will reduce. But again, today we are still the highest logistics cost on a GTB basis against any global market. So we are still more the expensive one. I think that is largely backed off infrastructure. I think the technology is already there now.
Okay. Angad, when it comes, we were discussing about how AI is going to really change what we buy, how we buy, and so on. How do you see that getting integrated into your business? And will Bharat be isolated from it? Will it be just an urban India phenomena, or do you think that AI will continue to influence choices even in tier 3 towns in rural India?
So on the contrary, I think Bharat tier 2, tier 3 towns will be positively impacted by this technology more than the larger towns, and I'll tell you why. Today on our platform, 80% of the orders are through recommendation systems that are powered by AI. That's 80% of our orders. As humans, we don't influence, what the consumer sees, etc. All that is being recommended by an AI system. And an AI model is significantly more efficient as compared to a human doing it, because they can be more hyper personalized for every user. What is the right product at this point in time, given what they have purchased earlier, etc., etc., can be done much better through an AI system than a human doing it. And obviously, as you go into like tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns, your propensity to normally browse the app the way we do it is lesser as compared to the more affluent consumers. Hence, using technology to get the right products recommended to you at the right point in time is much higher for that consumer groups. And now with voice AI coming in, it's going to be completely different. I think from a behavioral shift perspective of how the offline world works to how an online world works is going to collapse. The difference is going to collapse completely. You're gonna, order through your mobile app just how you would go and order in an offline world. And all this is possible only because of the the developments that are happening in this technology.
So the next question, which I'm sure is also probably on everyone's minds, is on the impact of AI on jobs in the logistics industry. This is an industry that employs lakhs of people. And Abhishek, I was reading about a new dark center that you've started, which is completely run by women. Now, if we were to look at what's happening in China, where they have zero human intervention in their dark centers, they're fully automated, do we see India also following that path? And what are the kind of jobs that you think will be done away with? And what will the new job structure look like?
See, I think this debate has come up many times through many cycles of technology development that have happened over the years. Ours is an industry where the human touch and the human impact was always very critical, because at the end of the day, we are talking about physical delivery, physical pickups, and physical transaction of products. Yes,
but
there
robots do deliver.
Yeah, they do.
And it's happening already.
They do. But I think India is still some distance away from probably getting to that, simply because our markets, our cities, our urban and semi-urban places are not yet as homogeneous to be able to introduce that. I think labor costs still are quite favorable for us to still see more value in certain parts of our business. What I do see is that repetitive jobs in certain parts of the supply chain, especially the middle mile part of it, for example, sortation, picking and packing of products, computer vision, which can be used to now see where a package should be moving. I think those are areas in which human intervention will be lesser, which means AI will be more of an agent supporting, assisting, enabling the human beings to be more efficient. But at the same time, for the same reasons that I'm sure Gautam, Angad, we all of us believe, as more and more Bharat penetration of services and requirements is going to go in, we know that we have not even seen 10 or 15% of the total market. So you will have probably the need for resources and people enabled with technology going far more deeper. And I think as you quoted China, as China grew and China achieved success and became more automated, it did not mean that people were jobless. It did not mean that people were not being engaged. Okay. It just means that people are engaged more meaningfully with more value being added.
Gautam, your thoughts on this?
I think nothing very different from what what Abhishek is saying. But think about it like this. What will AI do? AI will just fuel the consumer being able to buy more. The consumerism of the Bharat to be able, more people to buy more, produce at a lower cost, that will happen. But what will happen is that when people buy more, there'll be more logistics. Look at any developed economy or developing economy, the logistics still happens by people. Robotics is absolutely on the back end, but from the front end perspective is largely people. That's the most efficient way of doing it, even beyond robots or using drones. Indian ecosystem, all the cities are tightly knit to each other, right? They're densely populated. People is the most efficient, still the most efficient way. This is what happened with fast delivery, 10-minute delivery coming in. There was more employment there. You had e-commerce coming. There was more employment there. So all the last mile of people going online and buying actually is directly proportionate to number of people being on the job and delivering goods to you. I think that's what it's more people. I think it's going to be more employment with more AI coming into at least consumer products.
Okay, Angad?
I think so. The people who are involved in sort of moving atoms and the physical labor, they won't be impacted by AI. But the entire layer in the delivery ecosystem that enables that, they will become 10x more efficient. So the same person would be able to do 10 times more than what they would be.
So then you need fewer people to do that job, right?
Either that or the size of the pie needs to go up.
Or expansion.
Yes.
Okay. I think the pipe will expand more than... That's always.
I think we all believe in that. The
pie always happens.
Very quickly, we're out of time. But one quick wish list from the government on what can be done to enable more efficiency in our logistics space. Very quickly, Abhishek, you.
Just remove any hurdles for domestic or international trade.
Specific. You have to be specific. You can't say any hurdles.
Even faster and more brighter execution of all the FTA deals. To make sure that Indian products can reach the hands of people across the world.
So more FTAs. Gautam?
I think there's something interesting which has already happened, where how the new law in terms of helping Indian exporters through the e-commerce mode, being able to sell to global markets, being able to get their goods back. Earlier it was considered as a new import. Now you can actually get it back without paying the additional import duty on your own goods that you had sent forward. So all those things are very interesting. I think there are small little things left around it in terms of helping Indian companies sell to global markets. I think there are very, very small few little things left in that space that has to be corrected.
So in the last 1 year or so, we've seen a sense of urgency from the government as well. There were initiatives announced, the budget, expansion of the amount of what MSMEs can export without approvals, and then we've seen the government go easy on quality control orders. So, but we've seen that happening in the last 1 year. Angad, if you were to suggest 2 or 3 steps that the government needs to take this simplification process forward, because logistics is going to form the basis of our manufacturing push.
I think I would say just integration of technology into all the government processes, whether it is compliances, regulations, GST bills, etc., etc. Just the integration of technology into government will help companies like us a lot to be more and more efficient.
Integration of technology into government.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have some more time. So I want to talk to you all about the big elephant in the room, which is China, because there are inevitable comparisons that are drawn between India and China. For India to ride this manufacturing wave, there is so much that China has already done. Is it viable for us to copy the Chinese playbook where logistics is concerned, or do you think India will need its unique solutions, which could use a bit from China, but we'll have to devise our own models that lend us efficiency? Abhishek.
I think we have to have a reality check that China has had the credit of policies and systems that have been developed over 3 decades that has allowed them to become the dominant force that they are in terms of what they do in manufacturing or global supply chains. India's journey has just begun. But I think what I'm most encouraged by is in the short time that we've had, how Indian manufacturers, how Indian logistics companies, the whole ecosystem, including the government being a big part of it, the way we are moving and the pace at which we are moving, I think we must give a lot of credit to ourselves. And I'm a strong believer that India is not a homogeneous market. India is a very heterogeneous market. Our demographic dividend even within the country and the potential of using that across the world is very unique. And that means that how Indian manufacturers and Indian logistics companies are going to find solutions for distribution or getting products in the hands of people within India and across the world. They might be inspired to some extent by what China has done, but I think we will find our own unique way to do it. I think we have taken Jugaad also to the next level. It's no longer the helplessness that Jugaad used to be. I think there's true innovation that's now happening. And the Indian way of innovating is going to be different than any other way of innovating. And I think that's what works best for India and Indians and Bharat as well. And I'm very confident about that.
Gautam, Indian way of innovation.
I think all the markets change very quickly. What China has done in the last many decades is also said to be changed. There'll be a new guy changing that. I think India has that opportunity. India has the domestic capability for that domestic market to also support what we manufacture is sold here. Think about this industry that I specifically always think about is toys industry. See how it is transport. It has become very different. Everything at some point of time, everything was coming from China. And think about all the companies. I was talking to this one company who is now exporting 60% of what they produce to the US and the European market. It's a product which is out of India, designed in India, now sold globally.
Wow.
And there's no Chinese competition. And it happened in the last 5-6 years. This company called Skillmatics, right? They make these interesting gifts
Yes.
for things for toys for kids, right? Very interesting, right? And that's also coming from the support that the government decided to give the toys industry. And I think we have enough innovative entrepreneurs to be able to enable that. Manufacturing is today still is only a small bit of actually creating a product and making it a success.
All right. Angad, very quickly, your closing remark on the competition with China.
I think the times have changed. Chinese market, when it grew, were at different times. The context was very different. I agree that India is not a homogeneous market, it's a heterogeneous market. I think the real need of the hour right now is driving domestic consumption. And that's going to come through major reskilling programs for our entire population, given this, AI is already here. There is a need for major reskilling in India to happen to catapult us into the next phase of growth. That's, I would say, it's not China versus India, it's actually India versus India and AI.
That is so interesting. And on that note, on that very optimistic note, we'll close this conversation. I think Angad sums it up beautifully. It's not India versus China anymore, but India versus India and Bharat 2.0. So with that, thank you so much. We do hope that entrepreneurs like yourselves and several others continue to drive the India-Bharat story forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone. A big round of applause, please, for our amazing cricketers on the stage. This is going to be a tough one for me because I already see they have not followed the nameplates. So I don't know whether they're going to follow any direction that I give to this panel. They're going to do their own thing. बैठिए बैठिए, चलो शुरू करते हैं. शमी भाई कह रहे मैं तो अपनी सही जगह पे बैठा हूँ. So, it's so wonderful to have them here. So much experience between them. Our lady captain is also here. But I want to start, of course, with Shami bhai because मैंने उनको पहले ही बोल दिया था रेडी रहे. शमी भाई सबसे ज्यादा जो सब सुनना चाहेंगे आपसे वो है 2023 वर्ल्ड कप की यादें. बहुत ही रेयरली ऐसा होता है कि कोई वर्ल्ड कप इंडिया ना जीते या कोई टीम ना जीते और फाइनल में जाके उनको हार्ट ब्रेक झेलना पड़े, लेकिन एक प्लेयर की परफॉर्मेंस पूरे देश और पूरी दुनिया को याद रहती है. वो परफॉर्मेंस थी आपकी इस वर्ल्ड कप में. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मोहम्मद शमी हु वाज द मैन ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट रियली एज फार एज द 2023 वर्ल्ड कप इज कंसर्न. इंडिया कुडंट विन द टाइटल, बट अब आप उस 2023 वर्ल्ड कप के बारे में सोचते हैं तो क्या सोचते हैं, क्या याद आता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यार कि सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने जो वो फील किया, वो जो आप लोगों का प्यार दिखा वहाँ पे, और वो जो एक होता है ना कि जज्बा दिखाई देता है लोगों में भी, वो एक अलग पंप करता है हमें एज ए प्लेयर. क्योंकि जब हम ग्राउंड में होते हैं तो क्राउड का सपोर्ट एक नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जाता है हमें. तो वो भी एक अलग लेवल का नज़र आ रहा था 2023 में. और जहाँ तक परफॉर्मेंस की सवाल है, कहते हैं ना कि एक ड्रीम होता है कि इंसान ऐसा करना चाहता है क्रिकेट में, या फिर मैं ऐसा बॉल डालना चाहता हूँ, या मैं बॉल से बात करना चाहता हूँ. सो उस तरीके का वो परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा था. क्योंकि हमेशा आईसीसी इवेंट में मैं फर्स्ट मैचेस में मैं रेस्ट रहा हूँ. हमेशा मैंने पानी पिला के कंट्रीब्यूट किया है. तो मैं हमेशा वेट करता रहता था कि जब आपका टर्न आएगा, जब आपको मौका मिलेगा, जब आपको टीम को ज़रूरत होगी, आप कितने प्रिपेयर हैं, कितने तैयार हैं उस चीज़ के लिए, आप कितना हंगर हैं आप विकेट लेने के लिए. तो वो मैं हमेशा वेट करता था. लेकिन 2023 वर्ल्ड कप में जो पहली परफॉर्मेंस आई मेरी धर्मशाला में, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि लाइफ में एक मोमेंट आता है ना कि मैं ये ऊंचाइयां छूना चाहता हूँ. मैं बॉल के साथ वो फील कर रहा था, बॉल हाथ में लेके, कि मैं इससे जो चाहे कर सकता हूँ. वाह. तो ये एक टाइम पे आता है, ऐसे बैट्समैन भी आता है कि हाँ हमारा टच ऐसा होता है कि
इन द जोन जिसे कहते हैं.
नहीं, किसी दिन ऐसा होता है कि आप एज ए बैट्समैन भी अगर आप चाहें कि हाँ कि मैं ना मारना चाहूँ लेकिन वो बैट में आके लगती है. तो वैसा ही वो फील चल रहा था. और जो मोमेंटम था टीम का वो आपने देखा ही है. और जो क्रेज पब्लिक में था, जो सपने सबको दिखते थे, उससे ज़्यादा तो हमें दिखते थे. रात को नींद नहीं आती थी. लेकिन कहते हैं ना नसीब को कोई नहीं बदल सकता. लेकिन मैंने वो बॉल के साथ वो फील किया है, ऐसा लगता था जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बॉल के साथ और बॉल मेरे हिसाब से चल रही है. तो वो मेरी लाइफ के बेस्ट दिन रहे हैं वर्ल्ड कप के. वर्ल्ड कप मैंने बहुत खेले हैं, लेकिन वो बॉल के साथ जो कनेक्शन बना था वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है लाइफ में कभी नहीं बना.
Amazing. It was seriously amazing to watch you perform like that. लेकिन जब आप पहले कुछ मैचेस में जब वेट कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने बोला कि पहले 1-2 मैचेस में आपको बेंच पे ही बैठना पड़ता है, तब दिमाग में मतलब बहुत नर्वसनेस थी कि मेरा मौका आएगा नहीं आएगा, कब तक आएगा, जब तक आएगा ऐसा ना हो कि मैं जो ये जोन है मेरा जोन ही निकल जाए जब तक मेरा मैच आएगा.
नहीं, हिस्ट्री उठाकर देखो, सारे वर्ल्ड कप में ऐसे ही हुआ है मेरे साथ. एक शो में मैंने और भी बोला था कि शायद मुझे उसका फल मिलता हो कि आप उतना वेट कर रहे हैं, आप उतना बेसब्री से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि आप कब खेलेंगे. लेकिन ये पार्ट ऑफ द गेम है. आपकी टीम है, आपकी कंट्री है, आपके लिए आप हर चीज़ के लिए वेट कर सकते हैं. आप उस लेवल में हैं कि 11 ही लोग खेल सकते हैं. तो आपको वो अंडरस्टैंड करना पड़ेगा, वो आपको समझना पड़ेगा. ये जॉब कैप्टन की भी बड़ी डिफ़िकल्ट है. काफ़ी लंबे टाइम तक मिताली ने उसको निभाया है. बट आई अंडरस्टैंड कि हाँ आप 11 प्लेयर खेल सकते हैं और जो कैप्टन और कोच को जो बेस्ट लगता है वो खिलाते हैं. पहले वो उस ऑप्शन को चूज़ करते हैं, ठीक है. लेकिन जब आपका टाइम आए आपको वो हंगर दिखाना चाहिए. तो मैं उस पर बिलीव करता था कि आज मेरा टाइम शायद नहीं है. जिस दिन आएगा मैं उस चीज़ को आपको शो करके दिखाऊंगा।
Amazing, amazing. Before I ask you about what happened after the 2023 World Cup, क्योंकि उसकी भी बहुत चर्चा हो रही है, मैं पूछ ही लेती हूँ आपसे, क्योंकि अभी भी लोग यही पूछते हैं कि भाई शमी कहाँ है, टीम में क्यों नहीं है शमी?
मैं तो खेल रहा था मैं तो रणजी ट्रॉफी खेल रहा हूँ, पूरा सीजन खेल कर आया हूँ, लेकिन हाँ सीरियस इंजरी थी, 4 साल से उसको कैरी कर रहा था। 19 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद से वो पेन था हील में, फिर नी में स्वेलिंग आना, वर्ल्ड कप पूरा इंजरी में खेलना, वो सब चीज़ें थोड़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई थी, अब ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होने लगी थी। इवन अगर मॉर्निंग में मैं तब उठता था तो आई कैंट वॉक, कि हाँ मुझे 10 कदम मुझे वॉशरूम जाने के लिए भी मुझे सोचना पड़ता था फर्स्ट 15-20 मिनट के लिए, जब तक बॉडी वार्म नहीं होती। तो मैं इतना ज़्यादा स्टिफ हो गया था, तो मेरे पास एक लास्ट ऑप्शन था कि आप उसको सर्जरी कराएं। 2023 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद सर्जरी कराने के लिए फिर मुझे वो साल भर लग गया। फिर चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी में आया, थोड़ा हैवी था, थोड़ा वेट था, लेकिन उसको कम किया, ट्रेनिंग किया, अपने स्किल पे बिलीव किया, दोबारा से बैक किया। रणजी ट्रॉफी खेला, अच्छा गया, टचवुड सीजन भी बहुत अच्छा गया है। होपफुली आगे देखते हैं क्या होता है।
नहीं, बट मन में थोड़ा रहता है, सिलेक्टर्स ने जैसे बीच में बोल दिया था कि वो फिट होते तो उन्हें ले लेते, और आपने बोला था मैं तो तैयार हूँ।
यार ये मैं पहले भी बोल चुका हूँ, ये सब चीज़ें मेरे हाथ में नहीं है। मेरे हाथ में एक ही काम है कि मैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दिखाऊं आपको, आपको ग्राउंड पे आकर दिखाऊं, आपको भाग कर दिखाऊं। मैं किसी को ब्लेम नहीं करता हमेशा, ना मैंने पहले किया ना मैं अब करता हूँ। आपका काम है एज ए स्पोर्ट्समैन, आप मेहनत करते रहिए। आप अपना माथा कितना मार सकते हैं वहाँ पे, बार बार आप कितना रिपीट कर सकते हैं, कितना पेशेंस रख सकते हैं, वो मैटर करता है आपकी लाइफ में। और लाइफ यही है यार, आप सुबह उठते हैं, हार्डवर्क करते हैं, शाम को घर वापस चले जाते हैं, वेट करते हैं अपने टर्न का। तो मैं हमेशा उसी पे बिलीव करता हूँ कि आप हार्डवर्क करते रहिए, लक को आप नहीं छीन सकते।
Yuzi, is it tough sometimes to have that expectation that you have to keep performing? You have to keep showing that you are worth it. How do you handle that as a cricketer, where you have to keep proving yourself again and again and again?
That's our job. That's why we are professional cricketers. Because एक चीज आपके हाथ में रहती है, वो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस है। बाहर क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि मैं चेस भी खेला हूँ, तो मेरे को वहाँ से थोड़ा सा पेशेंस मिला है। और जब फिर डैड वगैरह से सीखा कि जो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है उसके बारे में नहीं सोचना चाहिए। जैसे आप क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, बारिश होगी, क्या होगा, विकेट कैसी होगी, वो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है। तो इट्स बेटर यू कैन फोकस जो आपके हाथ में है, और मैं हमेशा उस चीज़ को फॉलो करता हूँ।
बट जैसे बहुत ये कमेंट्री जैसे होती है कि अभी फॉर एग्जांपल जो हो रहा है, अब तो आप कमेंटेटर हैं, आप बात कर सकते हैं, कि बातचीत नहीं होती प्लेयर्स और सिलेक्टर्स के बीच में, या कम्युनिकेशन सही नहीं है। आपने नोटिस किया है क्या ये है प्रॉब्लम?
शामी भाई आपकी होती है? नहीं, मेरे तो मैं जब भी मैंने बात किया है, मैंने रोहित भैया, विराट भैया हमेशा, या जब माही भाई थे तो मैं उनसे ही बात करता था। क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि जब मेरे हाथ में बॉल है, मैं उस पर ज़्यादा फोकस करूं। क्योंकि एक चीज़, जैसे अब बड़ा हुआ हूं मैं लाइफ में, तो एक चीज़ सीखिए, कभी ना कभी आपको कोई रिप्लेस करेगा। वो 5 साल बाद करे, 7 साल बाद करे, या 10 साल बाद करे, वो आपके लक पे है। तो यू हैव टू बी प्रिपेयर मेंटली उसके लिए, क्योंकि ये गेम ही ऐसा है कि कोई आएगा, फिर उसके लिए कोई और आएगा। तो इट्स बेटर जस्ट focus in your life, enjoy.
But you were there in the World Cup winning squad, but as Shami said, he had to wait for a few matches, then he got a chance, but you didn't. So as an athlete, this must be really, really hard, isn't it?
I don't think so, क्योंकि जब आप, क्योंकि ये is not an individual game, it's a team game, और आप 15 लोगों में जब होते हो ना, तो मेरे लिए वही प्राउड मोमेंट है। मैं वर्ल्ड कप टीम के साथ रह के देख रहा हूँ, इस घर बैठ के नहीं देख रहा। मेरे पास इंडियन जर्सी अभी भी है, तो आई फील कि मैं अपने आप को चीज़ को एंजॉय करूँ, उस मोमेंट को। मेरे कोलीग्स को जो हेल्प चाहिए मैं वो चीज़ दूँ, क्योंकि जीतेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे, हारेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे। तो चाहे मैं नहीं खेला हूँ, लेकिन अभी लोग मेरे को अभी भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बोलते हैं।
That feeling is a good one, isn't it? Mithali, as a captain, you had to deal with a lot of these things. In a team sport, this is a problem, of course. You can't keep everybody happy. You can't have, we always have a problem of plenty as far as our Indian cricket setup is concerned. So how did you deal with things like this? These are very tricky questions to keep players happy, also to have the communication straight that boss, this is what we need right now, this is what we don't need right now, because careers are at stake, they're on the line.
Well, I think it's very difficult as a captain because you'll have to think about all 15 of them. Of course, the players' mindset is they obviously want opportunities to prove that they do have in them to perform for the team and contribute. But then as a captain, you probably have to consider many factors when you're putting 11 together. And it's a little, what can I say, as a captain, I personally felt pretty lonely doing this job because not everybody will understand from the point of view your own decision why you have certain players in and why you haven't picked certain players. But as a leader, one you can do is be more compassionate and empathetic towards your team players. And just give your shoulder for them. You have to be that sounding board where they can throw up their frustration and you don't judge them for that. So I think
how often did that happen with you when players were bringing their frustration to you?
Well, since I have pretty much led 4 generations of players, it was pretty easy to reach out to the seniors because obviously they are very professional. They've already gone through that experience as a young captain. Perhaps they were trying to help me out when I was pretty young as a captain. Players that I've played with of my own age, I was able to do this much better because they've seen me as a friend and that communication was much easier. But I found it very difficult with the current generation because of the age gap, because of where we stand also in terms of, I'm the 80s kid. And some of them like Shefali and Richa were not born when I made my debut for India. So you can understand, like, I found it very difficult to reach out to them. And, but then I had to tweak a little the person that I am to able to come down to the level that they are and speak to them, have fun with them. There are times when jab wo jokes crack karte, I don't feel like there's nothing to laugh about. But then I fake karti hu, I just laugh. Because they have to be comfortable, right? So I've done all of that. Ultimately, kya hai? I want the team to do well. I want the players to be in good space. Team jeetna, of course, everybody wants it. Lekin wahan pe thode players will be there who feel bad, who feel left out. So it's the job of the leader to make sure that they don't feel that. They are still very much in the context of the team. Unki jo contribution hai, like say Arundhati, the current, when they won the World Cup, Smriti or Jemima spoke about Arundhati, the only player who didn't get a chance throughout the World Cup. And it could have been very different for that girl. But she was there for them emotionally and mentally as well. So it's a little difficult, but I think as a team, when you're together for about 2-3 years, you sort of find that comfort level where you can express.
जोक्स की बातें कर रही थी मिताली, तो आप जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे मेरे ख्याल से शमी भाई के साथ. माइक पे बोलिए ना बिल्कुल.
मैंने क्या बोला शमी? मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला.
नहीं, but you are known as, if I can use the term, the joker of the pack. Clearly आप सबको हंसाते रहते हैं और मजा करते रहते हैं. आपकी वो image है यूजी. So was that one of the reasons why it was easier for you sometimes to handle everything?
No, it's nothing like that. It's me. Like I can't be fake. मैं जो फील्ड पे थोड़ा सा जब बॉल हाथ में होता है तो आई एम ए डिफरेंट पर्सन, बट उसके बाद इट्स मी ओनली. और ये अब से नहीं है, मैं स्टार्टिंग से ऐसा हूँ. आई लव टू एंजॉय एवरी मोमेंट ऑफ द लाइफ. तो मतलब टेंशन ऑलरेडी लाइफ में बहुत है, ग्राउंड का क्रिकेट को लेके होती है, पर्सनल लाइफ को लेके होती है, लेकिन जब व्हेन यू मीट विद योर पीपल तो आई जस्ट वांट टू एंजॉय दैट मोमेंट. लाइक क्योंकि वो पता नहीं कि कब वापस आए, क्योंकि कल का किसी को कुछ भरोसा रहता नहीं है. तो मेरे को जब भी टाइम मिलता है, मेरे को लगता है कि मैं आजकल अपना जो लाइफ अब ऐसे जीता हूँ कि मैं आज दबा के खुल के जीऊंगा, क्योंकि कल का किसी को पता नहीं होता. तो देन आई एम एंजॉयिंग मोर दिस लाइफ.
Interesting. But what do you enjoy more? Did you enjoy when you were doing your own TV or your own series, or when you were a commentator now? What does Yuvi like more?
Child TV पे तो just you can fun and all, at least you can retake. Commentary पे you can't retake. मतलब कुछ बोल दिया तो मतलब वो गया.
वो निकल गई बात. एंड मुझे आप बता रहे थे आप हरियाणवी कमेंट्री बड़ा पसंद करते हैं, तो हमारे दर्शकों के लिए कुछ सुनाइए हरियाणवी कमेंट्री। सोचिए इंडिया और साउथ अफ्रीका का मैच हो रहा है वर्ल्ड कप में।
ये तो डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा मैडम जी ने, बताओ क्या बोलूं और।
शमी भाई कौन सी लैंग्वेज में कमेंट्री पसंद करते हैं? बंगाली।
यार मैं हमेशा वो लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ जो हमारी भी ऑडियंस को ज़्यादा समझ आए। क्योंकि इंडिया में हम लोग कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है, ऐसा फील होता है कि 70% लोग तो ऐसे हैं जो विलेज में जो आपको मतलब दिल से चाहते हैं, बेचारों को उनको इंग्लिश समझ नहीं आती, उनको डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज समझ नहीं आती, लेकिन जो लोकल लैंग्वेज है आप किसी भी स्टेट से हो तो हमेशा वही प्रेफर करता हूँ, आप जहाँ पर हैं आपकी लोकल लैंग्वेज में, जैसे आजकल आपको मिल गए हैं बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस, वो आपको आपकी बात उनके दिल तक पहुंचती है, वो लोग समझ पाते हैं कि स्पोर्ट्स का जो नॉलेज है हमारे तक कैसे पहुंचेगा, स्पोर्ट्स के जो वर्ड्स हैं वो हमारे दिल तक कैसे पहुंचेंगे, वो हमें क्या बोलना चाहते हैं या क्या सुनना चाहते हैं, वो ज़्यादा मैटर करता है। तो डजंट मैटर आप कहाँ पर हैं, मैं हमेशा लोकल लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ कि आप चलो आप कहीं अगर बाहर खेलने गए हुए हैं, अब्रॉड गए हुए हैं, तो वहाँ पर एक समझ सकते हैं कि आप इंग्लिश प्रेफर कर सकते हैं। बट इंडिया में इतनी सारी लैंग्वेजेस हैं कि अब आके ऑप्शन खुले हैं। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि हाँ ये ऑप्शंस खुले हैं और लोगों के दिल तक वो बात पहुंचती है।
अब तो भोजपुरी में भी कमेंट्री हो रही है और तेलुगु वगैरह तमिल वगैरह में तो होती थी, बट नाउ देयर आर सो मेनी मोर लैंग्वेजेस। तो कभी कभी क्या आप अपने दिमाग में बंगाली कमेंट्री करने की भी कोशिश करते हैं, क्योंकि बंगाली तो आप अच्छे से जानते हैं?
बंगाली तो हमेशा मतलब मुझे 22-23 साल हो गए बंगाल में, तो आती है, समझ भी आती है, बोलनी भी आती है। बट हरियाणवी और जो हम लोग अभी भोजपुरी की बात कर रहे थे, वहाँ पे जो वो लैंग्वेज थ्रो करते हैं कि हाँ डिफरेंट टाइप का एक उनका बोलने का तरीका होता है, वो बहुत मज़ा होता है। मैं हमेशा जब भी टीवी पे ऑन करता हूँ तो बीच बीच में मैं वो भोजपुरी लगा देता हूँ, तो सारे घर वाले ये क्या है। बट फन के लिए वो अच्छी चीज़ है कि आप कौन सी लैंग्वेज में सुनना पसंद करेंगे। और हरियाणवी तो जैसे ये जानता है, ये बोल के नहीं दिखा रहा है, वो बात अलग है। बट
चलो भाई थोड़ा सा माइक ऊपर कर लीजिए।
बट मजा आता है उसमें। इसको आती है, बताना
आपके लिए
नहीं
कह रहे हैं
चाहता।
हरियाणवी बोल के सुना दीजिए और थोड़ा सा।
क्या सुनोगे शामी भाई बताओ? हैं
बोलना तो ये कमेंट।
शामी भाई बैटिंग न्यू करा करें, जना बॉल का उड़ता तीर बनाता करे ना, क्यों शामी भाई?
मैं इसकी एक बात बताता हूँ, जब हम ग्राउंड पे होते हैं, टफ सिचुएशन होती है ना, हम लोग मैच खेल रहे होते हैं, चल रहा होता है मैच, ये देखेगा कि मैं कभी जैसे चाय लेने जा रहा हूँ या फिर अंदर ड्रेसिंग रूम में जा रहा हूँ, देखेगा शमी भाई इधर आओ, बोले क्या, बहुत पीटूंगा तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है, मैं अपना शरीर देखता हूँ और इसका शरीर देखता हूँ, यार क्या है, बोला कोने में ले जाकर मारूंगा मैं आपको। तो ऐसे जोक करता है ये। बट वो एक डिफरेंट जोन होता है, मुझे लगता है वो सारे प्लेयर्स के बीच किसी ना किसी के बीच में किसी ना किसी के साथ होता है, तो वो बाउंडिंग रहनी चाहिए। जैसे हम लोगों की है, ईशांत की है, भुवी है, तो जी हमारा जो बॉलिंग यूनिट है ना, आप मुझे लगता है आप लोग नहीं झेल पाएंगे वो सब मजाक भी, और वो जैसे हम लोग एक दूसरे को खींचते हैं, वो सबके बस की नहीं है मुझे
तो
लगता
कौन बेस्ट करता है ये आपकी बॉलिंग? ये जो पूरा ग्रुप आपने जो बताया, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा मजेदार कौन है और किसके साथ मजा आता है?
एक्चुअली फिर हम काउंट नहीं करते, लेकिन डेंजरस शांत हो जाता है, क्योंकि अब सीनियर जूनियर वाला हिसाब तो रहा नहीं वहाँ पे। लेकिन जो हमारी कंपनी होती है, जब हम साथ में डिनर कर रहे होते हैं, उसके बाद जो 1 घंटा हमारा पास होता है, वो मुझे लगता है वो हमारा बेस्ट टाइम होता है, और नेक्स्ट डे की प्रिपरेशन भी वहीं हो जाती है और हंसी मजाक भी वहीं हो जाती है। तो ये बाउंडिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है प्लेयर्स के बीच में। जैसे मिताली ने भी कहा कि मैं बात होती नहीं है लेकिन हंस देती हूँ,
उन्हें तो जेनजी जो इनके नए मिलेनियल प्लेयर्स थे उनके लिए करना पड़ा।
बट हमारे बीच में ऐसा है नहीं, आप नहीं भी हंसोगे तो हंसना आ जाता है वहाँ पे, क्योंकि बातें वैसी चल रही होती है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बिकॉज इट्स सो स्ट्रेसफुल इजंट इट यूजी टू बी इन दिस कंपेरेटिव स्पोर्ट एंड कंपेरेटिव क्रिकेट विद द इंडियन टीम। जैसे आपने बोला हर वक्त स्ट्रेस है, लाइफ में बहुत दिक्कतें हैं, तो इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू हैव अ लाफ and share a laugh, isn't it? So who's your best mate, and who do you think is the greatest sport when it comes to off camera or off field in the Indian cricket team that you enjoyed the most?
I enjoy with Kuldeep a lot and Shami bhai, इसलिए नहीं बोल रहा, आप यहाँ बैठे हो। Shami bhai is there and Rohit bhaiya। तो एक्चुअली थैंक्स टू ऑल द सीनियर्स, क्योंकि कभी इन्होंने हमें वैसा, जब हम टीम में आए तो वैसा ट्रीट किया नहीं कि जूनियर है, फर्स्ट टाइम आया है, तो स्टार्टिंग क्योंकि आईपीएल हम साथ में खेले हैं, इतने सालों से खेल रहे हैं, तो जब इंडियन टीम में जाते हैं एज ए यंगस्टर तो कई बार माइंड में आता है यार रोहित भैया से कैसे बात करना या सचिन सर से कैसे बात करना, पर जब भी जितना भी मैं खेला हूं कभी सीनियर्स ने उतना मतलब रियलाइज नहीं करवाया कि आप फर्स्ट टाइम आए हो टूर पे या कैसे आए, तो हम मस्ती करते हैं, उन्हें पता ही है मेरा नेचर, अब तो 10-15 साल हो गए हैं तो उन्हें पता है कि ये इसके साथ नहीं करेगा, खुद तो करेगा करेगा।
चलिए, बिकॉज वी हैव अ फ्यू फाइनल मिनट्स, आई डू वांट टू टॉक अबाउट द करंट वर्ल्ड कप दैट इज गोइंग ऑन। तो यूजी मैं आपसे ही शुरू करना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि आप बहुत एक्सपीरियंस कमेंटेटर हैं अब, तो आप बताइए व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ द इंडियन परफॉर्मेंस सो फार इन द वर्ल्ड कप?
आई थिंक अमेजिंग, मतलब अच्छा, सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है क्योंकि आपको वेस्ट इंडीज के साथ खेलना इज लाइक अ क्वार्टर फाइनल मैच। आप क्योंकि ये सब क्या कहते हैं कि वर्ल्ड कप में ना सब कहते हैं सारी टीमें जाती है, सब कंट्री जाती है कि उनकी टीम जीते जीते जीते, लेकिन आप अच्छा खेल के जब हारते हो ना तो इतना बुरा नहीं लगता है, और वो इंडियन टीम कर रही है। और लास्ट टाइम के हम चैंपियन है और जितनी बायलैटरल सीरीज हमने पहले करी है सब टीमों को वन साइडेड हराया है, और वो कॉन्फिडेंस है, और जिस हिसाब से टीम खेल रही है तो ये तो चैंपियन टीम है, ये हारेगी तो खुद ही हारेगी, इसे कोई हरा नहीं सकता।
नहीं, बट अभी तक चैंपियन टीम लगी है आपको?
तभी तो मैम आगे तक सुपर 8 तक आए हैं मैम। आपको कंट्रोवर्सी चाहिए तो मुझे बताओ।
एक टाइम के लिए तो थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो
आप
गया था।
कंट्रोवर्सी के लिए तब से बैठे हो, मैं नहीं दूंगा।
मैं आपसे एक ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू चाह रही हूँ, आप अब ये मत सोचिए कि आप कमेंट्री बॉक्स में बैठे हैं।
ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू तो वही दे रहा हूँ ना, क्योंकि इस फील्ड से हम खेल चुके हैं और अभी भी खेल रहे हैं, तो बाहर से ना क्रिकेट बहुत इजी लगती है। बाहर से ना कई लोग हैं जो शामी भाई को बता देंगे आउट स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, इन स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, लेकिन उस प्रेशर पे डालना वो टीम हमारी अच्छे से कर रही है, तभी आज वो 15 लोग वहां पे हैं।
ठीक है,
मैं नहीं दूंगा।
ये नहीं बोलेगा।
आपको क्या लगता है? तो सीरियसली थोड़ा सा सेमीफाइनल में आने के लिए जो रास्ता था थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी हो गया था, अभी वो रास्ता थोड़ा क्लियर हो गया है, बट अभी भी एक मैच जीतना है, इट्स अ वर्चुअल क्वार्टर फाइनल, और थोड़ा सा प्लेइंग 11 को लेके इस टीम में भी बड़ी बात हुई है कि क्या प्लेइंग 11 सही है क्या नहीं था। जो साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट जो लॉस था उसके बाद ऑब्वियसली द टीम हैड टू रीथिंक, तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑनेस्टली?
मैं एग्री करता हूँ चहल के साथ कि आप जब ऐसे इवेंट खेलते हैं, जब आप आईसीसी जाते हैं, तो जो आपका बेस्ट 11 होता है, आपको बेस्ट गेम खेलना पड़ेगा उस लेवल में, क्योंकि जो इंडियन टीम है, जो हम लास्ट के कई सालों से देखते आ रहे हैं, जो T20 फॉर्मेट में जो परफॉर्मेंस दिखी है, मुझे लगता है टू बी ऑनेस्ट अभी भी आना बाकी है वो, और मैं चाहता हूँ कि सुपर 8 में वो परफॉर्मेंस आए। जैसे बहुत लोग अभिषेक को ट्रोल कर रहे हैं, या फिर तिलक हो, सूर्या हो, जितने भी हमारे बैट्समैन हैं, देखो ट्रोल करना बड़ा आसान काम है। मैं अभी मीम बनाऊंगा, आपके ऊपर बना के डाल दूंगा, 50 लोग चिपका देंगे उसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ, बड़ा आसान है दूसरे को ऊपर से नीचे खींचना। लेकिन मैं एक ही रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, जब आप अगर दिल से चाहते हो क्रिकेट, किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स को अगर आप सपोर्ट करते हो, पसंद करते हो, तो आपको उसके साथ रहना चाहिए, आप अच्छे में भी खराब में भी। मैं मानता हूं कि इंडियन टीम की वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई है जो परफॉर्मेंस हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, जो इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम ने खेला है, वो परफॉर्मेंस अभी नहीं आई है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आने वाले मैचेस में इंडियन टीम वो परफॉर्म करे, क्योंकि अभिषेक के ऊपर इतने सारे मीम्स बना डाले आपने, सूर्य को उसने आप लोगों ने उसको पीछे पड़ गए हैं, तो मुझे लगता है आपको अपने प्लेयर्स की सपोर्ट करनी चाहिए ऐसे टाइम में, और हमें होप करनी चाहिए कि इंडियन टीम वैसा खेले जैसा हम चाहते हैं। तो अभी भी परफॉर्मेंस बाकी है, और सुपर 8 में मुझे लगता है कि अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस आएंगी। छोड़ दीजिए, आपके हाथ में नहीं है, हमारे हाथ में नहीं है, बेस्ट 11 क्या होगी, 15 कौन रहेंगे, क्या करेंगे। बस आप एक ही चीज़ कीजिए, जो हमारे 11 प्लेयर टीम के ग्राउंड के अंदर हैं, वो हमारा बेस्ट दें, वो हमारी कंट्री को जीत दिलाएं।
यही मैं बोल रही थी, तो यूजी मुझे कह रहे थे आप कंट्रोवर्सी ढूंढ रहे हो।
नहीं, मुझे आदत हो गई है, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप लोग क्या बोलेंगे।
But Mithali, does it look like a champion team to you so far? I'm sure you must be catching some of the action. Lots of expectations. You know, we've just had the T20 World Cup win, the ODI World Cup final, the T20 World Cup win, then the Women's ODI World Cup trophy, and now, you know, Indian fans are so hungry they want another title, and this one could be at home.
Well, I feel that when you're doing well, there is no harm in raising that expectation you expect from people who perform. So naturally, everybody wants our team to do well, and it's a home World Cup. But then I do agree with what Shami said, is that, in a tournament like this, you want to feed your best team, best 11 and the performers who've been doing well. It's easy to judge from outside because we've all been there, we know what goes into that. But at the end of the day, we all want the Indian team to do well. So perhaps they are keeping the best for the knockouts, for those, the virtual quarterfinal.
That can be risky, if you save it for
sports
a little.
is risk. There is no guarantee in sports that despite scoring 100 today, tomorrow you might get out of the first ball. So there is no guarantee in that. But what you can do best is that you can back them, back a team that, you all are representative, you all are ambassadors, and you'll have been doing well. In life, there is a lot of fluctuation. Sometimes you're peaking and sometimes you're in the valley. But that doesn't take out anything that our team is, not the best.
Certainly, as far as the Indian cricket team is concerned, there is very little room for error, isn't it? Usually, वो तो आपने भी notice किया होगा जो शमी भाई बोल रहे थे कि 2 मैच में performance नहीं आती, 3 मैच में performance नहीं आती, तो वो कह रहे हैं ना मीम बन जाता है आपका, troll हो जाते हैं आप.
नहीं बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जब आप बायलैटरल सीरीज खेलते हैं ना, उसमें अगर बायलैटरल सीरीज का बात है तो एक और बायलैटरल सीरीज रहती है. वर्ल्ड कप क्या है कि 2 साल के बाद 4 साल के बाद वो चीज़ आती है, तो और इसमें मार्जिन ऑफ एरर बहुत कम होता है. अब जैसे हम इतने अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलते आए हैं सारे वर्ल्ड कप में, 2023 का वो फाइनल और अभी अगेंस्ट साउथ अफ्रीका, अगर वो 25 मैचों में से अगर कोई एक बार वो वैसा मैच आ रहा है, पर वो ऐसा मैच आ रहा है कि वो फाइनल हो गया.
No, but it was not just the loss. I think it was also the way we lost in that match, right?
फिर तो मैम ऑस्ट्रेलिया को तो फिर तो T20 में कभी आना ही नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि वो तो आई थिंक एक उनका रिकॉर्ड आप उठा के देख लीजिए, लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा ट्रॉफीज उनके पास है. हम वही कहते हैं ना कि हम अच्छी क्रिकेट खेल के आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि दूसरी टीम भी प्रिपेयर कर रही है. आप उस टीम से आ रहे हैं जो लास्ट ईयर रनर अप थी, जो 2 साल में बहुत इंप्रूव हुई है, तो क्रेडिट आपको उनको भी देना चाहिए. एक आधा दिन आता है, ठीक है, वो अच्छी चीज़ है, वो पहले ही आ गया. और वी आर द चैंपियन टीम. लाइक अगर आप किसी का भी नाम उठा के देख लीजिए, वो अपने दम पे इतना रखते हैं कि जिस दिन वो करेंगे ना, वो अकेले ही मैच जिता देंगे. सो वी हैव टू जस्ट फोकस ऑन दैट कि जब भी वो खेलें, जस्ट सपोर्ट देम, बिलीव ऑन देम.
But how did you, like when you were there in the team, how did you deal with these pressures? कि बाहर लोग क्या बोलेंगे, फैंस क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्रिकेटर्स ये पढ़ते हैं सब कुछ ट्विटर टाइमलाइन पे, उनका इंस्टा पे रील चेक करते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं सब. मैं तो मुझे तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता. देखो मेरे तो मीम बनते हैं, मैं तो मेरे को अच्छे लगते हैं, मैं सेव भी कर लेता हूँ और आगे फॉरवर्ड भी कर लेता हूँ. तो आई जस्ट एंजॉय. जब मैंने सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ना, जब आपकी सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ओपन होती है, तो आपने सबको परमिशन दे रखी है कि कोई भी आके उस पर कर सकता है. अगर किसी को ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है वो प्राइवेट कर दे, पर लोगों का काम है बोलने के. आप ऐसा नहीं है कि सब बोलते हैं, आपको सपोर्ट भी करेंगे, लेकिन कुछ लोग होते हैं जिनका यही काम है सोशल मीडिया पे सबको गाली देना, उनके बारे में खराब बोलना. वो हर एक के कमेंट सेक्शन में मिलेंगे आपको. तो जो लोग आपकी लाइफ में वैल्यू नहीं रखते, जिनका नाम कुछ और होता है, डीपी अलग होती है, आप उनके बारे में सोच के अपना माइंड क्यों खराब करें, जब पता ही नहीं वो है कौन उस फेस के पीछे. तो मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जिसको जो लिखना है बिंदास लिखो, मैं पढ़ता भी हूँ, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. चलिए, क्विक रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस. यूजुअली यू स्टार्ट. सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
सुंदर.
वॉशिंगटन सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
मैं मुझे बोल रहे आप सुंदर और नो सुंदर, मैं कर लो. आई थिंक जो जिम्बाब्वे के अगेंस्ट टीम खेली, आई थिंक वही प्लेइंग 11 आगे रहेगी.
शबी भाई, सैमसन और नो सैमसन इन द प्लेइंग 11?
ये यार मैं चाहता हूँ, देखो हमेशा वही बात होती है, 11 की बात आ जाती है लास्ट में, लेकिन संजू सैमसंग होने चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से.
Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned from the Indian team? The one player that you think is going to be the most crucial?
One player who's going to be crucial in a team sport. I would not pick one player. Yes, there are match winners in a team. T20 format is something that one day you're really doing well, suddenly you get the form. But then I would pick the entire team.
That's too diplomatic, मिताली. बहुत safe. लेकिन वो कह रहे हैं आपने left कर दिया बिल्कुल.
आप आंसर दो.
हाँ, मैं अपना दे चुका.
नहीं वापस दो.
Well, if I have to pick, then I'll pick the captain.
Surya.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Surya's batting?
Surya's batting, I think वो वापस वर्ल्ड कप से पहले ही वापस फॉर्म में आ गए थे और आई थिंक राइट नाउ इज इन टॉप 5 स्कोरर्स इन द वर्ल्ड कप. 212 या 213 रन है उसके. और यूएसए के अगेंस्ट जो उसने इनिंग खेली वहां से, क्योंकि वो मैच पे अगर कुछ उल्टा सीधा होता तो शायद हम इसके बारे में बात भी नहीं कर रहे होते. तो कैप्टन है और हमेशा तभी उनकी आप स्ट्राइक रेट भी देखें 160 170. एज ए बॉलर अगर मैं उन्हें बॉल डाल रहा हूं तो मेरे को बहुत बार सोचना पड़ता है, प्लानिंग करनी पड़ती है. और ही इज अ चैंपियन प्लेयर.
All right, everybody's vote is that India is the champion player. We're all waiting for March 8. But शमी भाई, फाइनल में किसको देखना चाहेंगे इंडिया के खिलाफ? ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है क्योंकि इस वक्त जो बाकी टीम्स है ना, वो सारी टीम्स बहुत अच्छी लग रही है.
देखिए, अगर टूर्नामेंट के हिसाब से देखा जाए तो इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है.
इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है.
हाँ, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि साउथ अफ्रीका दोबारा से आनी चाहिए.
सेम साउथ अफ्रीका, क्योंकि
क्यों भाई, क्यों मतलब इतना क्यों पाइल ऑन करना है?
अगर वर्ल्ड कप का पूरा ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड कप देखा जाए तो सबसे बेस्ट क्रिकेट जो खेला है वो साउथ अफ्रीका ने अब तक खेला है.
मिताली, यू एग्री विद देम? South Africa, England.
We've seen that dominance of Australia and England for too long. Let's have somebody else along with India.
Okay, so let's have 3 cheers for India, and of course 3 cheers for our 3 warriors here on the stage as well. Big thanks to all of you for coming. And final एक word मैं शमी भाई को देना चाहती हूँ. मुझे बता रहे थे ये ऑफ स्टेज की
मैंने क्या बता दिया?
जो एक फ्यूल होता है, आप चाहते हैं कि आपका जो बचा हुआ फ्यूल है वो एक बार सही जगह लगे और सही काम में आए. तो यू विश, यू होप, यू आर स्टिल वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स इट टू बी इन द इंडियन टीम सून.
यार, ये ऑफ स्टेज की बात अंदर कहाँ से आई? बट यार, मैं हमेशा यही कहना चाहूँगा कि आप किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट का काम करते हैं, आप किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स में, आप किसी भी लाइन में हैं, तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा अगर आपके अंदर पोटेंशियल है, आपके अंदर टैलेंट है, तो उसको वेस्ट ना होने दें. मेरा यही कहना था कि आपके अंदर अगर फ्यूल है तो आपको फूकना चाहिए हमेशा. और जब बात कंट्री की आती है ना, तो मैं पर्सनली ये चाहता हूँ कि आप अपनी जान भी दे सकते हैं, लेकिन 1% भी मुझे ऐसा रिग्रेट नहीं होना चाहिए बाद में कि मेरे अंदर पोटेंशियल था और मैं और नहीं कर पाया. तो ये चीज़ मैं हमेशा कहना चाहता हूँ जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं कि भाई गिव अप मत करो. आपके अंदर अगर टैलेंट है तो शायद आपकी कंट्री के काम आ जाए. तो हार्ड वर्क में लगे रहें और बिलीव करें अपने ऊपर.
In a world of noise, what's the power of the inner voice? Amidst global shifts and digital buzz, how do we find stillness? In today's chaos, ancient practices such as kirtan, bhakti, and meditation are the real anchors. They cut through noise, calm the mind, and connect us to something bigger. Have you ever wondered how these powerful tools can transform everyday life? Our speaker for the inaugural session of Day 2 is a guide who's made these practices his life's work. Let's speak to him to know how these ancient paths are the keys to modern peace. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Radhika Das, bhajan clubbing artist and bhakti yoga teacher, in conversation with Anand Narasimhan for a session on
नमस्ते, जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम. Are you all right? इनको आप जानते हैं? Do you know him? इनको देख के what do you feel like saying? सीताराम, भज मन राधे राधे
Govinda.
Radhe Govinda. So, Radhika Das ji, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much for having me.
Now, the power of kirtan. Why is it so important? What does kirtan do to a person? Srila Prabhupada said sing, dance and pray, but why?
On the very base level, chanting helps us to transcend the mind. Mantra. Man means the mind. And tra is short for trayate, which means to free the mind. to overcome the mind. Even as I'm speaking right now, some of you are not listening, you're thinking about lunch, or your children, or you're worried about what you look like on camera, if that camera's pointing in your direction or not. The mind is always ticking, and it becomes either our best friend or it becomes our worst enemy. And so by chanting on the very base level, you're able to overcome the mind. You're able to transcend the mind, to become truly present with self and truly present with Supreme.
So Prabhu, let's connect all these minds here together. Let's start with getting to that base level of chanting. You have a technique how you get everybody to do. You don't have your instruments with you today. So यहाँ पे थोड़ा impromptu we'll do. Shall we?
Yeah, sure. If I
All
can
right,
get
so
everyone...
I'll play assist. That's
Yeah,
what I'm going to do.
Something.
Okay, we're going to move this.
I don't have my
bottle.
instruments with me, but we can try something. So it's said in the Shastra that when you clap your hands together, and chant the name of God, the name of Hari, that your karma changes. You're all well-to-do people, and I don't expect you all to participate, but I'm inviting you. Here's a Londoner coming to your country, and my hometown as well, my home country. I'm going to invite you, can I invite everyone to clap this with me? Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe Govinda Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Let's hear it. Radhe Radhe Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Govinda Radhe. Jai Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Bhajaman Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Govinda Radhe. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much.
You know, we should get them to do something simpler.
Simpler?
हाँ, because ये आवाज खोल नहीं रही थी. Clap because the beat was a little complex.
Yeah.
So let's just get them to do Hare Krishna.
Sure. You guys up for it?
Yeah. Simpler. Yeah. Yes.
All
हाँ, ऐसे गाना है आप सबको. That's when the elevation will happen.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Now you say.
Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna Krishna. Closing the eyes, open the heart. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
अब थोड़ा connection बैठ रहा है. See, Krishna says, Uddharet Atmanat Manam. Na atmanam avasadhet. That means you've got to elevate your mind. You've got to move away from that pulls you back. Say
Yeah, I think you're right.
How does kirtan help?
How to?
How does kirtan help? And there are a lot of people who may look at you and say, what is he selling to me?
Sure.
So how do they react? When you enter the stage, when you enter an audience, a lot of them, when you started this whole thing, people would have come to you and said, what is it that you're doing, mate? How is it going to make
I think what's really incredible about the time that we're living in is that previously, if you were to do this exact same thing, and even some of you still have that same sentiment, that if you were to chant like this, oh, no, they're religious folk that are brainwashed, that don't really know too much. But I think India is moving in a very, very progressive way towards in reclaiming its spirituality. And I think that's incredible. And the whole world right now is watching India. And the way that India practices, how Bharat practices spirituality, Hinduism. And so what's happening now is people are feeling welcome to discover who is God for them and what is spirituality. And I think the reason why is because we've moved so far away from it that the next generation, my generation and people who are younger to me, their parents didn't force them to do anything. They didn't force them too much, just the way that they were forced. And because of that, they're starting to go, okay, well, who is Krishna for me then? Who are all these ancient deities? Who are these ancient murtis? Who are they to me? And so we're in a really, really cool time right now where we can explore and express very publicly our spirituality, our Hinduism, our bhakti. And so I'm very, very happy to be in this place. I'm very honored to be somehow a servitor of this practice.
No, I'm very curious. How did you become Radhika Ranjan Das?
Yeah.
How did you find Krishna? Or let's say the teachings of Krishna, the Bhagavad Gita, get initiated, get drawn to him.
It's a far out story. I'll tell you the short version. I was forced to go on a youth retreat. And on this youth retreat, I was sitting there with my phone by my side because, to be honest, I didn't really want to be there. My parents forced me to go because they thought maybe I'll learn something. And as I'm sitting in the kirtan, I'm sitting at the right at the back of the room. And my phone starts buzzing, and it's my girlfriend. And she texts me saying, it's over. Breaking up with me on text message. I was heartbroken. And the way I saw it at that moment in time, I had only 2 or 3 options. I could either go to my room and cry about it. Oh, I didn't tell you. I tried texting her back, and I had one of those. Do you remember Nokia 3310?
Yes.
Where you have to press 3 times to get one letter to come.
Yeah.
So I was texting furiously, trying to just, what's going on? Why are you breaking up with me? Message send failure. I was in the hills of Madrid. It was in a place called Brihuega. So no messages were going through, and I had a few options. One is I go to my room and cry about it. Or 2 is maybe I get stuck in with the chanting that's happening here, and maybe that will do something. And by the end, I felt so happy. I felt so free. I felt so liberated from my pain. And so then I went up to the person who's leading that kirtan, and I spoke to him, and his name is Sachinandana Swami. He's a German Swami. And after 10 years of hearing from him and traveling with him and finding that he's a very authentic person, I decided to take Harinam Diksha, and that's where the name, I used to be Ravi, and then he gave me the name Radhika Ranjan. But in the West, they can't say Radhika Ranjan. It's very difficult for them to pronounce, so I just kept it very simple, Radhika Das. So that's how the name came.
Did you ever think that moment in London would go viral? Because the syntax concept of bhajan clubbing, you seem to be the genesis of it. Yeah. So today it's caught on, and thankfully so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be candid. I did not come up with the term bhajan clubbing. That's kind of been put on me. I'm somewhat the poster boy for that right now, so that's okay. But when I did that, no, I didn't expect it to go viral. I did not expect it to go at all where it was. And see, my whole motivation, my whole intention is to share this practice with those who are not born here. Like, I don't speak Hindi, for example. मैं समझता हूँ, सब कुछ समझता हूँ, लेकिन बोलने में थोड़ा सा दिक्कत है. So I speak in English and I present our culture to Western audiences, audiences in the US, audiences in London, audiences in Europe, audiences all across the world. And I had never intended for it to go viral. I didn't know what viral was at that time, but it did, and I'm very happy and I'm very grateful. And I feel like the internet is the means, the medium by which we can really share messages. And I'll say one last thing before I hear your next question. Martin Luther King, he says this really profound thing, that those who love peace must learn to organize themselves as effectively as those who love war. And if you look at those who love war and creating division, they don't take Sunday off. They don't take a break. And so in the same way for peace lovers, for people who want to share a loving message with the world, we have to also use the tools that God has provided us. And God's provided us the internet, Krishna provided the internet, so I'm going to use it.
And what was the reaction? I know this whole trend that we see. I asked you this because I remember seeing your video in London in the, what is that, Royal Hall? Was it?
Union Chapel.
Yeah, the chapel, the Union Chapel. And that's when I said, these are people who are singing, dancing, and people from all walks of life with no, care and gay abandon. They just seem so happy singing, doing. And you brought music there, and then you added various layers to the kirtan. How does it affect the people? When do people come back and say something to you when you finish that? In fact, that's where this whole trend started. Of course, there are others who, like you rightly credited for the today term of bhajan clubbing. But the idea is that people decide to go to bhajans and kirtans today rather than going there and indulging themselves into other aspects, which again is to try and buy a few moments of freedom. It's looking for that escape velocity from reality,
We're all trying to free the mind. Why do people drink so much alcohol? Because they want to free the mind of being nervous. They want to free the mind of all of the troubles of their life. They want to free the mind from all the things that are happening in their life that are not happy. And so we're trying all these different methods to be happy, Buy a nice house by the sea, buy a flat screen TV, 1 million gigabyte MP3, Om Jai Jagadisha Hare. We're trying all these different ways of trying to be happy in this world. We buy particular clothing, we dress ourselves in a particular way to be happy, but only to have forgotten that happiness is an inside job. There was once a prisoner in a jail, and he tried every which way to exit from the jail, only to realize years and years later that all he had to do was pull the door from the inside. And it's the same for all of us. That if we can somehow remember that life and happiness is an inside job. Yes, be successful, be everything that you want to be in this world, but don't forget that that won't bring true happiness. That true happiness is an inside job. You have to feed the bird within the cage. The bird within the cage.
So beautifully said. What makes you happy?
What makes me happy?
How did you find what actually makes you happy? Because we're all human, right? We've got great days. Sometimes we get out of the bed and we feel, today's my day. I'm the king, queen of the world, kind of thing. Other days, oh my God, the whole world is on my head. It's such a big burden. There are days. How do you keep that positivity to say, listen, just do your job and leave the rest to Krishna, How do I go back to that basic code?
By finding true humility. And I'll explain that. Humility is something that's used a lot in spiritual circles, and it's often misinterpreted. People think humility means when people can walk all over you, that you're really lower than the lowest. But humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility means to think about yourself less.
Beautiful.
When we're so self-absorbed, when we're so internally connected with me, my, self, how do I look, how do I speak, how do I present, how do I, that's the source of our unhappiness. So you ask me, how do I be happy? By trying to think about myself less, by not being so self-absorbed.
That's the... So the true interpretation of Aham Brahmasmi, not that I am God, but God is within me.
Yeah.
So
when you're thinking about yourself less, then
Yes.
naturally you have more time to think about others. You have more time to think about God. You have more time to think about the higher things of life. But the truth is, we're usually so self-absorbed. And it's not something that I want to critique about people. It's more a case of, I do it too. I mean, this beard line doesn't do itself in the morning. No? I'm thinking about myself when I do it. But if we can dedicate more and more time to being less self-absorbed and thinking with humility about greater things, then I think there's happiness waiting for us.
You're doing concerts. You're coming to Bharat so often. Has there been ever a time when you got a packed audience and you just don't feel like singing?
Yeah, of course.
Has there? How do you turn around and say, listen, I want to do this. You do this. Do you do it then because you want to do it, or you do it then because you have to do it?
Yeah.
You know, that's the difference between why we are doing a job. Either we have to do it to pay our EMIs, or we want to do it because it makes us happy.
It's a very good
question. So I'm asking you that.
Of course, there's times where I'm presenting and there's 10,000, 15,000 people in the audience and I'm not feeling anything. There's nothing going on. And so it's sometimes the case that it's not that I'm loving what I'm doing, but that I love the person that I'm doing it for more. It's like in a relationship with your wife.
Lovely, beautiful.
It's like a relationship with your wife or your husband or your partner. Sometimes you might, you don't necessarily love them every time you buy them a present. But you love them so much that, okay, no, I'm going to dedicate my time, my energy, my everything in that resource towards that person. And so, yeah, of course there's times when I'm sitting there on a stage, I'm not feeling anything, but I just try and remember the person I'm doing it for.
And based on the audience, let's say if it's a younger audience, it's an older audience, does the music change?
Of course, yeah. I think that's been a big point in what I'm trying to share, is that you can be spiritual in suit and tie. You can be a bhakta in suit and tie. You can be a spiritualist wearing jeans and trainers. Because ultimately it's between you and your God. It's between you and your divine, your Krishna, your Ram, your Shiva. It was never between you and them anyway. And I think that's what I'm trying to share, is that yes, I might change the detail. I might change it to have a guitar playing, and I might have it with a drum kit, or I might have a saxophone playing in the kirtan. But the point is that if the essence is love of God, prema bhakti, if that's the essence, then the detail can change.
All right. So then how would you change the detail for us here at Rising Bharat? This morning, 10 a.m., after a long night for a lot of us, a busy day for all of us on a Friday, and just after breakfast, first session this morning, how are you going to set the tempo for this room here? It's a mix of a lot of people. There are millennials, there are Gen Xs, there are Gen Zs, all of us here.
I would just use one word, and that word is remember. You all know everything I'm speaking right now is not new information to you. I almost feel like I'm preaching to the crowd. The point is that we have to actively use our awareness to remember that there's so much more to life. There's so much more to this human form of life. And I think that what we often suffer from is forgetfulness, that we forget that it's our birthright. It's our birthright. How do you say that in Hindi? Birthright.
Janm Siddh Adhikar.
There you go. It's your birthright to remember that you are a loving, connected person with the Supreme, with God. And when you remember that point, the essence point that you are loving, you are loved by the Supreme, and you are always carried by the Supreme, then you'll feel happy internally, because you realize this is all an external show, an external play, a drama, if you will.
All right. So I'm going to do something with you, Prabhu.
Sure.
I'm going to request you to take us to that level. The next 5 minutes are yours. And I'll stop talking. I'll tell you whatever, and we will give you the beat. We'll sing with you. We will pray with you, we'll dance with you. But I'm going to request this. Can you do that for us? Can you just set the pace for all of us for the whole day? Yeah,
Are you up
elevate
for
us.
it? Yeah? Okay, I don't have any instruments, so the only instrument that we can use is clapping, because you can see I don't have any saxophone or guitar or anything. So I'm going to ask, even for you, you're going to have to get involved and hold the beat down. I'll keep this here for me. Does that sound okay? Okay. So I'm going to ask you all to sit tall. Some of you are not going to comply, and that's cool. You can do you if you're not into it, and you're like, no, I just want to text on Instagram. You do you, no problem. But those of you that are actively with me, if I can invite you to sit tall and close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Just come to the awareness that you are more than your body, you are more than your mind, that in your essence you're a spiritual being lovingly connected with your God, with your Krishna. And in one voice, just to set the tone, let's chant the one syllable, Om. And all I want you to do is hear that sound vibration which will create peace within, presence, a connectedness with the ultimate reality. Deep breath with me. Om. Om. Deep breath twice more. Last one, deep breath. Deep breath in, deep breath out. We're going to try chanting once again. And I want you to keep your eyes closed. We'll chant Om Namah Shivaya. I request you to just try your best not to think about everybody else around you, not to think about the cameras and the lights, not to think about what other people will say about you. This is between you and your God, between you and your Supreme. Mahadev is described, Lord Shiva is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam as being the gatekeeper to bhakti. That with Mahadev's mercy, with Mahadev's kripa, one can once again reclaim their loving devotion to God. So pray. When you chant, I know some of you haven't done this for years, some of you haven't done this for lifetimes. Between you and your God. I'll chant, and then in response, please everybody chant together. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam. Kalornasti vanasti vanasti bhaktiranyata Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai. So I know that many of you are expecting me to dance, clap and jump around with you. But I think that sometimes these meditative moments also make a difference to our consciousness, and I hope that that was something that really helped and change your awareness to remember that you're something more in this lifetime. You're meant for something more. It's your birth.
Fantastic. Do you all feel better?
In India's digital leap, lending is undergoing a revolution, making credit more accessible, faster and trustworthy. The stage is now set for currency of lending, trust, tech, transactions. Let's dive into how India's lending landscape is getting a tech makeover and becoming more inclusive. Please welcome Kamlesh Chandra Vashni, whole-time member SEBI, Mr. Hemant Gala, CEO of PhonePe Lending, Mr. Ashok Hariharan, CEO of ID5, and Mr. Aditya B. Chatterjee, MD, Equifax India. In conversation with Chandra R. Shrikant. Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Chandra, the stage is yours.
Thank you for that. From the spiritual realm to the financial realm. Thank you very much for joining us on Rising Bharat. And I think I want to start with an anecdote that Emmanuel Macron shared last week at the AI Impact Summit, where he said in 2014, a tea seller in Mumbai did not have a bank account, did not have access to credit. But in just 10 years, because of the UPI revolution, he's now able to just use a scanner and accept payments. So he called it a transformational moment for India, something that no other country has been able to do in terms of giving a digital identity to 1.4 billion people. So I guess that's the biggest win as far as Rising Bharat is concerned. But with every technological advancement also come attached risks. So while we've seen rapid strides in digital payments, digital credit, we've also seen instances of digital arrests, cyber frauds, especially for people over 60, over 70, senior citizens, hard-earned savings being lost this way. So today we will discuss how far we have come, but also what we should prepare for going forward, and we have the perfect blend for that. We have a regulator view, a lender view, a credit view, and the risk view. So, a very good mix of all four. But let's start with the regulator view. We are talking about Rising Bharat, sir, and I just want to ask you, SEBI has been talking a lot about leveraging technology, leveraging AI for investor protection, for user protection. But what really separates what we are doing in India, how we are able to do this better than other countries? Because the scale is so huge, the scope is so huge. I'm sure the amount of complaints that you have to deal with are exponentially higher than what other countries face. So take us through that.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. And really a very entertaining and session we had just before this one, talking about what we are doing at SEBI. So SEBI regulate capital market, and we can proudly say that there are some initiative which we have taken to protect investors' interest, to develop market, to deepen market integrity, which no other country has done. And after we have done that, other countries are taking steps. So this is exactly what Prime Minister was referring yesterday, Rising Bharat, something that we are doing on our own. So I will just give 3 examples. There are more examples, but just to touch 3 examples. The first one relates to how we do settlement, trading and everything. So we were the first country to have T+1 settlement. And, it is only after us, US came out with T+1 settlement. And by that time, we were experimenting with T+0 settlement, which means faster settlement. You sell your stock today, you will get money tomorrow. Or the other way around, you pay money today, you will get your stock tomorrow, which brings a lot of efficiency in the market, reduces chances for manipulations. So this is one thing. And not only that, in the case of settlement, there was one case which we had many years ago when brokers who was handling client securities pledged that security with banks, and then that broker went bankrupt. Now, who will lose the security? Banks will say, I want to encash this security. If you and bank encashes that security, the investor lose their security without their fault. So that case is still going on in Supreme Court. SAT has given a verdict, but somebody has to lose. So, but that's not ideal for the market. So you must have sufficient system in place that nobody loses. And therefore, SEBI came out using technology with a system where there is a system of pledging, repledging, but security remains in customer account. Even when customer sells the security, we have come out with a system where is upstreaming of fund and direct payout of securities, where the fund and securities go directly to the client's account and not through broker's account. This kind of system is nowhere in the world. We are the first one to do it so that the fraud doesn't take place. We have a unique system where clearing corporation has full visibility of the client level visibility, not broker level visibility. All other countries only know brokers level visibility. That means broker can use one client fund against another client's obligations. This cannot happen in India. So once again, this prevents fraud. So we can proudly say the way our stock market works, settlement, margining system, pledging, repledging is unique in the world, and many countries came us, we showed it to them and they were hugely impressed and they want to implement that system in their country. So that is one part. My second part is on assured return. We allow mutual fund because their NAV...
After that delicious lunch, midday fuels kicked in, but the mind still craving something fresh, isn't it? After a hearty lunch, let's shift gears and talk about the art of balance in life, work, and everything in between. How do we juggle it all without dropping the ball? How do we find our center in a world of extremes? Joining us for this session is a balancing artist. Yes, that's his thing. He will show us how to find equilibrium in a world of extremes, how to pivot and how to thrive. We'll get him to spill the beans on balancing life, work, and maybe even a few tricks to dodge the afternoon slump. Please welcome balancing artist Gautam Vaishnav to the stage. Gautam, can we please have you here? Ladies and gentlemen, be prepared to be amazed, stunned, and maybe even a little breathless. Over to you, Gautam.
Thank you. Without wasting time, I'll just come to the balance, and I know it's running late, so I have pressure from behind. So I'll start the art of rock balancing. Maybe I think you will have patience to see what I do. Thank you for having patience in you. I would like to invite some anchors where I will showcase that it's not me, but it's the rock and the person's focus and patience with how they are going to balance some rocks in front of you. So may I invite some few anchors, please?
Team. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a great day so far, and this is going to be a power-packed session. You know why? For two reasons. Foreign affairs, defense, they're going to be the two possibly the most closely watched sectors this year. As we speak, US and Israel are carrying out strikes on Iran. The Russia-Ukraine war rages on. There are tensions in the Middle East. Europe is rearming. India has challenges with Pakistan and China. We have no choice but to be Atmanirbhar and absolutely self-reliant. And today we've got three leaders from the defense sector who are contributing and powering that story. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin with Udayant Malhotra, somebody who leads Dynamatic Technologies. They're the makers of the Katil drone, the Patang as well. And they are some of the biggest suppliers for Airbus and Boeing Defense. L&T, of course, major supplier to the armed forces. And we've got Lockheed Martin, a US defense major, and they have been betting on the Indian story for decades. And they want to sell more C-130J Hercules aircraft to the Indian Air Force as well. Toby, if I can begin with you. When it comes to defense manufacturing, ladies and gentlemen, it's not an easy business. What's the kind of attitude companies have to bring to defense manufacturing in India? What's going to be the thought, the intention for 2026?
Okay, so when we talk about defense, it's not just a business. As citizens, as part of Indian society, it's also our duty to be participants in the safety and security of this nation. That's the first. The second part of it is that defense business is a technology business that requires a lot of patience. And the biggest thing that we need to bring to it right in the beginning is the ability to think long and be able to invest with an idea of creating real technology for our security.
I'd just like to ask you to put things in context for us. We're going to speak about Operation Sindhur, but let's also speak, ladies and gentlemen, of what's happening. This is the biggest headline around the world, US and Israel carrying out joint airstrikes on Iran. What's the takeaway from this?
So if you look at it today, where war was boots on the ground earlier, a decade ago, 20 years ago, today it's all about use of missiles, drones, and standoff air power. So there's a complete change we saw in Sindhur, we see it every day in Ukraine, and we're seeing it unfold in the Middle East. So it will shape the way we all build products for tomorrow in India as well.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm going to come back to you, Toby, but let me also get in Mr. Arun Ramchandani. Mr. Ramchandani, the lessons from Operation Sindhur. There have been headlines, and you might have read this piece of news, that L&T Defense is hoping that their revenue from the defense business will touch $1 billion in this fiscal year. But how did you change gears after Operation Sindhur?
So while Operation Sindhur was a kind of watershed moment, I think the trend has been continuing. So it's not as if, there was a switch, but you could see it coming. You could see that there was a thrust on technology. You could see disruption happening all around us. What we also saw was this big thrust on self-reliance and building equipment within the country. And I think that thrust has now got converted into a wave because, every guy you meet is wanting to do something, build something of their own, offer products. And so it's a movement which has started. I suppose we are riding that wave. Of course, like Toby said, this is a business of patience. I think I'm a standing example of that. I've been 40 years in the industry. When we started, we were, on the coattails of DRDO, supporting them in their programs. And it's been a journey. It's been a transformation. And I think things are just going to change that much faster.
Right. But I agree that defense needs patience. The only buyer, the only consumer is the government. But how patient can we be, and how much time do we really have, ladies and gentlemen? We need a fifth generation fighter. US, China, Russia, these are the countries which have fifth generation fighters. There is talk of Pakistan getting fifth generation fighters from China as well. We have an AMCA program, Advanced Medium Role Combat Aircraft Program, where companies like Bharat Dynamatic Technologies, Bharat Electronics and L&T are bidders as well. How soon can we speed up this program and put it on track, Toby?
So this is actually
what do we need to do in order to build our own fighter?
So thank you for the question. Firstly, this consortium is led by L&T, which is the largest engineering company in India. It has got Bharat Electronics, which is a defense PSU, very fine company, India's top electronics company, defense electronics. And it's got Dynamatic Technologies, which has been a pioneer in the aerospace side of it. So if you look at this, this is a very potent combination, and all of us are going to put in our best together for India. We're setting aside individual ambitions for a greater objective, and I would suggest that by the time the aircraft is flying, it'll be a 5.5 generation aircraft. It's not going to be the fifth generation, because there'll be a lot more coming onto this aircraft. It'll be a closer to a sixth generation aircraft by the time we get it mature.
Okay, I know right now this is in a bid stage. The government has to approve the bid. But if approved, how soon can you deliver a prototype, Mr. Ramchandani?
So the target is to build 5 prototypes in 8 years, and that's what the roadmap is. Let's see how fast we can do it, and we have guys like Toby who are just itching to go. You have to rein them in, but the broad roadmap is to get the 5 prototypes out in 8 years.
All right. Let me get in Rob Toth, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Toth is a former pilot of the US Air Force, someone who's flown the C-130J aircraft as well. Also in our audience is Air Vice Marshal Michael Fernandez, ladies and gentlemen, someone who served the Indian Air Force. He's flown our fighter fleet. He leads Lockheed Martin India. But Rob, how do you see India as a destination for Lockheed Martin over the next 10 years?
Well, I think I'd like to start back with about 70 years ago when we first started our presence here in India with the introduction of the Constellation aircraft. And over those last 70 years, we've continued to build our relationship here in India, establishing a presence here permanently 30 years ago, and then 2 joint ventures with Tata through Tata Advanced Systems Limited down in Hyderabad, both for Lockheed Martin and Sikorsky. And over the last 15 years, we've really grown those joint ventures here in India. When we think about our partnership with India and the make-buy kind of category here in India, it's really an opportunity to have a partnership with Lockheed in the sense of growing the industrial base, growing the aerospace and defense industry, establishing a stronger workforce, one here right in India to support the Indian industry, and then really being a catalyst for growth. It really, we believe, aligns over the next 10 plus years with the economic and strategic objectives of India, and really allows us to continue to grow the aerospace and defense industry, grow the Indian workforce, and overall provide growth that leads to the security and prosperity of the Indian people.
Right. For our Indian audience, many of whom may not be aware of the amount of investments Lockheed has done in India, could you give us a sense of the investments so far?
Sure. Going back to our joint ventures, over the past 16 years, Lockheed Martin has invested over $100 million here in India. We have really focused on not only growing our capability to produce aerostructures like the empennage for the C-130, the last 250 have been built here in India, along with 157 cabins for the S-92 air helicopter. And beyond that, we've done a lot to expand the global supply chain here in India. We have grown over 500 suppliers for the global supply chain. 70 of those are directly exporting parts into the Lockheed Martin products. And we work with over 150 MSMEs here in India. So as far as our investment here in India, it's not just been from a financial investment and set up our joint ventures, tooling, establishing facilities. It's really investing in the workforce and the capabilities of the future of aerospace and defense industry here in India.
Fantastic to hear, ladies and gentlemen. Toby, if I can come back to you, you're a supplier, one of the main suppliers for Airbus, Boeing Defense as well, HAL for the Sukhoi, for Tejas. What I would like to try and understand, what is going to be the export opportunity? When we see warfare of this kind, Operation Sindhur, that was immediately followed by emergency procurements by the Indian Defense Ministry. And just the way we're seeing the US strike on Iran right now, there will be demand for ammunition, replacement of weapons there as well. What's going to be the demand for exports, and how are you gearing up for that?
Yeah, so about 95%, closer to 100% actually, of our production is export. And we are a global sole supplier to
How much
Airbus.
for defense?
It's a mix. It's actually the beauty of aerospace is it's a fusion of commercial and defense. And if it's well designed, your manufacturing lines, these are usually counter-cyclical. So when there's war, you have a lesser sale of commercial and vice versa. This is the first time in the world in the last 50, 60 years where both are rising at the same time. So there's a critical shortage of capability, and that's a great, great opportunity for India in terms of the craftsmen, the skills, the engineering capabilities, and the sheer resilience of the Indian supply chain. So if you look at it, what a lot of Indians don't know is that every Airbus is partly made in India. All the military fighters, the helicopters, the heavy lift, the P-8s for Boeing, partly made in India. Bell helicopter fuselages partly made in India. And Indian companies excelling on the global stage as best of the best. So the beginning is there, the road ahead is phenomenal.
Okay, what about you, Mr. Ramchandani? How do you expect defense exports to go up? And what kind of weapons and ammunition will be most in demand?
So, of course, whenever there's a war scenario, there is always the need for ammunition. Now, unfortunately, or by design, we don't make ammunition. We build systems. That said, I think today people are recognizing India as a developer of systems and solutions. And that is a new play which we have. Evolving from being a component manufacturer or a subsystem manufacturer to building systems, I think that's the play that is opening up for us. I just returned from Europe and interacted with a couple of countries on, collaborative defense work. And today people are talking about co-development, co-production, which is again an evolution from just being part of a supply chain. So these are transformative things which are happening. What that really calls for, like Toby said, one, of course, is having the right skill sets. That's something which is in demand and which we need to create. The other is the ability to build our own systems and products. And that's something which, as a country, we haven't done enough of. And I think that is a road that we have to travel. And I'm seeing momentum in that direction.
Right. Rob, if I were to ask you, what is the one example that defense manufacturers can learn from the US approach to defense manufacturing for the long term? What have you witnessed, which is something that countries like maybe India can replicate, either in terms of rule or in terms of manufacturing processes?
So I think one of the things that...
Rob, you can bring the mic a little closer.
Oh, yes. Okay. I think one of the things that would really benefit here in India is really the focus on co-development. I think, there's a lot of focus currently on co-production, establishing the ability to produce aircraft here in India. but it's really that co-development piece, being able to bring in all of the different technologies, AI, 5G.mil type technologies for communications, advanced systems, and really being able to grow the aerospace and defense capabilities from within rather than just import them from outside. So I believe that moving forward, I think India can really learn a lot from a lot of the companies in America that are doing a lot of development across the wide range of technologies. When we talk about the C-130J, we often talk to partners like India and say, when you buy the C-130J, you're actually getting Lockheed Martin. And Lockheed Martin has technologies across the wide range of our spectrum, operating all the way from subsea all the way to space. And the ability to partner with Lockheed Martin in India and bring that co-development aspect to exploit all of those technologies rather than focusing just on manufacturing, I think is really how you evolve the aerospace and defense force here.
Right. That brings us to a very important question, ladies and gentlemen. India currently needs about 80 more medium transport aircraft. We already have the C-130J in our fleet. And you've been seeing images whenever there is a disaster, whenever, even during Galwan, and whenever there is tension at the border with Pakistan, you do see C-130J aircraft being used to transport men, equipment. What's going to be your plan, your pitch to the Indian government in terms of selling more aircraft?
I think the number one pitch is that when you look at the Indian Air Force and what the Indian Air Force has done with the C-130J here in India, there's no flight evaluation test needed. The Indian Air Force proves every day that they can do anything that India requires by operating a C-130J in India, whether that is operating up at DBO at 16,600 feet, whether that's operating at some of the South Islands at sea level, assisting your neighbors in Sri Lanka during a cyclone, operating in Africa during humanitarian operations or contingency operations of evacuating Indian citizens from the Sudan, evacuating them from Afghanistan in the dark of night. There is nothing that the C-130 cannot do for India in India. The Indian Air Force has flown over 56,000 flight hours in the C-130J. That is nearly 4 times the amount of flight hours of some of our nearest competitors have flown in their entire fleet. The C-130 fleet has logged over 3 million flight hours worldwide. When you're betting the future of your Air Force on one acquisition, you must get it right. And this Indian Air Force has proven day in, day out that they have the right aircraft with the C-130J.
Right. Very important points there, Rob. Toby, if I can come back to you. During Operation Sindhur, ladies and gentlemen, you must have seen headlines about large swarms of drones being used. Drones were used in the Russia-Ukraine war as well. And even during Operation Sindhur, there were reports of Chinese help to Pakistan, Turkish drones being used by Pakistan as well. Now, how do we counter that, Toby? How are companies like L&T and Dynamatics getting ready for that as well? How prepared are you with drones for the future?
Well, I'm glad you said L&T and Dynamatic, because I think we share a certain idea, which I'll speak on behalf of Dynamatic, but I know that we share the same idea. A lot of the large industrial houses are stickering aircraft that they get from outside and putting a brand on it. That's not what we do. The second part is the 400-500 drone companies in India that get drones from AliExpress, from China, and put a sticker in it, the small guys. So the big guys and the small guys are really stickering up what are not really drones. What you're seeing amongst companies like us is that the entire deep stack of technology, from building the airframe, the electronics, the hardware, the software, everything, the control laws, they're all ours. And so we have developed the Cheel and Katil combination. It's a hunter-killer combination. They fly in swarms. One provides a sighting, and the second is the attack drone. And they interact with each other. The attack swarm flies in denied environments. It doesn't require GPS. It doesn't require any radio. So I'm saying that technology is incredible in India if you put your mind to it. If you try and just trade quickly, That's not going to work. And we saw some birds just getting hijacked by our opponents across the border. If you've got Chinese stuff in it, it's not Indian.
Right.
Thank you.
But also tell me, cost-wise, how is this changing warfare? You may be using state-of-the-art missiles, but if somebody starts using swarms of $500 drones, lakhs of them, how does it change
Oh,
dynamics?
you've put your finger on the button. I mean, you take a missile system that costs millions of dollars and you can completely overwhelm the enemy radar system by saturating their airspace with multitude of small swarms, multiple swarms, which will, what you do is firstly you destroy them, but you distract them, and then most importantly you identify where your opponent is when you send in swarms, because they start lighting up and then you know how to target them much better.
Right.
And they waste expensive material fighting your relatively cheap munitions.
Right.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And Mr. Ramchandani, when it comes to, let me ask you from an industry body perspective that you lead, the Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers, which is really the nodal body for most defense companies in India. How's the focus changing in terms of new age warfare? How much is L&T doubling down on new age warfare products?
So let me talk of L&D first, and then the entire gamut of defense manufacturers that we have in the country today. See, from our perspective, we've played with or we've worked with big platforms for a long time, and we're not seeing these platforms go away, quickly. They're pretty much part of the entire the war machine, so to say. And so whether it's battle tanks and battle tanks of the future, you need to make them future ready, and the challenges that they have and how do we integrate tech into that. We work on warships and submarines. Maritime dominance is critical. But again, how do you strengthen it with better sensors, better, domain awareness, underwater domain awareness? All of that is critical. You go into the air platforms. That's what we are stepping into now. So, on the one hand, I think we get our muscle and scale from some of, the big toys, so to say. And on the other hand, we have teams that have got an eye on the future, that are looking at how to disrupt what we are building ourselves, new tech. And we realize that all of that can't probably be done from within an organization. We need to integrate a much bigger ecosystem into what we are doing if we want to be successful. So these are some of the things that we are looking at, newer models of working, and I think I'm seeing all of that happening in the industry.
Right. Rob, when we speak about new age warfare and the future of warfare changing around the world, what's the role that you see for tested but legacy platforms such as the C-130J?
Yeah, so I think we're in a great position with the C-130J. It is the longest continuous production line for military airlift in the world. And the production line on the C-130 has been running for nearly 70 years now. But that is not how the airplane looks today, how it started 70 years ago. We have evolved from an A model 70 years ago to the C-130J now, which is the most modern transport airplane in the world. As far as the capabilities, we have evolved them over time by adjusting to the nature of warfare, adjusting to what our operators in 70 different countries who have flown over 2,700 of the airplanes have told us from lessons learned in warfare, in humanitarian operations, in peacetime operations, what is needed to continue to keep up with the evolving pace of warfare. And for that matter, the evolving pace of taking care of your country in times of need like humanitarian crisis. So as we continue to look forward and continue to talk with India and the Indian Air Force, we're looking at how do we further evolve this airplane? How do we potentially co-develop new technologies for the aircraft or capabilities that come onto the aircraft, such as delivering mass effects out of the airplane in order to solve all of the problems that India may face in the future and the evolving nature of warfare as we go forward.
Rob, also tell us, now this is an order that the Indian government will consider whether to buy 20, 40 or all 80 from one company. But what is the kind of scale of order that you need to maybe double down, maybe put more manufacturing resources on the ground, maybe invest more in the Indian Lockheed Martin story? What kind of a scale would you need in terms of order from the government?
I'd say let me start out with talking about what we're doing now. We have been investing in the C-130 in India for nearly 16 years. We put a lot of investment in here to build the empennage. We are currently looking at other subsystems, subcomponents for the aircraft to move here to India in advance of and independent of the MTA program. We recently, with our partners from Tata, established an MRO facility down in Bangalore. We did the stone laying back in early December, and we are building out that facility to actually have it available by 2027 for the Indian Air Force. So when the first airplane goes through periodic depot maintenance, it will be done here in India by Indians for India in Bangalore. Beyond that, we see that facility growing into a heavy maintenance center for C-130s and being able to establish a regional framework for maintenance here in the Indo-Pacific region. That will not only serve India, potentially the 60 to 80 airplanes that they will buy for MTA, but then also all of the regional partners. And we think it provides a very strategic location for future maintenance for C-130s for the entire Indo-Pacific region that is largely out of harm's way of where potential future conflict may end up here in the Indo-Pacific.
Right. Thank you for those remarks. Let me get in Mr. Ramchandani once again. What is the one requirement? Now, 2025 was a year of reforms in the defense sector. We've seen a new DAP as well, the Defense Acquisition Procedure Rules. What do you want in terms of reform from the government to speed up things?
So, the draft of the DAP 2026 is now out in the open and they're looking for comments.
Are you all satisfied? The Defense Secretary is hearing you in the next room, so you must speak your heart out.
Okay, so we will engage with the MOD and share our thoughts. I think it's very high on intent. The entire approach is to speed up, to simplify, to make it easier for us to do business, to give more weightage to development. So higher indigenous content is being incentivized, for example. So, they are looking at defining technology readiness levels to, classify a program or to permit somebody to participate in it. So I think it's high on intent. We need to look at some of the details to make sure that intent gets translated into action. So, at the end of the day, it's still a long process from an acceptance of necessity to an induction. And how do we cut short those things? How do we make the intent translate into action on the ground? How do we really simplify procedures? How do we make some dynamic mindset changes, which the system kind of burdens you with, because it's all about probity and, acquisition of complex things. So there is a journey to be done, and we are looking at the fine print, and we will share that with the government, and I'm sure we'll come out with good solutions. I don't want to sensationalize anything by saying that things are good or bad, but it's high on intent. That's what I will say.
All right. Final questions very quickly to both our panelists. Toby, we often see certain countries and certain governments pushing or advocating for their companies, especially defense companies, very strongly. what more can we do? If there was one thing which you're not happy with, which one thing that you would hope changes in the defense sector, what would that be?
So I think rather than the question just being to the government, it's all of India, all of country. The Indian defense companies are now just at that tipping point. I think in the next few years, you'll see, just as India has become an incredible buyer, we buy 100 Airbus aircraft a year, we're buying Dassault Rafales, we're buying 900 helicopters in the next decade. So India is going to become a very big center of consumption,
right,
and therefore also production. And I think a lot of Indian companies, this moment is here and now, and I think the government has already created a fertile ground for all of us.
All right, Rob, final question to you. One request or recommendation to the government from a major US defense manufacturer?
I'm going to again go back to co-development. I think that working with U.S. industry to co-develop technologies here, partnering on establishing additional manufacturing facilities is really the path forward. I think there's a tremendous opportunity with the growth that was mentioned here in India in aerospace and defense, whether that's commercial or military, to really leverage the significant experience that we have in the United States and partner greater here in India on the way forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramchandani, Udayan Malhotra, and Rob Toth for being with us here at our Rising Bharat Summit here in Bharat Mandapam. And thank you everyone in the audience as well. The Defense Secretary is just going to come up on stage, so stay tuned for another fascinating discussion on the defense sector.
Well, the man in the hot seat is Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh. He's India's Defense Secretary, and he's in on a day when there's been another war that has broken out, this time in the Gulf. And as you know, this morning we got news that the US and Israel conducted what they are calling preemptive strikes on Iran, not unexpected. And the Iranians have hit back. And they have targeted several US bases. They've also targeted, of course, places in Israel, US bases in the Gulf, in different countries. There's a whole list out there. So we speak in troubled, clamorous times, Mr. Singh. I want us to first look at this and focus a little bit on this latest conflagration. India obviously is going to be in focus because we are friends with Tehran and Tel Aviv. How will India approach this?
Well, Rahul, the events are moving pretty fast, so
I don't want to, make too many comments at this stage, but I do want to say that I'm happy that we're in India. We are an oasis in this world where there is a lot of a kind of geopolitical flux that is of conflicts around the world, including in the Middle East and in Europe for that matter. So I think the present government under Prime Minister Modi has given us a level of both macroeconomic as well as geopolitical stability, and I'm happy that we are living in this country. But of course, in the Middle East, we have stakes there. We have a very large diaspora. We'll be watching developments very, very closely. We have strong strategic partnerships with some of those countries, and we will have to sort of continue to maintain those. Our policy is to have a multi-aligned kind of a diplomatic engagement. So let's see where it goes. But as of now, I would only say that we hope things will settle down, both for our own interests in terms of its impact on our oil supplies, but also for the people of those countries.
Well, let me ask you this, because we also have an important stake in Iran. In a sense, there is the Chabahar port. We were, and this is what has come out in the media, that we were asked to pull back from that arrangement that we have, and we secured an exception, which has now, of course, we've been put on notice, so to speak, by Trump. How does that affect India's strategic play in that particular neck of the woods if we have to give up our interest in Chabahar?
Well, Rahul, the short answer is that we'll have to sort of negotiate our way to ensure that our interest in Chabahar is sustained, and it brings us the benefits that we need in terms of access to trade routes, Central Asia, etc., and to Afghanistan. So yeah, I mean, since things are moving very, very quickly in terms of developments, let's see where this takes us. But as far as I'm concerned, we intend to ensure that our investment in Chabahar yields us the dividends that we need.
How do we do that?
We do that by negotiating. I mean, you would have asked us, a few months back, you would have been wondering how would we manage the US trade relationship along with the defense engagement. And the fact is that we've been able to manage both. So let's see where this takes us. It's a bit early to say, but the intent is obviously to negotiate our way into a situation where our investment in Chabahar is protected.
So let me ask you, because I'll just extrapolate on this. India is a firm believer in plurilateralism, multilateralism, and guards its strategic autonomy, as you know, fiercely. But here we have a situation where there are tugs now. Increasingly in a conflict-ridden world, we're expected to take stands, whether it's in the United Nations General Assembly or, of course, by some of our partners. And the United States perhaps is expecting India to stand with it. We've already made a commitment to Israel that we are going to stand with it in the interests of the defense of its realm. The Prime Minister made that commitment. Do you think that alienates Iran and by extension our friends in the BRICS world that support Iran and have a problem with US unilateralism?
So let me take you to the recently concluded international fleet review that we had in Vizag a few days back, where there were 74 odd countries that took part. Incidentally, that included both the Iranian Navy and the US and the Russians and a bunch of other countries. So India's strategic autonomy and its convening power is quite distinct in that sense. We are able to maintain these high level of alignment with different countries. Of course, it goes without saying that with some countries, the relationship is a bit closer. It is more strategic, and you mentioned one of them, Israel, maybe a few others, but I don't want to mention them right now. There's no need to differentiate among friends, but India's ability to strike and align and engage with different countries, even if when they are in conflict with each other, has been sort of shown over the years.
Just to press you on that, you said that we don't want to differentiate, but when we don't take a stand, for example, in the United Nations on issues that are shaped as moral questions, and the number of our abstentions has actually gone up over the years. I'm not saying that we're the only ones, because other powers are also abstaining more often than not. So we're not isolated or alone in this. But when we see these abstentions going up, many people will say that we are actually differentiating. Specifically, if this matter of Iran comes up, which it will in the UNGA, because it's not going to be resolved in the UNSC, it's going to come up for vote. What do you think India should be doing? We haven't heard from the Indian government as of, I checked last about an hour back, so do excuse me if things have overtaken. But fundamentally, should we at least express serious concern? Or should we stand up and say that perhaps it's going a bit too far? We have a political interest also. We have ties with, that go back civilizational ties with Iran. How far can we just keep sitting on the fence and hedging?
Well, I'm sure the Ministry of External Affairs will give a response. It's fairly early days. It's not even a day, to be very frank. And about taking a stance on every issue, I think this is the time when you have a situation where it is kind of becoming a situation where every man is for himself, where to some extent might is right is resurfacing. It's better that I don't sort of get into the diplomatic sort of domain so much.
I appreciate that. That is not really your area, and I will respect those red lines. But let me bring you back to the larger questions that have emerged now after Operation Sindhur. How do you see, after Operation Sindhur, the defense scenario changing? India obviously needs to now take into account its experience in Operation Sindhur. How does it equip itself for the next few decades? What are the learnings?
Well, it was an important learning experience. It showed the certain things clearly, the primacy of standoff weapons, of air power, of unmanned systems of different types, both for ISR and for combat. All of those areas revealed certain strengths that we had. They also revealed certain capability voids that were there, and those are being filled up at a very rapid pace. We've created this accelerated green channel for emergency procurements to fill some of those capability voids. In addition, you would have observed that we've got a significant jump in our modernization budget for the year, for the next financial year of 24%. That would enable us to ensure that in different areas for the Air Force, we will need more fighters, more refuelers, and more AWACS. For the Navy, we need more platforms, including underwater platforms. And as I mentioned, we need more unmanned systems of different types for both ISR and for combat. So all of those areas are being addressed very, very speedily in terms of faster procurements. We've signed, as I keep mentioning, a record 2.9 lakh crore worth of contracts last year. This year, we've already hit about 2 lakh crores of contract. The intent is to give visibility to industry in terms of what they need to do all the way down the value chain. And we're going to keep up the pace until every area of where we have a capability issue is speedily addressed.
So the DAC has gone ahead and approved purchases of the Rafales, as you know. There are also conversations happening with the Russians for the purchase of the advanced Sukhoi. There's also, of course, US interest. Which direction are we headed? Are we going to keep all three engaged? Are they all three players that we're looking at to acquire aircraft and other weapon systems, specifically aircraft? Let's talk about those first.
So on aircraft, you're aware that we've indicated our willingness to go ahead in principle with the MRFA, the Rafales that you mentioned, subject to two conditions: that they have to be largely made in India, and that they would have a minimum level of indigenous content, which we are going to negotiate with them, and we will have a threshold that we have in mind, and also the ability to integrate our weapons on them, if not complete access to the source code, at least to the ICDs, so that our weapons can be integrated. So subject to us able to negotiate those outcomes, we will proceed with that program in a big way. It also gives us the advantage of having a second fighter jet production line in the country, since so far we've essentially had only one player in that area. And as you are aware, for our own fifth generation program, the AMCA, we are in the process of shortlisting, most probably a private player for building the prototypes. So as of now, the direction is clear. We are going to do the MRFA program with Rafale. Our fifth generation fighter is going to be the AMCA. On the other two candidates that you mentioned, we've not taken a call as yet, but as of now, that is the way we are proceeding.
So you're saying we haven't taken a call on the Russian and the American offer that's on the table?
Yeah.
That's right. That's an important bit of news coming out from Rising Bharat Summit. I know that it's not possible for you to give names of any preferred partners, but will India take a call on procuring the fifth generation fighters this year? Because the deadlines that were inviolable at one time, as far as our own AMCA is concerned, are constantly being pushed. And I know that the Air Chief has also expressed his disappointment.
I wouldn't be able to give a timeline on this because, frankly, we've not really applied our mind. There are too many other things happening around the world. It's going to be a major strategic decision. Once we take a call, the media will get to know. But as of now, we don't have a decision on that.
The Air Chief did express his disappointment at the fact that indigenous production is not meeting the timelines. What is the issue here, number one? Number two, on the issue of procuring engines or manufacturing our own engines, where are we as of now? You have said that you are hoping to involve private players. Have anyone come forth? Is there a lot of interest?
So, two, three different issues here. I think you were talking about the delays with regard to the Air Chief's statement is, I guess, about the light combat aircraft Tejas' program.
That's right.
Now, in that program, there is a dependency on the engine, which has caused delays in the past. But 5 engines have come now, and the expectation is that 20 more will come in this calendar year. The delay in terms of taking deliveries right now is in relation to integration of certain weapons and radar and EW systems, which is ongoing. Hopefully that will get sorted out by April this year. The intent really is that now that HAL has an order for 180 of these LCA Mark 1A aircraft, that they will be able to perfect this as not only it is a very, very safe, very, very dynamic aircraft, but there is an issue in terms of integration of adequate weaponry on it. Hopefully that will be perfected over the course of this order in the next 1 year or so, I would imagine, or even earlier. So that process will enable then this large increase in our fighter aircraft inventory. In addition, when I mentioned the private sector part, I was really talking about the AMCA. For the jet engine program that you mentioned, which is an important import dependency for us, has been for a long time, the government is intending to have one of our labs, the GTRE, a DRDO lab, tie up with an international engine house, subject to the condition that they tire IPR West within the country. Now that process of taking an approval for that program, which will be a significant and a fairly financially large program, is currently underway.
So I'll come back to the Tejas question in just a few moments, but I just want to go back to where we were with Russia, purchase of Sukhoi 57s and so on and so forth. Have sanctions and now, of course, the talks with regards to the framework of a trade deal with the United States in any way impeded on India's interest in acquiring Russian weapon systems, A? B, the Sukhoi 57?
I can assure you that that is not the case. There has been no sort of overflow from the trade negotiations on our defense engagement. In fact, we signed a 10-year defense cooperation framework in December, much before the trade deal got finalized. So that's not the case. We continue to take from the Russians equipment that we need, and we will do so with the Americans and the French or anybody else where we identify weapons or platforms that we really need. But more than any of this, we really want to double down on indigenization and try to make sure that either we do it ourselves or at least where we have, where the TRL level is a bit low in India, at least we get TOT and do it through the Make in India route.
But is the Sukhoi 57 on the table? Because a number of people don't think it's the best.
Yeah, so again, which is why I mentioned that we've not taken a call on this yet. And the issue that you mentioned, the comparisons, all of that, I would not be able to really answer. But yes, all of those issues have prevented us from taking a final call on this.
Coming back to Tejas, what is the initial feedback on the recent Tejas crash?
Well, this was an incident at the ground level. It is a relatively minor accident. It did not involve an ejection. The pilot was safe. There is some damage to the aircraft. But because it involved some level of malfunctioning, that is why there is the entire aircraft fleet is still operational, but meanwhile the precautionary checks are being done with respect to this particular element. So I would say that it's not that serious an accident, but nonetheless, as a precaution, we are ensuring that the safety checks are done, which is why everybody's been saying that they didn't take part in Vayu Shakti, that was the reason. But the aircraft are still operational.
But nothing that happened in the Dubai Air Show has led to the decision not to showcase the Tejas?
No, nothing to do with that. This was linked to as I mentioned, a ground level incident which happened only much after the Dubai incident. As far as the overall safety record of LCA is concerned, you would see that from 2019 onwards, it has had several thousand hours of flying, and its safety record is one of the most robust in the world.
So are you saying that the Dubai incident was an aberration?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Correct. And there was no underlying technical issue which would raise red flags?
Yes, I mean, that is the indication that we have from the Air Force and from HAL.
How do you expect defense production and exports to go up? You said Atmanirbharta is obviously the most important spoke in the wheel now going forward. How do we get to the point where we become Atmanirbhar, and what is the timeline that we have in mind? And let's look across all sectors.
Well, I mean, the way you make it happen is by taking certain policy decisions and then sticking to those. One of those is that we don't do any imports until we do them only as an exception, and that too, every such decision goes to the entire Defense Acquisition Council, which means the Raksha Mantri personally has to clear those any imports. The second is that we ensure that we have a normative target in front of us, that every year we'll ensure that at least 75% of our money, the modernization budget, is spent within the country. And we've achieved that over the last 2 years. Last year it was as high as 88%. So this combination of factors, the fact that global buys would be an exception, that your Indian rupee contracts will dominate to the extent of 75%, and the fact that even when you do any import of platforms, you ensure that the bulk of those two are made in India, as you would have observed in respect of the prospective Rafale deal as well. So these sort of policy, this policy framework in a way ensures that are that Atmanirbharta is built into the procurement process itself.
Now, there are some people who say that one way of sort of making our own industry, specifically the PSUs, more competitive is to perhaps open them up, divest. Yeah. So, are we seeing any roadmap towards the privatization of certain defense PSUs? Is that on the cards at all?
Well, I mean, before that, let me say that for a long time we've been hearing that this phrase, the level playing field, and the private sector doesn't get a level playing field. I think over the course of the last couple of years, those complaints have largely disappeared because we've ensured that whether it is the AMCA project where we actually opened it up beyond HAL, whether it is in terms of ammunition where we revised the defense procurement manual to ensure that there is no NOC business from a public sector before you go to a private sector. We've removed product reservations. So all of these areas, the monopoly position of the public sector has already been dismantled. So in that sense, we've taken real steps, and I don't think the private sector will have any complaints to say. We've removed the issue of nomination of any orders being guided towards a particular PSU. All that is over. We are doing everything, almost everything through tendering, through competitive bidding, where the private sector, gets to play a role. The only area that is different is that the private sector industry in defense needs a license, whereas the PSU, obviously, because it is fully owned by government, doesn't need a license. Everything else is probably the same for both categories. As regards disinvestment or divestment, I don't have a brief on that, so I wouldn't be able to tell you right now as to what is the plan.
But are you open to the idea?
Personally, I am open to the idea. I think in many of our PSUs, which are in any case public companies with significant quantities which are already on the available in the public in the markets, the possibility of many of them are riding high in terms of their stock prices as well. But in terms of whether you dilute some of it, that is a decision that perhaps is not entirely mine to take. My personal view is that some level of dilution could be done. But more importantly, as I mentioned, we've tried to ensure that the public sector monopoly is dismantled not only to improve efficiency, but my view, and I believe it passionately, is that the competition from the private sector will improve the performance of the public sector as well.
How many applications does the Defense Ministry have for 100% FDI in new and existing defense projects, sir?
I don't have a current figure. The only 100% FDI that we have so far is one particular company, a Swedish company. I don't know if there are others as well. The reason why the FDI in defense is not that high in numbers is because in our procurement process, we don't treat a majority foreign-owned firm as an Indian vendor. Until we change that, the large FDI may not come. But at this stage in our development process, as we develop a modern defense industrial complex, incidentally, during the process of review of our defense acquisition procedure, this was discussed, whether we should allow even a 100% foreign OEM subsidiary in India to be also treated as an Indian vendor. But most Indian companies who are growing their business in this space, including the large ones, the big conglomerates, everybody felt that it's a little too early. This definition of an Indian vendor gives them leverage in terms of getting technology and tie-ups from foreign OEMs, which is why a considered decision right now is that we won't do it right away, which is why I don't expect big numbers in FDI to come. However, I want to say that there could be cases where there is a particular niche technology which is not available anywhere else. And in such a case, a strategic partnership, even with a foreign OEM, with a subsidiary or even a 100% subsidiary, could be considered. But as a policy, we've not decided to treat a foreign company as an Indian vendor as of now.
Now, sir, let me ask you this, because we're seeing Operation Sindhur as perhaps one of those watershed moments. For the first time, you saw two nuclear powers go up against each other. And it has obviously sparked a entire new conversation about the way the wars of the future might be fought. Capital allocations have been made in the budget. How much of those have been made keeping in mind scenarios that emerge from Operation Sindhur? And I would like first for you to paint some of these scenarios.
Well, obviously, during Operation Sindhur, you saw the use of mostly standoff weaponry, of precision munitions, of not too much of conventional warfare, a lot of use of different types of unmanned systems. In the Middle East today, also you're seeing something similar. The importance of air defense obviously has gone up, which is why the Honorable Prime Minister announced our version of a protective dome for the country, the Sudarshan Chakra mission, where we already have good capabilities, but we can improve it further in terms of bringing new cutting-edge elements to it. So all of those are lessons, and as I mentioned that as a part of that, drawing from those lessons, we've drawn up both an emergency procurement pipeline as well as a fast-track pipeline to meet some of these gaps in these critical areas. And while doing so, the emerging trends in warfare will, of course, be kept in mind.
So you want to match some of these or basically fill some of these gaps in developing the Sudarshan Chakra, because what we did see was a lot of beyond the line of sight munitions being used. Is Israel going to fill that gap? We know that they have Iron Dome capabilities. It's being tested even as we speak right now. Was that part of the conversation between the two prime ministers just a few days ago, sir?
Let me just say, I'm not privy to that conversation, of course, but I do want to say that we have a very detailed memorandum of understanding on defense cooperation with the Israeli side, which I signed in November when I was there. And we are building on that with a lot of industrial collaborations with their key Israeli companies, two of which are public sector companies, IAL and Rafael, and one is a private company, Elbit. All three are active in India. They've tied up with multiple Indian companies, including both public and private sector companies. Now, the intent is that in the coming years, you will see a lot of co-production and joint ventures happening in India, where Israeli and Indian companies will collaborate. They need India's scale and our labor, because obviously it's a small country. They will never be able to get the kind of scale and production that India can offer. They in turn can offer us cutting-edge technologies, particularly in some of the niche areas that you mentioned. So we are working on all of that, but a lot of this stuff by definition has to be kept confidential. So all I would say is that yes, we have a very active, very robust defense cooperation engagement with Israel, and I'm sure the Prime Minister's recent visit will strengthen this relationship in this domain as well.
So on a follow-up there, after Operation Sindhur, there was this apprehension that we might have depleted some of our munitions. Have we now replenished to levels prior to Operation Sindhur? Are we back to where we should be?
Well, the emergency procurement was in fact designed to replenish some of those inventories. I would say we've signed contracts to replenish most and even strengthen those inventories. That process is on with various countries, including both the US and the Russians, just to sort of re-emphasize the point about strategic autonomy. So yes, that process is on, and in certain cases the inventory would be not only replenished but would be further strengthened.
So there will be an augmentation. Beyond the line of sight munitions, obviously a game changer, and we're seeing them again being used in the Gulf over the last few hours. Just to take that conversation with you forward, there has always been a debate about whether we should be investing, for example, in hardware like your main carriers, battleship carriers. Has Operation Sindhur brought any clarity to that debate? Which side of the fence are we now on?
So I'll talk about the aircraft carrier a little later, but as you know, India does already have 2 aircraft carriers. Equally importantly, this government has had the courage and the clarity to ensure that our island territories are also suitably utilized to meet our strategic needs, whether it is in terms of building up strategic assets or commercial development of our islands. And the importance of standoff weapons was borne out during Operation Sindhur. And let me stress that a lot of because of the foresight of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in particular, India has a fairly large, well-developed, diversified missile development program. This is one area where DRDO has done quite well. And these are, some of these standoff weapons, long-range missiles, strategic types of systems, nobody is going to give it to you, frankly. So you have to do it yourself, and we have done it ourselves. There would still be some niche areas which we would rely on friendly foreign countries for technology transfers or co-production. But for the most part, for many of these systems, I think this is a success story of indigenization in any case.
But let's just go back to the battleship question. Has that been resolved now after Operation Sindhur? I think we need some clarity on that.
We've not taken a view on the 3rd aircraft carrier. So I would say that the debate is still on.
The development, as you said, of some of our island territories, that's been a priority, and it's of course now come out in the news also that we are going ahead with the Great Nicobar project. How did that change dynamics from a defense strategy point of view? I know some of these will be dual use, so it won't just be purely commercial.
Yeah, so, without talking too much
Let me just be very direct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is this aimed at some of the region's powers? Let me be very direct.
Yeah, so the Andamans are very strategically located, right very close to the Malaccas and Malacca Straits, some other choke points in the Indian Ocean. So our ability to project power from there is important for us. Also, they are important economic assets as well if we can develop it, if we can develop a large ICTT, a large container terminal there, if we can develop it as a tourist hub, build a township there, all of that are on the anvil. And the point is that because it is so close to some of the densest, one of the densest trade routes in the world, it enables you to create a condition where we can rival a Hong Kong or a Singapore in terms of developing that territory.
Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Defense Secretary of India, thank you very much for taking these questions from us, and thank you for going into such details, and thank you for making the time. It's an honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh and Rahul. Now, distinguished guests, India's security doctrine is asserting its strength. Let's shift to a different axis. India and its former colonial ruler, the UK. With the India-UK FTA on the table, how's the relationship evolving beyond its history? From cricket pitches to strategic partnerships, how are London and New Delhi navigating a multipolar world? Let's look beyond the Raj in India-UK relations. Please welcome General Sir Nick Carter, GCB CBDSO ADC General, former Chief of the Defence Staff, UK, in conversation with both Sattva Ganguly and Nalin Mehta for a session on Old Friends, New Foundation.
Thank you very much. General Carter, a warm welcome to you for the Rising Bharat Summit. Thanks for coming down all the way to Delhi for this. It's a good day to have a British general on the panel. We are entering a new age, as it were, in the Middle East. With Trump is, as you know, General, as you're talking just off stage, has announced that regime change in Iran is the objective. We've had attacks, retaliatory attacks by Iran at a series of targets of American bases in the region, in Qatar, in UAE, on the US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. They've mostly been shot down. But we are seeing an escalation. So, sir, is regime change possible? As a military professional who served in the region, you oversaw the withdrawal of British forces in Afghanistan. You served in various bases across there, including in Cyprus. So how are you looking at this from a military point of view?
Well, I mean, I think regime change is always a phenomenally difficult objective to achieve. And I think in this particular set of circumstances, I'm no expert on Iran, but when you look at the way the regime is constructed, it's much more about a web of power rather than a sort of hierarchy like we see in this country or my own country. So I think that it may be all well and good taking out the leadership, but of course there's then the IRGC, and there are a whole manner of other systems in place to make sure that the regime can survive and the revolution can endure. So I think unless there is a genuinely popular uprising where people overcome the potential fear that the regime uses to remain in power as well, I think it will be phenomenally difficult to see it happen. Now, some of the military objectives I think may well be achievable. The idea of writing down Iran's ballistic missile program, I'm sure, is achievable up to a point. It's interesting that despite the obliteration last June of the nuclear program, we're going back for more, so there must be something to be done there. And then, of course, there's the question of Iran's proxies, and we've not yet seen attacks by the proxies on US bases in the region, but my guess is that US bases in Iraq will be on a very high alert at the moment, and I suspect something will happen in northern Syria as well. I mean, I think the question, of course, is, does this lead to a much wider regional conflagration? And that, of course, is what this country and my country are looking in on at the moment with some concern.
So just to ask a follow-up question, would it be fair to say that the odds are, from a military point of view, military capability point of view, that the odds are stacked against Iran and that it is, in that sense, it's asymmetric?
Yes, certainly. But Iran also has, with her asymmetric capabilities, the ability to fight back. And I think if Iran can broaden the conflict, that's not going to be popular in the Gulf states, I would guess. It's not going to be popular in the international community. And of course, as we well know, 25% of the world's oil passages through the Straits of Hormuz. And as Iran demonstrated last week, they still have the capabilities to be able to certainly interdict the passage of oil and perhaps close the Straits of Hormuz. So they've got other levers, and they've also got the ability to use terrorist tactics further afield. So, you know, beware of what you bring on, I think, always on these occasions.
So let me ask you one more thing. So you mentioned the Straits of Hormuz. Now, for this country in particular, 50% of our oil supplies come through the Straits of Hormuz. A significant part of global oil supplies go through the Straits of Hormuz. Most of Iranian oil supplies, of course, go to China, which is about 3% of the energy supplies. Now, from what militarily, because we saw last year also in June when the strikes happened, what's different from then to now, and what's the capability the Iranians have in your view? I mean, you mentioned the exercise they did last week to demonstrate the capability to sort of interdict the Gulf of Hormuz or the Straits of Hormuz, but how real is that capability from your point of view?
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting to sort of reflect on the fact that up until last week, the oil price is as low as many of us can remember. And indeed, of course, one of the reasons that it was so loyal is because there was so much supply. But also, I think, because a lot of people have been stockpiling oil, not least the Chinese. So I think that we're probably in a slightly different set of circumstances in the short term to what perhaps the pessimists might believe. Now, if the Straits of Hormuz end up being interdicted and therefore effectively closed for a long period of time, that will have a major impact upon India's position and the global economy more broadly. But my guess is it's not going to be a long-term problem. It'll be a short-term problem. I think we will see the price of oil go up markedly tomorrow when markets open.
It's been,
but
it's
I
been
wouldn't-
somewhere around 70 to 75, $70 to $72 a barrel last few weeks. A lot of people are saying it could go up to as much as $80 a barrel pretty soon. Is that something that, what's your
That
view
would be, I mean, I'm not suggesting anybody gets into insider trading just yet, but my guess is it's going to go above $70 when the markets open tomorrow morning, for sure.
So if I may ask you, if you go back to some of the wars of the Cold War, so let's say the Arab-Israeli wars, the US, America would back Israel, and let's say Egypt would be backed by the Soviet Union, including considerable supplies of weaponry. Now, do you see, in this current conflict, do you see China or Russia helping Iran in any significant way? And B, I just also wanted to bring in this Venezuela operation where, Maduro was taken out, and so far, from what it appears that Iranian air defense has not been particularly effective in countering the airstrikes. So what does that speak about the capabilities of a Russian supplied or a air defense system?
Yes, I mean, I think what was very obvious in June last year was that Russia wasn't able and didn't seem inclined to help Iran militarily. And I think what was also obvious was that it appeared relatively straightforward for the Israeli Air Force to take down the Russian-supplied air defense system. Now, I don't think it was the most modern of Russia's capabilities. I think there are more modern capabilities available, not least what's called the S-400. But I think it does beg questions about the resilience of Russian and, to a degree, Chinese air defense systems if a combination of cyber and kinetic attacks can degrade them to the extent to which they've been degraded. And my guess, we haven't heard of it yet, is that there's a degree of confidence in these latest American and Israeli attacks over Iranian airspace that the air defense system has been so degraded that they can attack with impunity. So I think it does beg questions about the challenge in the air defense world. And it does beg challenge about what modern missiles in particular can do to be able to get past and around air defense systems.
So, General, you made a fascinating point outside when we were talking, and with your permission, if I may push you on that. You made the point that since the Second World War, the West, broadly speaking, has only really won two wars. The Falklands War, which the British Army, of course, won, and the Saddam Hussein
More
war.
the British Navy, actually.
Of course. And the war against Saddam Hussein. And you made the point about military objectives and clarity and so on that. So let me ask you on this, because we are now entering a new configuration with Iran on a scale which seemed much higher than what happened a few months back. It's been the objective of Hawks in America since 1979 for regime change in Iran. We now have a declared aim of regime change. Can the Americans win this war?
Well, I mean, the word win, of course, is a provocative word because it implies defeat and victory and so on and so forth, and it implies the achievement of the objective. And I think, we listened to Donald Trump's 8-minute speech this morning, and it's quite clear in that speech that regime change enabled by the Iranian population is what, of course, he's striving to achieve. Well, in my own personal opinion, that's not going to happen overnight. I think it's an extremely difficult objective to realize. And to the point I made to you outside the room, if you do look back over history, it's very important always that the political objectives lead to achievable military objectives. And whether you're studying the campaigns in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, the list is endless, you will pretty quickly determine that the political objectives didn't match the military objectives. And the upshot of all of that was that there was no victory. So it's really important, I think, that in that dialogue between policymakers and senior military figures, that the correct objectives are identified at the beginning of a campaign.
So what do you think the Americans are trying here, sir?
Sorry?
So what do you think the Americans are trying here at the moment? What's the best case scenario?
What are the Americans trying to do?
Well, I mean, I think we haven't got much to go on. I mean, we've heard what Donald Trump said this morning. But I think most people looking in on this will be questioning the extent to which regime change, if that's the objective, is feasible. And I suspect that the reason some people have been resigned early from positions close to the military advisors may well be an indication that there are other people who are concerned as to whether or not this will happen. But, we saw the pressure that he placed on Venezuela. We saw the removal of President Maduro. And I suspect he believed that that was a victory. and that that's going in the direction he wants it to go in. So it may well be that he fundamentally believes this is achievable and deliverable. And I guess that we all have to give people the benefit of the doubt for a while.
So do you think, in fact, I just want to take you up on that point. Do you think that they could follow the Venezuelan model where obviously Maduro's successor does appear to be cooperating with the US in a very significant manner? In fact, it's been said that they're even negotiating with the Cuban leadership. So do you think a part of the Iranian leadership could possibly cooperate or come in line with an American vision of the world after a 7-day or a 10-day campaign? Do you think that's the game here?
Personally, no. I think they are two completely different scenarios. And of course, there were insiders, I think, around Maduro who eventually sold him down the river, which is why the operation was so successful. I think that's most unlikely to be the case in the Iranian set of circumstances.
General, you talked earlier about Iranian proxies, and for a long time militarily, that's been a big strategic bet the Iranians have made to have proxies everywhere from Hamas to right across to Syria and to Yemen. Those have been degraded over the last year significantly, but they remain strong in pockets. So what's your sense about the Iranian counter-response, if you like? What form or shape would that take beyond the immediate salvos we've seen today?
Well, one of the problems you have if you declare regime change as your objective is that makes the war an existential problem for the regime that you've declared you want to remove. And that therefore means that I suspect for them it is a total war. And that means I suspect we will see Lebanese Hezbollah being mobilized to go on the offensive with Israel. I suspect we may well see Hamas being encouraged perhaps to go on the offensive in Gaza again. And I'm sure we'll see the Houthis being encouraged to close the Bab al-Mandab and the bottom end of the Red Sea. Because these are existential issues as far as the Iranian government is now concerned. Which is why I think managing this in a way that it remains very focused and very constrained could be challenging. If you hadn't declared regime change, then perhaps Iran would have responded differently. We saw back in June where that was not a declaration of intent, that Iran simply gestured with one attack on an American base in Qatar. This time it's going to be different, would be my guess.
Do you see boots on the ground, American boots on the ground?
I would be amazed if an American president who's made it very clear twice, at least in election campaigns, that he'd want to be involved in forever wars, wanting to put American boots on the ground. Doesn't mean that might not be the odd special forces operation, perhaps, but I would be amazed if there was anything more than that. I think it would be very difficult for him politically to do that.
I want to ask you about the Trump doctrine, as it were. This is a president who came to power specifically among the key issues that he talked about was a retreat from universalism, return to American isolationism, talking about a much more 19th century view of the world. Specifically, he railed against American military interventions over the last 2 or 3 presidencies. But in the last few months, we've seen military action by the Americans in Yemen, in Nigeria, in Syria, in Venezuela, which Bodhi talked about. There's been conversations around the Pacific and the Caribbean, conversations around Colombia, Mexico, and of course around Denmark and Greenland. Now you're seeing a serious escalation in Iran. It's really impossible to have regime change without boots on the ground, as you said. So what does this say about this change in Trump's doctrine, if there is a Trump doctrine, or do you think he's turning it on its head?
No, I think there is a theme to his foreign and security policy. And of course, we saw that published in December when the US National Security Strategy was published, and we saw that reinforced by the US National Defense Strategy that was published at the beginning of January. And essentially, that is a doctrine that is focused on the Western Hemisphere, and therefore it's on the Americas. And that's why Greenland is significant, because he would see that in geographic terms as being part of the Western Hemisphere. And it's why the Caribbean matters. It's why he's done a deal with Argentina. So I wouldn't describe him as isolationist. I would describe him as the Western Hemisphere first and foremost. Then I think it's interesting to speculate on what happens next, because the doctrine would suggest that actually the challenge of China is something that needs to be counteracted. And that, of course, means that you are drawn from the Western Hemisphere into being more globally oriented. But the priority is still the Western Hemisphere and keeping China out of the Western Hemisphere to all intents and purposes. Anyway, he's described this as what he calls the Dunroe Doctrine, which is his take on the original Monroe Doctrine of the 19th century. And of course, that's led to a rupture in his relationship with Europe. And I think one of the most important conclusions that this audience could draw from the way the world has changed is there is this division between Europe and the United States in terms of how we see security and indeed resilience looking forwards. And that's why, of course, I think he was exactly right to call Europe out and say, you've got to defend yourselves now. You know, it's no good for the US to continue to bankroll you any longer. You've got to step up to the plate, which I'm sure was absolutely right. But it has led, I think, to many European leaders believing there is now no longer going to be that strength of relationship across the Atlantic in the way that perhaps we've all had as a luxury over the last 80 years.
I just want to take off, coming on one aspect that you raised on I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, but one aspect that you said on China. Do you think that at some stage, Xi Jinping sometime, I mean, various dates have been tossed about like 2027 or end of the decade, but do you think that Xi Jinping will risk an invasion of Taiwan? And if he does, would America defend Taiwan?
Well, I think if you're Taiwanese, you're probably nervous at the prospect of a Donald Trump-Xi Jinping summit coming up. Because, of course, the other thing about the Donald Trump foreign policy is it's very much developed from his lived experience. And, of course, his lived experience is very much about being a property wheeler and dealer. And his view on international relations is, I win, you lose, whereas the diplomats in the audience would know that actually international relations tends to be about I win, you win. So there are some questions, I would have thought, in some minds as to whether or not we're going to see at this summit there being some maybe sotto voce, not spoken loudly, deal between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump over the future, not just of Taiwan, but also of Chinese dominance in the South China Sea. Now, I think it would be very unlikely in the near future for China to mount a military intervention in Taiwan for a number of reasons. First of all, because at the moment it is genuinely ambiguous as to how the US would respond. Yeah. And I don't think the Chinese Communist Party would want to risk what that ambiguity might mean. Secondly, I personally don't think that the PLA is ready to mount what is a phenomenally difficult operation. I mean, a very, very difficult operation, which we can go into if you want to. But also, I think, because there's a great degree of instability in the PLA's chain of command at the moment. And the removal of the deputy chairman of the CMC recently, Zhang Yuxia, a man I knew because he was my opposite number, he was a very wise man and a man who genuinely would have spoken truth to power. And suspending people like that and the commander of Eastern Command last week, that will have an impact upon the PLA.
Let me ask you on this, since you're talking about the PLA. This year, of course, or last year, we've seen Operation Sindhur here in this part of the world, the conflict between India and Pakistan. The PLA was directly involved with satellite imagery and so on with the Pakistanis. There was Chinese equipment that was used in that war. From where you sit as a former head of the British Armed Forces, someone who served in the region in Afghanistan, and now, of course, there is conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan in the last couple of days. What did you make of Operation Sindhur and that military operation and the strategic calculus now between India, China and Pakistan?
I think that it's probably been very useful for China to test some of their military technology with the Pakistanis. And I think, the narratives vary. There's been a lot of talk that some of it was quite effective. And I don't know enough of the detail to be sure whether that is the case or not. But I do think it's worth reflecting for a while, given India's strategic position in relation to China, on the extent to which the PLA is an effective and competent military. And if you look back to some of the activity that's going on in the South China Sea, and in particular in what the Filipinos would call the West Philippine Sea, you'll recall that last August there was a collision between a Chinese warship and a Chinese Coast Guard vessel in pursuit of a Philippines Coast Guard vessel. And what was fascinating about that collision is in the 4 hours leading up to it, there was absolutely no radio traffic between the warship and the Coast Guard vessel. So no clear coordination or command and control. And what I think that tells you is that the PLA is a very stovepiped organization. And I suspect not very capable at integrating land with air, with maritime, with cyber, with space, and all of the other ingredients that modern militaries need to be able to do if they want to conduct joint or multi-domain operations. And I'm sure there are lots of reasons why that's the case. And until the PLA is able to operate in an integrated way, they will not be as effective.
So that's the point. That a number of because we've seen now there are Pakistani officers now deployed in China. Well, working closely with the PLA. But there is an argument that I mean, you know the NATO operations very well, how integrated in the past European militaries and the Americans have been. There is a view that the Chinese are still some distance away from it, although a lot of help is being in terms of jointness, joint integration, because India faces a two-front threat really, and that's a real threat now for the last year or so. What's your view on that?
I mean, the last time they fought a war was in 1979.
Yeah, I mean, and I think, Zhang Yuxia, who I talked about a moment ago, he was very proud when he first met me to tell me that he was the only officer in the PLA with combat experience, which he'd earned in their defeat in Vietnam in 1979. And there's no doubt about it. Armies, navies, air forces, they need combat experience. Because until you've actually had that combat experience, it's very difficult to understand how the military instrument should be used, and indeed its limitations. And that is another reason why I think, the demise of Zhang Yuxia is sad, because, he's somebody who understood how risky combat is and the effect and the nature of war, which we know never really changes. So I think that the PLA will be hungry to get experience. The question, of course, is how they obtain that experience.
So why is Xi sacking so many of his generals? I mean, what is the motivation behind these actions?
Well, of course, the narrative is that they're all corrupt and they need to be hounded from power as a result of being corrupt. I think it's probably more complicated than that, and I'm going to speculate, and I would like Mr. Chatham to be sitting over the top of what I'm saying, but I know he's not. I mean, I suspect that probably President Xi Jinping, for whatever reason it was, felt slightly threatened by some of these powerful figures.
Can I ask you something about Pakistan and what's happening in relation to what's happening in the Gulf right now? There are reports that some American aircraft took off from bases in Pakistan for these airstrikes. Of course, there's been a complete shift in the US-Pakistani relationship since Operation Sindhur, with Field Marshal Munir, pledging all full allegiance to Donald Trump. Pakistan was persona non grata, is now back on the diplomatic table. It's supporting Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize, so on and so forth. But Pakistan has also been made part of the deal of Trump's peace board, as it's called. So where do you see Pakistan's strategic positioning right now? Because they're trying to sort of run with the hounds and run with the hare and hunt with the hounds. So where do you see the Pakistani strategic problem for positioning of the military right now?
Well, I think we were all surprised by the closeness of the relationship that appeared to develop between the army chief and President Trump over the last year or so. And I think, to your point about Pakistan's closeness to China, it does look quite contradictory in terms of a relationship. And again, I think one has to examine the motivations behind it. And I don't know the detail, but my guess some of the financial aspects to it are probably helpful from one side or the other, which may well be underpinning what we're seeing going on here. There are probably interests there. I don't know whether Pakistani bases has been used for operations. It may be that was necessary, given that I don't think Diego Garcia was made available by my own government for this operation in Iran. But I don't know the background, and I suspect it may well be possible. But yes, I think it's an interesting, slightly contradictory position, perhaps, that they find themselves in. And of course, they are now fixed by their so-called declaration of war against Afghanistan. And we well know from many, many years, indeed, hundreds of years of experience with war in Afghanistan, that doesn't always end very well.
What's your view on the Diogo Garcia issue? What's your view of the dispute between the US and the UK on Diogo Garcia?
It's not a dispute between. I mean, in essence, the UK government, and to be fair to this government, it was the previous government's decision as well.
Negotiated them. Yeah.
Was that the Chagos Islands, which Diego Garcia are a part of, technically and in terms of international law, the Mauritian claim on those islands was stronger than the claim that the British government had. And on that basis, if you are going to respect international law, it was very likely that there would be a claim filed in the International Court of Justice. And under the terms of UN law, that would have led probably to the Mauritians winning the claim. So the UK government's view was that in obeying international law, it would make sense to negotiate a deal with the Mauritian government on the basis of leasing it back over 99 years. Now, going back to the words that I think the Defence Minister used in my very seat here about 45 minutes ago, the answer is in a world where might is right, you can see why perhaps President Trump took the view that possession is 9/10 of the law rather than leasing it back. So that, I think, is where the issue lies at the moment.
So let me ask you something. Since you mentioned about Trump's doctrine of might is right. Now, there is a recalculation happening in Europe for the last year and a half. Because what Trump is doing is he's bringing down or putting the shutters down on the post-World War II order as it was designed, especially the military security architecture, the economic architecture, and all of that. Now a lot of European countries are now rearming. There's a whole thing of imagining a future without the Americans. The British, of course, have had a special relationship with the Americans. Where does that place Britain? And in a America-less security umbrella of Europe, because you've gone on record talking in the past about our armed forces have been hollowed out and the enemy knows it. How do you see India's role in beefing that up? And with the EU-UK agreement or the India-UK agreement, there's a lot of shift around the strategic partnership, around defense cooperation and so on and so forth. So as you enter this period of flux from a security point of view from Britain, where do you see India within that and your future of the defense of Britain post the Americans?
Gosh, how long have we got? You raise a lot of issues there, and I'll see if I can tick as many off as possible. I mean, I think first and foremost, we should be in no doubt that Donald Trump, as I said earlier, was right to call out the other members of NATO, because don't forget it's not just European members of NATO, it includes Canada, for not spending enough on defence. I'm sure that was absolutely right. Second point I'd make is I don't think this means the end of NATO. I mean, it's interesting to recognise that the only time that Article 5 of the NATO treaty has ever been tabled was after 9/11, when all the members of NATO went to the help of the United States, and we all got involved in the so-called war against terror thereafter, and lost a lot of lives and spent a lot of treasure doing it. Now, I don't think NATO is dead by any stretch of the imagination. I just think it is being rebalanced in terms of the burden of effort and the burden of sharing within it. Now, what I do think, though, is relevant to all of this are some of the remarks that Prime Minister Mark Carney made at Davos in late January, when he talked about the so-called rules-based system no longer being a thing. And I think, to be realistic, it's probably been in decline ever since 9/11, for all sorts of reasons we don't need to go into now. And I think that the best we can hope for, which in a sense is what he was suggesting, I think, is some form of multilateral liberal order, which I think is something that your country and my country...
And he talked about a concord between the middle powers, which is...
Coming on to middle powers, because, of course, his definition of middle powers would be those who would subscribe to a multilateral liberal order. One where you don't have to be in one sphere of influence or the other, but if you collaborate and cooperate based upon liberal values, and that means the rights of the individual and the other things that we espouse, then you can actually carve out some form of global commons in which we can all do business together, and do it on the basis of it not being transactional, but about it being based upon genuine alliances that are based upon predictability and trust and those sorts of values.
So we are, I think, beginning to run out of time, and there are more conflicts to cover. So the Ukraine war, we've just crossed the 4th anniversary of the Ukraine war. What is the end game there? There have been on-off negotiations between the between the US and Russia to end the Ukraine conflict. Where do you see this? Where do you see the end game there?
I think it's very difficult to see an obvious end game. I mean, what of course has been striking is that the Trump negotiating position has been very much based upon his lived experience, and I think the same experience of Mr. Witkoff, which is from the property world. This is about a land transaction. Whereas, of course, they're up against somebody in the form of Mr. Putin who sees this as an ideological problem. And those two positions are irreconcilable, to my mind. And that, of course, leads the Ukrainians in a very awkward position being between a rock and a hard place, to all intents and purposes. So, to my mind, this war is going to continue. And I don't see a decision quickly, because we've ended up in what a lot of military strategists might call a stalemate, where it has become a war of attrition, and it'll be whichever side collapses slowest but most quickly at the end of it. And I don't see that happening during the course of this calendar year for sure.
General Carter, we've seen two very important speeches by American leaders in the context of Europe in the last couple of months. One is J.D. Vance speaking in Europe on how the Europeans need to rearm for their own defense. And the second one, which was a much more, less direct, more polite argument, but saying the same thing, which was by Secretary of State Rubio, basically talking about Western values, Western civilization, and Europe and America should be coming back together. Now that sort of reminded me a little bit about Samuel Huntington's idea of clash of civilizations, because that's what, it's very specific at the center of the argument that Secretary of State Rubio was making. Where do you think Britain should be in this debate, and where does that leave your special relationship?
Although this is more about a clash within a civilization,
yeah.
in the Vance-Rubio form.
I mean, I've always been an advocate of alliances, and I feel very strongly that alliances are essentially the bedrock of stability and security in our world. So that would always be my starting point. I was not an advocate of Brexit, for example. I believed that Britain's future was almost certainly better found inside the European Union, even though the European Union has many problems that need to be resolved. So I think where I would stand on this is that the UK is going to be better if she operates with allies, and I profoundly believe that the relationship, for example, we have with India or other middle powers is going to be the core of a better future for all of us.
So let me ask you a final question. As a global strategist, what would your, given the state of flux that we are in the international system, what would your advice to India be? How should India play this at the moment?
I mean, I think it's entirely right that India has enough political clout and leverage and economic value to be able to be and plough its own furrow, rightly so. And that, of course, is what your Foreign Secretary talks about when he talks about the India way, and I've always agreed with that perspective. I think that this year we will find that India is probably the fourth largest economy in the world. There are many things that need to be resolved, of course, but the reality is that India should have a seat at the global, the great powers table, if you like, whatever that looks like, if it's a board of peace or the UN Security Council or whatever. And I think that India should absolutely double down on its democratic values and what it espouses, and it should look for other middle powers that espouse the same values and, in a sense, do what you're doing with France or with Britain or further east, and trade and cooperate and collaborate with those who see the world through the same principles that you've always seen the world through.
Or to ask the same question in a slightly different way, I mean, I think there's a statement attributed famously to Deng that, in the context of China, obviously, that China should hide its strength and bide its time, which has obviously changed under Xi. So should India follow the Deng dictum, at least for now?
Sorry, should it follow
the Deng dictum, where China should basically keep a low profile and till its time comes in international affairs. A statement attributed to Deng Xiaoping, that China should hide its strength and then bide its time.
Yes, perhaps. I mean, I think that in this slightly more Hobbesian world that we now occupy, the entry ticket is hard power. So India needs to double down and retain hard power, but it's also about having something to trade. And India's got a lot to trade. When you think of an extraordinarily young and potentially very skilled workforce, that's something to trade. So I think that the opportunities are there for India in a way that they are not for China. If you look at China's challenges, and she has many, her demography is going in absolutely the wrong direction. She has real problems with her domestic economy. Household consumption only represents 35% of her GDP, whereas in India it's between 65 and 70% would be my guess. That's why they have to export so much. I think there are real opportunities for India which you need to double down on.
Right, General Carter, we are totally out of time. Thank you so much for this freewheeling conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for General Nick Carter.
राइजिंग भारत के इस मंच से आप सभी का एक बार फिर से मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूं। और इस वक्त दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता स्टेज पर मौजूद हैं। बीजेपी की इकलौती महिला मुख्यमंत्री, जितने भी राज्यों में इस वक्त बीजेपी की सरकार है उनकी मैं बात कर रही हूं। 27 साल बाद जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत का परचम लहराया दिल्ली में, देश की राजधानी में, तो रेखा गुप्ता वो नाम जब सुना तो कहा कि कहां से, कैसे, और आज ऐसे। रेखा गुप्ता जी यहां राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत कीजिए। रेखा जी, सवाल तो बहुत सारे हैं क्योंकि राइजिंग भारत में अगर राइजिंग कैपिटल की बात नहीं होगी तो कैसे चलेगा। लेकिन उससे पहले जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है वो तो ये है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल को जब डिस्चार्ज कर दिया जाता है तो पहला सवाल जहन में यही आता है कि दिल्ली की सत्ता पर रेखा गुप्ता और उनकी पार्टी इसीलिए काबिज हुए थे कि उन्होंने कहा कि ये भ्रष्टाचारी है, लेकिन कोर्ट ने कहा कि नहीं, ऐसे कोई सबूत नहीं मिलते।
रूबिका जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं, क्या इस दुनिया में किसी के कहने से कोई मानता है? जब तक साक्षात जनता के मन में उस भाव को ना आ जाए, वो भाव कि भी हाँ, जिसको उसने चुना वो उनकी गलती थी। वो लोग जो रामलीला मैदान में तिरंगा हाथ में पकड़ के वंदे मातरम के नारे लगाते हुए और ये कहते हुए सत्ता में आए कि ना तो हमें कुर्सी चाहिए, ना गाड़ी चाहिए, ना बंगला चाहिए, ईमानदारी की कस्में खाई, बच्चों की कस्में खाई, और उसके बाद उन्होंने वो किया जो कि जिसको ना करने की कस्में उन्होंने खाई थी। उन्हें गाड़ी भी चाहिए थी, उन्हें बंगला भी चाहिए था, उन्हें सत्ता, कुर्सी, मोह माया, हर चीज चाहिए थी। फिर कोई एक घोटाला थोड़ी ना है, 20 घोटाले उनकी सरकार के समय में आए। और आज जिस केस से वो कह रहे हैं कि जी हम बरी हो गए हैं, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं, दिल्ली की जनता ये सवाल केजरीवाल से और आम आदमी पार्टी से पूछना चाहती है कि यदि वो बेईमान नहीं थे, वो भ्रष्टाचारी नहीं थे, तो क्यों जांच शुरू होते ही उस शराब पॉलिसी को वापस ले लिया गया? मैं जनता की ओर से ये पूछना चाहती हूं कि क्या उन्होंने दिल्ली को शराब कल्चर में डुबोने की कोशिश नहीं की? जब एक के साथ एक फ्री की बात उन्होंने की, जब उन्होंने महिलाओं के लिए पिंक बार खोलने की बात की, जब युवाओं की एज कम करके शराब पीने की बात की, तो क्या उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ बेईमानी नहीं की? मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं, 170 मोबाइल, उसमें से डाटा हटा करके, डाटा मैनिपुलेट करके आपने तोड़े वहां पे, क्या वो बेईमानी नहीं थी? वो भ्रष्टाचार का कौन सा साधन था? और एक केस नहीं है, अभी तो हजारों केस उनके ऐसे लगे हुए हैं जिसमें हॉस्पिटल्स में उन्होंने घोटाला किया, दवाई खरीदने में घोटाला किया, स्कूल क्लासेस बनाने में घोटाला किया, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में उन्होंने घोटाला किया।
लेकिन
तो अभी तो बहुत
ने
सारे
कहा ना कि सबूत पर्याप्त नहीं है।
देखिए,
ये
लोअर
कोर्ट इकट्ठा करने
ये कोई अंतिम सत्य नहीं है, ये लोअर कोर्ट का अपना डिसीजन है। अभी बहुत सारे पड़ाव बाकी हैं और हमारे देश की न्याय प्रक्रिया में जनता को विश्वास है और न्याय जरूर होगा, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा।
आप इतना कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि नहीं भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है?
देखा है हमने अपनी आंखों से। आज भी उनके वो सारे बही खाते जब रोजाना सरकार में खुलते हैं तो रोज एक नया भ्रष्टाचार उनका दिखाई देता है, रोजाना। मैं आपको ये सत्य बात कह रही हूं कि आज कितनी चीजें मैं आपको बताऊं। उन्होंने बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप देने का एक योजना लेकर के आए, उसके लिए सैंक्शन किया 15 करोड़, और आज 150 करोड़ की पेमेंट लेने के लिए कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन सरकार के दरवाजे पे खड़े हैं। कोई बता सकता है मुझे कि 15 करोड़ से 150 करोड़ कैसे हो गए? एक बुजुर्गों को कुछ सीनियर सिटीजन्स को रेम्यूनरेशन देने का एक योजना उन्होंने बनाया, 2-3 साल पेमेंट दिया, उसके बाद बंद कर दिया। तो हमने सरकार में आने के बाद कहा कि भी ये पेमेंट कंटिन्यू करना चाहिए, दिखाइए जरा क्या योजना है। तो पता चला रिकॉर्ड में कोई योजना ही नहीं है, कोई सैंक्शन ही नहीं है, कोई कैबिनेट का नोट ही नहीं है। और वो कहां से दे रहे थे, किसको दे रहे थे, क्या कर रहे थे? ऐसी सैकड़ों उनकी बेईमानियां दिल्ली सरकार के खातों में रोजाना दिखाई देती है।
लेकिन आपको दिखाई दे रही है, कोर्ट को नहीं दिखाई दे रही है। कोर्ट ये कह रही है कि पर्याप्त सबूत नहीं है।
देखिए, हमारी न्याय प्रक्रिया बहुत लंबी है, यहाँ अलग अलग लेवल पे सुनवाई होती है। आज निचले कोर्ट ने जो बात कही वो अंतिम सत्य नहीं है। इस न्याय की लड़ाई लंबी जरूर दिखती है, परंतु जनता ने न्याय कर दिया है और न्यायालय भी न्याय करेगा, हमें विश्वास है।
आज बड़ा सवाल ये भी है कि कांग्रेस कह रही है कि आप दोनों मिलकर खेल रहे हैं। आपने तो पोस्ट पढ़े होंगे, तो जैसे ही वो बरी हुए तो वो ये कहने लगे कि पंजाब में चुनाव है, इसीलिए आपने केजरीवाल जी को रिहा करवा दिया, बरी करवा दिया।
देखिए, कांग्रेस ये जब बोलती है, वो पार्टी जिसको जनता ने नोटा से भी नीचे ले आए, जब वो ऐसी बातें कहती है तो बड़ी हंसी आती है कि वो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं। ये वही केजरीवाल साहब हैं जिन्होंने बच्चों की कसम खाने के बाद कि जी मैं कांग्रेस के साथ में गठबंधन नहीं करूंगा। तो ये तो गठबंधन तो उनका है आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ। अब भाइयों की लड़ाई हो गई, चोर चोर मुसेरे भाई, अब आपस में लड़ाई हो गई तो एक दूसरे पे इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं।
लेकिन वो ये कह रहे हैं ना कि आपने कहा नोटा पर ला दिया, नोटा पर लाने के लिए ही आप और केजरीवाल जी दोनों मिले हुए हैं। ये बड़ा सा पोस्ट किया है पवन खेड़ा जी ने।
देखिए, खुद दिशा विहीन लोग हैं, दिशा विहीन पार्टी है, वो क्या कह दें, कब कह दें, कोई आज तक समझ नहीं पाया।
अच्छा रेखा जी, साल भर पूरा हो गया है, क्या क्या काम आपने किया है और किस पर इतरा रही हैं?
देखिए, एक साल यानी 365 दिन कोई इतना बड़ा कालखंड नहीं है कि मैं कहूं कि बहुत ढेर सारी उपलब्धियां आप कह रही हैं, इतरा रही हैं। पर मैं एक चीज़ पे जरूर अपने आप में संतुष्टि महसूस करती हूं कि पूरी शिद्दत के साथ, पूरी मेहनत के साथ इन 365 दिनों में दिल्ली सरकार ने, उनकी मुख्यमंत्री ने, पूरी टीम ने दिल्ली की जनता के लिए काम किया, जनता के बीच रह के काम किया और हर समस्या को आमने सामने से लड़ाई लड़ी है और उनको बेहतर समाधान देने की कोशिश की है। यही मेरी एकमात्र उपलब्धि है।
जब आप ये बात कहती हैं तो विपक्ष के कुछ कड़े सवाल जहन में आते हैं। जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है कि हमने जितना काम किया उस पर आप लोगों ने पानी फेर दिया, यानी बीजेपी की सरकार ने कहा आपने झूठे वादे किए, उसे पूर्ण नहीं किया। जितना उन्होंने दिल्ली को दिया, अब आप धीरे धीरे दिल्ली से वापस वो ले रही हैं। प्रदूषण के मामले में आपने बहुत बड़े बड़े वादे किए थे, आज भी आप देखिए वो प्रदूषण जस का तस है। ऐसा भी है कि बड़े बड़े मेहमान दिल्ली में आते हैं, वो कहते हैं सब हल हो सकता है, लेकिन ट्रैफिक की जो समस्या है उससे दिल्ली को निजात नहीं मिल सकती है। ऐसी बहुत सी चीजें हैं। तो राइजिंग भारत में राइजिंग दिल्ली उस लेवल पर पहुंची है क्या?
रूबिका जी, मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, 11 साल वाली सरकार यदि 1 साल की सरकार से इन बातों का जवाब मांगे तो क्या ये उचित है? पर फिर भी मैं देना चाहती हूँ उस 11 साल की सरकार के लोगों को जो अपने कार्यकाल में कुछ नहीं कर पाए और आज हमसे 365 दिन पूरे होने पे ये कहते हैं कि भाई ट्रैफिक कम हो, पॉल्यूशन कम हो, खत्म हो जाना चाहिए, जवाब मांगेंगे वाटर लॉगिंग का। एक एक समस्या जो दिल्ली की लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम बना करके वो लोग गए, उनकी लापरवाही, नज़रअंदाजी ने दिल्ली की प्रॉब्लम को बढ़ाया। हमने उनके समाधान के लिए काम किया है। साइंटिफिक रोड मैप के साथ रोजाना एक कदम हम आगे बढ़े हैं। आपने जिन जिन समस्याओं की बात की, आपने कहा जी उनके किए पे पानी फेर दिया। उनके किए हुए भ्रष्टाचार पे पानी फेरा होगा जरूर। उनकी भ्रष्टाचार के लिए सिस्टम में जितनी लीकेजेस थी उस पे जरूर हमने पानी फेरा होगा। वो सारे रास्ते जिसके माध्यम से भ्रष्टाचार होता था उस पूरे सिस्टम को बंद करके बहुत ही ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम हमने डिजिटलाइज किया। पूरी सरकार को, हर विभाग को, सारी फाइलों को। आज की डेट में दिल्ली सरकार में हर फाइल ई फाइल के माध्यम से जाती है। आज हर काम डिजिटलाइज हो चुका है, हॉस्पिटल से लेकर के स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन तक। आज हर चीज की जवाबदेही, अकाउंटेबिलिटी तय है। तो कोई भी चीज ऐसी हो नहीं सकती कि जिसके माध्यम से जनता का पैसा किसी भी करप्शन में जाए, पहली बात। फिर आपने अलग अलग समस्याओं की बात की। आपने कहा ट्रैफिक जैम।
क्या पोल्यूशन मुक्त दिल्ली कभी होगी?
डेफिनेटली होगी, जरूर होगी। हर साल दिल्ली को बेहतर हवा, बेहतर पर्यावरण दिखाई देगा। ये हमारी सरकार का दिल्ली की जनता के साथ पूर्ण वादा है। और इस 1 साल में हमने जो जो पॉल्यूशन के निमित्त किया है, मैं वो भी जरूर बताना चाहूंगी। पॉल्यूशन को हमने केवल एक मौसम और एक सेगमेंट मान के काम नहीं किया। पॉल्यूशन को एज ए होल, एक पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से क्या क्या इसमें बेहतर होना चाहिए, उसमें हर विषय पे, हर सेगमेंट पे हमने काम किया। चाहे वो धूल हो, चाहे धुआं हो। जहां तक धुएं की बात मैं करती हूं तो जो वेहिकुलर एमिशन है उस पे बेहद संजीदा तरीके से सरकार ने कदम उठाए। हमने दिल्ली में नो पीयूसी, नो फ्यूल लागू किया। दिल्ली में अब तक की सबसे बड़ी इलेक्ट्रिक बसों की फ्लीट हमने ला करके दी, जो पूरे देश के हर राज्य से, बड़े बड़े राज्यों से भी ज्यादा बड़ी दिल्ली की इलेक्ट्रिक फ्लीट है। आज 4000 बसें दिल्ली में हमारे पास इलेक्ट्रिक है। और हमारा मिशन है कि 100% क्लीन फ्यूल हम व्हीकल दिल्ली को दें, पूरा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का मोड हम बदल दें। यहां तक कि लोगों के प्राइवेट व्हीकल्स के लिए भी हम ईवी पॉलिसी लेकर के आ रहे हैं, जिसमें हम लोगों को मोटिवेट भी करेंगे, सब्सिडीज भी देंगे। लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट पे जाएं, ज्यादा से ज्यादा ईवी व्हीकल्स को वो लोग लें। लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी पे सरकार लगातार काम कर रही है, क्योंकि एक व्यक्ति जब तक पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को नहीं अपना पाएगा, जब तक कि उसे लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी ना मिले। पूरी दिल्ली में एक और बड़ा काम जो कि इस धुएं से जुड़ा हुआ है, वो है आपके फिटनेस सेंटर, टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस, जिस पे पिछली सरकार ने कतई काम नहीं किया। आज हमारी सरकार ने दिल्ली में ऑटोमेटेड टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस खोलने का काम कर रही है, ताकि दिल्ली का प्रत्येक व्हीकल आप मैन्युअली नहीं, ऑटोमेटिकली उसकी फिटनेस चेक हो और हर व्हीकल एमिशन फ्री हो, फिट टू मूव हो। और उसके लिए पहली बार दिल्ली सरकार के द्वारा इस तरह के मूव हुए हैं। हमने अभी तक 2 ऑटोमेटेड टेस्टिंग स्टेशन उनका शिलान्यास कर चुके हैं, जिनका काम जून तक पूरा होने वाला है, और नए 5 की तैयारी हमारी है। और इसके अलावा पूरी दिल्ली में वृक्षारोपण से लेकर के मशीनों के द्वारा सफाई, नए लिटर पिकर लेने की व्यवस्था, इन सारे कामों को बहुत ही प्लान्ड तरीके से कि कब तक क्या काम पूरा होना चाहिए, किस तरीके से पॉल्यूशन को कम होना है। पहली बार दिल्ली में रिज एरिया जो है उसमें हमने 4200 हेक्टेयर रिज एरिया को फॉरेस्ट नोटिफाई किया, जो आज तक किसी सरकार ने नहीं किया। 35 लाख नए पेड़ हमने 4 साल के अंदर लगाने का प्लान किया, और वो भी ऐसे पेड़ जो इंडिजीनियस प्लांट हैं, जो कि सच में ऑक्सीजन गिवर हैं, एक ग्रीन कवर शहर का बढ़े, उसके लिए हमने काम किया। और
पर रेखा जी, जब ये सारी बातें आप कह रही हैं, तो मैं अगर आंख बंद करूं तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं कोई खूबसूरत से हिल स्टेशन पर आ गई हूं, है ना? लेकिन सच्चाई ये है कि वो ऐसी, जब दिल्ली में आप जाते हैं तो ऋषि सुनक को ये कहना पड़ता है कि यहाँ पे कुछ समस्याएं ऐसी हैं जो कभी खत्म नहीं हो सकती। फॉर एग्जाम्पल ट्रैफिक
हो सकती हैं, खत्म हो सकती हैं, जब सरकार और पब्लिक एक दिशा में चलें। पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप के साथ ही चीजें बेहतर होंगी। सरकार अपना काम करेगी, जनता उसमें अपना सहयोग देगी। सरकार पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन लाएगी, जनता उसे उपयोग करेगी। सरकार ये ड्राइव चलाएगी, लोग पेड़ों को मेंटेन करेंगे। सरकार रोड जो अपनी वॉल टू वॉल कारपेटिंग करेगी, लोग उसे मेंटेन करेंगे। ये सारी चीजें हम सबको मिलजुल के करनी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली हमारी है और हम सबकी जिम्मेवारी है।
पर ये आपको लगता है कि इतनी पार्टनरशिप दिल्ली की तरफ से होगी?
क्यों नहीं होगी? आज इंदौर जैसा शहर इकट्ठा एकमुश्त होकर काम कर सकता है। जब लोग हमें विदेशों की बातें कहते हैं, तो विदेश कोई एक दिन में साफ सुथरे सुंदर विकसित नहीं हो गए हैं। वहाँ लोगों ने उसमें सपोर्टिव एटीट्यूड किया, तब जाकर के कोई शहर बेहतर बनता है, विकसित बनता है, हरा भरा हो सकता है। तो जनता जब ये सोचती है कि अगर दिल्ली की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम स्वच्छता है, वहाँ सफाई होनी चाहिए, वहाँ पर पर्यावरण बेहतर होना चाहिए, वहाँ पे ट्रैफिक रूल ओबे होने चाहिए, तो ये हम सबका काम है कि हम मिल कर के कोशिश करें कि हमारे कारण से कहीं गंदगी ना हो, हमारे कारण से कहीं पे पर्यावरण को नुकसान ना हो, हम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज करें, हम बेहतर काम करें अपने शहर के लिए।
ये
करना
सुनने में
पड़ेगा।
तो रेखा जी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि काश कि ये सब करने लगे, लेकिन ऐसा होता हुआ संभव है? मैं बार बार आपसे ये पूछ रही हूँ। एक घर में एक लड़के के पास या परिवार के पास जब 2-2, 3-3 गाड़ियां होती है, कार पूलिंग कहा जरूर जाता है लेकिन किया नहीं जाता। आप कहते हैं पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट हम चाहते हैं सब इस्तेमाल करें, लेकिन कितना % है जो दिल्ली में इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है?
अभी कम है, परंतु दिल्ली की जनता में इस पर्यावरण को लेके जो तकलीफ है, जो पीड़ा है, मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली की जनता समाधान चाहती है। सरकार उन्हें समाधान देगी, हर सेक्टर में देगी। आपको ईवी के लिए सब्सिडी देना, नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करना, चार्जिंग स्टेशंस बनाना, आपकी रोड से डस्ट मिटिगेशन का प्लान करना, वॉल टू वॉल कारपेटिंग करना।
इसमें कितना टाइम लगेगा? 5 साल में हो जाएगा?
देखिए, इसको आप टाइम बाउंड नहीं कर सकते, इट्स ऑन गोइंग प्रोसेस। ये लगातार होने वाला काम है। ये ऐसा नहीं है कि आज मैंने पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज कर लिया और कल पर्सनल गाड़ी से गया, तो ऐसा थोड़ी ना हो सकता है। ये लगातार चलने वाला काम है, और हाथ में हाथ लेकर के सरकार और जनता चलेगी,
मैं पर्यावरण से फिर आगे बढ़ूंगी, बस इस सवाल के बाद कि ये जो अक्टूबर आएगा, AQI कौन सा लेकर आएगा? कोई गारंटी दे सकती है रेखा गुप्ता?
बेहतर AQI दिल्ली का होगा, बेहतर हवा होगी, और हम सब लोग मिलकर के इस पे काम करने वाले हैं।
एक हाल में जो इंटरव्यू हुआ था, उसमें आपने ये कहा कि भैया ऐसा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो कर्ज लिया था, मेरा कुछ टाइम तो वो कर्ज चुकाने में ही चला गया है। कुछ दिन पहले सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फ्रीबीज को लेकर, जिस तरीके की सरकार ये फ्रीबीज के फ्री में ये ले लो, फ्री में वो ले लो, ऐसे ऑफर देती है, उससे कर्ज और बढ़ता है। आपने भी बहुत सारी योजनाएं शुरू कर दी है। अब उनको मैं फ्रीबीज कहूं या चूंकि आपको पसंद आएगा तो वो योजनाएं कह दूं, लोक योजनाएं?
देखिए,
लोकहित योजना।
मैं खुद भी ये बात मानती हूँ, किसी भी शहर को आगे बढ़ने के लिए फ्री वीज सबसे घातक चीज है, और शहर को आगे ले जाने के लिए उसमें सबका सहयोग जरूरी है। पर यह बात भी जरूरी है कि जहां अंतिम पंक्ति में खड़ा हुआ वो व्यक्ति जो सच में ज़रूरतमंद है, जो आश्रित है, उसकी मदद करना भी ज़रूरी है ताकि वो मेन लाइन के साथ जुड़ करके अपना सर्वाइवल कर सके, अपने परिवार का पेट पाल सके। तो दोनों चीज़ों में बड़ा अंतर है। मैं जिस विचार को लेकर के चलती हूँ, मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि ठीक है, जहाँ आपको उन परिवारों को एक सपोर्ट देना है, एक हैंड होल्डिंग करनी है, वहीं आपको विकास का रास्ता नहीं छोड़ सकते। इस एक साल में जितने प्रोजेक्ट सरकार के अधूरे पड़े थे, हमने उसको पूरा करने के लिए काम किया और सैकड़ों नए प्रोजेक्ट पे दिल्ली सरकार ने काम किया, चाहे वो फ्लाईओवर्स हैं, चाहे अंडरपास हैं, चाहे फुटओवर ब्रिज हैं, चाहे एलिवेटेड रोड है, चाहे मेट्रो का नेक्स्ट फेज है। इन सब पे सरकार ने काम किया है, एक बेहतर दिल्ली के लिए, एक नए फ्यूचर के लिए, बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए।
पर जब आप ये बेहतर बात कहती हैं और कहती हैं कि नहीं, जो अंतिम पंक्ति में खड़ा व्यक्ति है उस तक भी सुविधा पहुंच जानी चाहिए, तो फिर आपकी तरफ से किया गया 2500 रुपए का वादा आता है, तो वो कब दे रही हैं आप?
देखिए, 2500 से पहले तो मैं बहुत कुछ जो दे चुकी, मैं उसकी चर्चा जरूर करना चाहूँगी। आज दिल्ली शहर देश की राजधानी, जहाँ हजारों लोग रोजाना आते हैं काम के, रोजगार के लिए, कोई इलाज के लिए आता है, कोई पढ़ाई के लिए आता है। आज दिल्ली में हमने जो अटल कैंटीन शुरू करी, जिसमें मात्र 5 रुपए में व्यक्ति को भरपेट खाना मिलता है, वो इस विजन के साथ कि मेरे इस शहर में कोई भूखा ना सोए, इस पे दिल्ली सरकार ने काम किया।
पर रेखा जी, वो तो शीला दीक्षित जी ने भी किया था।
कहाँ किया, आप बताइए ना, कहाँ है कोई उनके टाइम की शुरू की हुई ऐसी कैंटीन, ऐसी कोई रसोई कुछ है दिल्ली में क्या?
हाँ, वो थाली दिया करती थी ना वो।
आप पता नहीं, आप लोग बताएं कोई थाली थी, वो चली, पहुंची, किसी के तक आई? तो आज जो चल रहा है वो एक एवरलास्टिंग काम है, जिसको दिल्ली की जनता रोजाना 1 लाख लोगों को भोजन करवाने का दिल्ली सरकार का संकल्प है, जिस पे हम लोग चल रहे हैं।
चूंकि आप भोजन करवा रही हैं तो अब 2500 रुपए नहीं
अभी
देंगी।
आ रही हूं मैं आपकी बात पे भी। हमने कहा था कि होली और दिवाली सिलेंडर देंगे। इस होली हम दिल्ली की अपनी बहनों को सिलेंडर देने जा रहे हैं। ये एक बड़ी जो बात थी। और इसी तरीके से दिल्ली में जो हमने आयुष्मान योजना कहा था,
नहीं रुकिए रेखा जी, नहीं रुकिए, पहले आप चूंकि थाली दे रही हैं तो 2500 नहीं देंगी आप।
अभी आ रही हूं मैं।
सिलेंडर दे रही हैं तो 2500 नहीं देंगी आप।
नहीं, आप ऐसे कैसे क्यों कर रही हैं, जैसे कि आम आदमी पार्टी का कोई कार्यकर्ता आपके अंदर से बोल रहा है। अब थमिए, अभी सुनिए, मैं आ रही हूँ।
मैं तो जनता की तरफ से सवाल पूछ रही हूँ।
हाँ, मैं नहीं, अभी जनता जो चाहती है।
का कार्यकर्ता हूँ, आम आदमी पार्टी का नहीं।
मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ,
मैं आम आदमी का कार्यकर्ता हूँ।
मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ, मैंने दिल्ली की जनता की जरूरतों को समझते हुए एक प्रायोरिटी लिस्ट तय की है, जिसमें मुझे ये लगता है कि पहले दिल्ली की जनता को पानी की पाइपलाइंस की जरूरत है, हर घर तक पानी की जरूरत है, बेहतर सीवर लाइनों की जरूरत है, हर बच्चे को यहाँ पर जो स्कूल की कमी है उसको पूरा करना चाहता है, ये जो अधूरे हॉस्पिटल है इसको पूरा मुझे करना है, जो ये मेट्रो का फेज था जिसमें पिछली सरकार अपनी देनदारियां मेरे लिए छोड़ के गई थी, मैंने वो सारी देनदारियां क्लियर करने का फैसला किया। उसमें से 3000 करोड़ मैंने पिछले अकाउंट के दिए और 5000 करोड़ मैंने अगली कॉरिडोर के लिए पे किया है। मेरी दिल्ली की जनता कहती है कि पहले ये सब हमें दो और उसके बाद 2500 भी मैडम देना चाहेगी तो जरूर देगी, और मैं वायदा करती हूं कि मेरी दिल्ली की बहनों को 2500 रुपए भी मिलेंगे।
मतलब सोचिए, 2500 रुपए नहीं मिले हैं तब भी रेखा गुप्ता जिंदाबाद,
क्योंकि उन्हें विकास मिल रहा है। विकास के साथ में जो हमने कहा वो सब दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए दिल्ली की जनता का विश्वास हम पे है और उस विश्वास को कायम रखना मेरी प्रतिबद्धता है।
पर ऑन अ सीरियस नोट, क्या आने वाले सालों में आप इस वादे को पूरा करेंगी या ये आपके लिए बोझ बन गया है?
नहीं,
क्योंकि कैश देने की बात थी, फ्री बीज देने की बात थी, तो ऐलान तो कर दिया, लेकिन अब बोझ बन रहा है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं मैं कह सकती। निश्चित रूप में दिल्ली की बहनों को मजबूत करना, उनको फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस करना मेरी इच्छा है और मैं उसे जरूर पूरा करूंगी, और इसके लिए लगातार काम चल रहा है। क्योंकि वो एलिजिबिलिटी लिस्ट, क्योंकि आज दिल्ली में जिस वर्ग को हम मदद पहुंचाना चाहते हैं उसकी एक सूची तैयार होनी जरूरी है। और ये योजना ये नहीं है कि वन टाइम योजना है, ये योजना लगातार चलने वाली, हर महीने आपको काम देना है, हर महीने आपको उनको फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस पहुंचानी है। तो उसके लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छा मेथड जिसके माध्यम से लगातार एक बार मदद शुरू हो तो वो चलती रहे, वो जरूरी है। हम एक पोर्टल के माध्यम से ऑनलाइन इस सारी प्रक्रिया को करेंगे ताकि कोई भी इसमें लीकेज ना रहे और कोई भी पात्र बहन उसमें छूटे ना, ये मेरी इच्छा है।
अब मैं यमुना की सफाई की तरफ आ रही हूँ क्योंकि 2500 को लेकर बहुत सवाल हुए और उसका जवाब आपने यहाँ पर दिया है। कई लोग इससे इत्तेफाक रख सकते हैं, कई नहीं भी रख सकते हैं, लेकिन क्या सच में ये जो पैसों को देने का ऐलान होता है अलग अलग सरकारों की तरफ से, ये आखिरी सवाल और फिर मैं आगे पहुंचूंगी, ये जीत का फॉर्मूला बन गया है और उसके बाद इसके क्रियान्वयन पे देरी हो तो होती रहे?
देखिए, जनता बहुत समझदार है, वो जानती है कि विकास का रास्ता किस पार्टी के माध्यम से स्वरूप लेने वाला है। और हर राज्य को विकास चाहिए, शिक्षा चाहिए, हेल्थ चाहिए। कोई भी राज्य केवल और केवल फ्री बीज के लालच में सरकारें नहीं बना सकता और ना बनाना चाहता। इसलिए आपकी परफॉर्मेंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और दिल्ली में जो विकास के काम इस समय चल रहे हैं और जितनी दिल्ली की समस्याएं थी, अब उनके ऊपर जिस तरीके से ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार के माध्यम से काम हो रहा है, मुझे लगता है दिल्ली की जनता संतुष्ट है। उनकी आंखों में, उनकी निगाहों में जो आशाएं मुझे दिखती हैं, वो ये कहती हैं कि आप काम करते रहिए, हम आपके साथ हैं।
ये जो ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार है रेखा जी, ये आपके लिए बहुत प्रेशर क्रिएट करती है क्योंकि भाई पहले की सरकारों के साथ तो ये होता था कि काम नहीं होता है तो आप केंद्र के ऊपर जिम्मेदारी दे सकते हैं, या अगर कोई और छोटा काम नहीं होता है तो आप लोकल बॉडीज पर आरोप थोप सकते हैं। लेकिन आपके साथ तो ऐसा नहीं है, लेफ्ट में भी आपकी सरकार, राइट में भी आपकी सरकार और सेंटर में आप बैठी हुई हैं। तो ये ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार प्रेशर आपके कंधों पर डाल रही है कि नहीं डाल रही है?
मैं ये मानती हूं कि दिल्ली में तीनों लेवल्स पे एक गवर्नमेंट का होना इस समय का सबसे सौभाग्यशाली क्षण है, सबसे लकीएस्ट टाइम है। क्योंकि इस समय किसी भी प्रकार के आरोप प्रत्यारोप करने का कोई मौका किसी के पास नहीं है, पहली बात। और दूसरी बात, कोई क्रेडिट की लड़ाई नहीं है। आज जब मैं काम करती हूं तो इक्वली सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की मैं हेल्प लेती हूं, एनसीआर स्टेट्स की मैं हेल्प लेती हूं, मैं अपनी लोकल बॉडीज के ऊपर पूरा काम का प्रेशर रख के उनसे काम लेती हूं। तो कहीं से कहीं तक जनता के बीच में कोई भी जाता है तो वो काम की जिम्मेवारी उठाता है। उस काम को करने के लिए सांसद, विधायक, पार्षद तीनों मिलकर ताकत लगाते हैं और इसीलिए दिल्ली के कामों को स्पीड मिल पा रही है। तो मैं इसे लायबिलिटी नहीं मानती, मैं इसे प्रेशर नहीं मानती, मैं इसे दिल्ली के लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छा मौका मानती हूं कि इस समय जितनी मेहनत हो सके करनी चाहिए ताकि दिल्ली विकास की ओर आगे बढ़े।
यमुना सफाई की ओर कब बढ़ेगी?
बढ़ चुकी है यमुना जी सफाई की ओर, क्योंकि इससे पहले की सरकारों ने कभी उस विषय के महत्व को समझा नहीं था, ना ही उस पे काम किया था। पर हमारी सरकार जो 1 साल पहले बनी, हमने आने के बाद बहुत ही साइंटिफिकली क्या रोड मैप होना चाहिए यमुना सफाई का, उस पे काम किया। जितने ड्रेन्स यमुना जी में जाके गिर रहे थे उन सब की ड्रोन मैपिंग करी, उसकी सिल्ट की मैपिंग करी। सभी के सभी एसटीपीज जो दिल्ली में अभी तक 37 एसटीपी सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट दिल्ली में थे, उनको हमने रिवाइव किया, उसको अपग्रेड किया ताकि वो वर्किंग कंडीशन में आए, जो कि पहले बिल्कुल पूरी तरह ठप पड़े थे, कोई काम नहीं कर रहा था एसटीपी, आज वो अपडेट हो पाए हैं। और जिन जिन ड्रेन्स पे कोई एसटीपी नहीं था, आज उन पे नए डिसेंट्रलाइज एसटीपी बनाने के टेंडर हम लगा चुके हैं दिल्ली में, और नए 35 डिसेंट्रलाइज एसटीपी, 12 और नए बड़े एसटीपीज बनाने का काम
मतलब
चल रहा है।
35 प्लस 12।
यस, ऑफ कोर्स। तो और इसके अलावा भी हर ड्रेन को मैप करने का, यहाँ तक कि एनसीआर के स्टेट, वो हरियाणा, उत्तर प्रदेश, उनसे भी हमारी बात हुई है कि कोई भी नाला जब तक यमुना जी में गिरेगा तब तक यमुना जी साफ नहीं हो सकती रूबिका जी। इसलिए जरूरी यह है कि हर नाले को टैप किया जाए, हर नाले की डीसिल्टिंग हो। और इस 1 साल में आपको मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि 22,000 मीट्रिक टन सिल्ट हमने ड्रेन से निकाली है जो अदरवाइज जाके यमुना जी में गिरती। और एक और मैं बड़ा आपको बात बताना चाहती हूँ, दिल्ली में जितना पशुधन है, ये गायें इत्यादि, आप क्या सोचती हैं लाखों की संख्या में होंगी? तो रोजाना का डेयरी वेस्ट कितना होगा? 1500 टन डेयरी वेस्ट हम मान रहे हैं, एज्यूम कर रहे हैं कि रोजाना का डेयरी वेस्ट इतना होता होगा, वो गोबर काउडंग, और वो सीधा सीधा जाकर के रोजाना नालों के माध्यम से यमुना जी में गिरता था, जो यमुना के गंदे होने में, प्रदूषित होने में बहुत बड़ा कारण था। दिल्ली में एक भी बायोगैस प्लांट नहीं था। पहला बायोगैस प्लांट हमारी सरकार के आने के बाद दिल्ली में हमने खोला है। 2 अभी तक हम खोल चुके हैं प्लांट। 300 टीपीडी की कैपेसिटी उसकी है। 1500 टीपीडी तक हमें उसे लेकर के आना है। इसके लिए अब सरकार काम कर रही है कि ये गोबर कहीं से भी किसी भी रास्ते से यमुना जी में ना जाए, सिल्ट यमुना जी में ना पहुंचे, नाले यमुना जी में अपनी गंदे स्वरूप के साथ ना गिरें। ये सारा काम शुरू हो चुका है। हर साल आपको यमुना बेहतर दिखाई देगी और ईश्वर ने चाहा तो बहुत साफ यमुना, अविरल यमुना भी दिल्ली वाले देख पाएंगे।
तो वो जब तक आप मुख्यमंत्री हैं तब तक दिख जाएगा?
आप मुझे बना के रखिए।
क्योंकि साबरमती फ्रंट जहन में आता है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब चीफ मिनिस्टर हुआ करते थे तो उन्होंने उसका पूरा नक्शा बदल दिया था। तो आई एम श्योर जब आपकी मुलाकातें और बातचीत होती होगी तो इस पर भी चर्चा होती होगी। उन्होंने यमुना की सफाई पर आपकी तारीफ भी की है, मतलब आपकी सरकार की, लेकिन उसका कोई रोड मैप तो आपने बता दिया, कोई टाइम है कि इतने साल?
यमुना की सफाई का रोड मैप मैंने आपको बताया है, और यमुना
टाइम
पे सीरियसनेस जो है वो केंद्र की, दिल्ली की, सभी की है, नगर निगम की। लगातार उस पे काम चल रहा है। और जिस टाइमलाइन की आप बात कर रही हैं, वो टाइमलाइन में यमुना जी को नहीं बांधा जा सकता। यदि आज जो एसटीपी बनना शुरू हुआ है उसे 2 साल अगर बनने में लगते हैं, वो वर्किंग कंडीशन में 2.5 साल बाद आता है। और ऐसे हर नाले को टैप करने का जो काम शुरू हुआ है, इसमें समय जरूर लगेगा।
तो मतलब 2.5 साल बाद मैं क्रूज पर आपका इंटरव्यू ले सकती हूँ यमुना?
क्रूज पे तो आप पहले ही ले लेना, वैसे वो क्रूज नहीं है, यमुना सफारी है। वो आप पहले भी ले सकती हैं, उसे तो हम पहले ही चला देंगे। परंतु यमुना के अविरल रूप की यदि मैं बात करूं तो उसमें समय जरूर लगेगा, परंतु सरकार की नीयत और नीतियां बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है। काम दिखाई देने शुरू हो जाएगा और आप सबको संतुष्टि होगी कि हम सही दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
आप गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी हमारे बीच पधार चुके हैं, जोरदार तालियों से उनका भी स्वागत कीजिए। आखिरी के कुछ 2 प्रश्न और उसके बाद मैं हमारे इस कार्यक्रम की समाप्ति करूंगी। दिल्ली के तुर्कमान गेट पर आपने देखा जिस तरीके की कार्रवाई हुई है, अतिक्रमण के खिलाफ जो बड़ा एक्शन हुआ है, उसके बाद चौ दिशा से ये सवाल उठने लगे कि क्या जानबूझकर इस तरीके का एक्शन लिया जा रहा है? क्योंकि बीजेपी और माइनॉरिटीज में कभी भी मोहब्बत बन नहीं पाई। इस तरीके के आरोप विपक्ष आप पर लगाता रहा है।
देखिए, ये
क्या ये चलता रहेगा?
ये बहुत ही खराब एलिगेशन है। झुग्गी अगर किसी नाले पे बसी है, कोर्ट के ऑर्डर हो गए, झुग्गी को हटाया गया तो जी सरकार ने झुग्गी तोड़ दी। कोई मंदिर बिल्कुल सड़क किनारे बन गया है, रास्ते में लोगों को आने जाने में दिक्कत है, किसी ने पिटीशन लगा दी, कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दे दिया तो सरकार ने मंदिर हटवा दिया। और अब आप कहें कि मस्जिद हटवा दी, या मस्जिद तो नहीं हटाई पर वो उसकी एंक्रोचमेंट हटा दी। ये कुछ निर्णय ऐसे होते हैं जिसमें कोर्ट के ऑर्डर होते हैं, और एंक्रोचमेंट एक ऐसा विषय है जो हर दिल्ली वासी को दिक्कत देता है। तो उसमें कुछ भी होगा, कोई भी चीज़ होगी, वो जो दिल्ली की जनता के लिए तकलीफदायक है, मुझे लगता है कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिसीजन जो आता है कोर्ट से उसे मानना चाहिए और वो दिल्ली के हित में है। इसमें कहीं से कहीं तक किसी प्रकार का भेदभाव या किसी व्यक्ति विशेष या किसी धर्म विशेष का ये निर्णय है ही नहीं। ये दिल्ली को बेहतर चलाने की दिशा में निर्णय है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आप जहां पर बैठी हैं यहीं पर एआई समिट हुआ था और यहीं पर कांग्रेस के आईवाईसी के कार्यकर्ता आए थे जिन्होंने शर्टलेस प्रदर्शन किया था। प्रधानमंत्री जब राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर आए तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि कांग्रेस अपने कपड़े फाड़ती रहे, भारत जो है वो आगे का रास्ता तय करता रहेगा। ये सवाल जो इस वक्त मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूं वो शीर्ष नेतृत्व को लेकर है। आपने पिछले इंटरव्यू में मुझे ये कहा था कि एक पार्टी कैसे काम करती है वो शीर्ष नेतृत्व से तय होता है, लेकिन राहुल गांधी के मसले पर यह कहा जा रहा है कि उनको शायद ये जानकारी ही नहीं थी कि ये लड़के यहां पर आ जाएंगे, कार्यकर्ता इस तरीके का हुड़दंग मचा देंगे, लेकिन आज भी वो अपने शेरों के साथ खड़े हैं।
देखिए, आपने अपनी बात में ही जवाब दे दिया। जो व्यक्ति ऐसा घटिया निर्लज काम करके आए उनको आप बब्बर शेर कह रहे हैं, तो आप बताइए कि इससे क्या उनकी नीयत झलकती नहीं है? मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं कि ऐसा दिशा विहीन नेतृत्व किस काम का है जो देश की गरिमा को खराब करना चाहता है, जो संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं को, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को बदनाम करना चाहता है, जो देश के बाहर जाकर भी देश के लिए बुरा बोलता है और देश के अंदर रहकर भी हमारी सेनाओं पर भी उंगली उठा दे। ऐसे लोगों को क्या कहा जाना चाहिए वो मैं नहीं, भारत की जनता तय करेगी।
लेकिन भारी विपक्ष कौन है, केजरीवाल या राहुल गांधी?
अब मैं कुछ बोलूंगी तो आप कहोगे बोल रही है। दोनों एक दूसरे के भाई हैं, मोसेरे भाई।
केवल मोसेरे भाई।
अब आगे का सेंटेंस आप पूरा कर लीजिए।
नहीं, मैं नहीं करूंगी। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए रेखा जी। रेखा गुप्ता यहाँ पर बेबाकी से सारे प्रश्नों का जवाब देती हुई आपको नजर आ रही थी। थैंक यू सो मच रेखा जी।